Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Clone Trooper and had massive harem? Part 1. This story is Clone Trooper Deku by ZW7567. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. A long time ago, in a city called Qingqing, in China, a child was born. But this was no ordinary child, for it had a strange power that caused confusion and fear. But it was not the only case, because soon more people were born with unusual abilities, filling the world with all kinds of powers out of the ordinary. And generation after generation, people with the quickless now representing the older generation and not receiving the best treatment, which was the case for a 4-year-old boy with green hair sitting alone in an alleyway, cold and wet from the rain. Why did I have to be born different? The boy cries, remembering the harsh words of his mother and former best friend. Why are you avoiding me? Do you think you're better than me? Bakugo yelled. What? Kachan? No, I was just. See you guys, he's quirkless. He can't even defend himself. Look, little useless Deku's gonna cry. His thoughts then go to his mother. It's all your fault. You're the reason Hisashi left me, you quickless freak. Inko yelled, throwing a bottle of alcohol at Izuku as tears stream down the little boy's face as Inko realizes what she did. Izuku, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wait. Inko screamed as Izuku ran out the door of their apartment. Hey kid, are you okay? Izuku jumps, nervous to see a man wearing blue painted armor and a helmet. It's okay, I won't hurt you. What's your name? Izuku. Who are you? Izuku asked, still scared. My name is Alpha 17, but just call me Alpha. You got parents, kid? Why yes, my mommy, but she hates me just because I don't have a quick. Alpha looks at the boy, stunned for a moment before speaking. Hey, look, it's alright. There's nothing wrong with being born quickless. The trooper says, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. But without a quick I'll never be a hero. Izuku says, wiping his eyes. Hey, come on. Why don't I take you back to base and get you some food? I'm an ARC trooper in the Grand Army of Japan. He says. Oh okay, Izuku says, taking his hand. Later, back at the barracks, Alpha immediately began looking for any information he could find on the boy. The son of Inko and Hisashi Midoriya, he says, looking at his computer. He looks over, watching as the boy eats some fresh-made katsudon as the soldier thanks for a moment. If the boy says he can't be a hero simply because he's quirkless, then maybe I can give him another way to help people. He then walks over to Izuku as he finishes his food. Say kid, why do you want to be a hero? I ask, wanting to know. Will, I wanted to be a hero who saves everyone just like All Might, but. Hey kid, it's alright. Don't cry. Why don't you become a soldier? What? The little boy asks, confused. Join the Grand Army of Japan, become a soldier, and you will be able to protect people and keep Japan safe. Izuku looks at Alpha, believing that this is his only chance to save people who can't protect themselves. I'll do it, I'll join your army, Izuku says, smiling, wiping away my tears, making the elite soldier grin. As excited as Izuku was, nothing could have prepared him for the next brutal years of training he would undergo. During that time, he learned all the skills a soldier would need to know, and Alpha 17 took him under his wing and even put him in a special class with 100 other elite soldiers called the ARC Training Program, and meet several other soldiers named Cody, Wolf, Neo, Bakara, Fox, Jesse, Fives and many others. Izuku Midoriya, you will be superior to the more common soldier, for you my boy are an advanced recon commando, an elite soldier, something truly incredible, and Japan will be calling you to defend and give your life if comes to it. Alpha tells him as Izuku stares down at his helmet before putting it on. Jag eyes painted on his helmet, now in command of the 501st Legion. A short time later, a young woman with long black hair opens her eyes after a whole night of crying. It's been 3 days since she was kidnapped by a group of villains. She tried to fight back but was overwhelmed. She closes her eyes and hugging her knees. Today was the day she and her parents were to meet with the flame hero Endeavor, who wants to arrange a marriage between her and his son Shoto Todoroki. She knows her parents have already called the police and have Endeavor and the other pro-heroes looking for her, but a part of her thinks she'll never get out of here. Hey you Santo, POW. 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 The woman looks up as the door to her cell opens, revealing a fully armored boy with green markings wearing a helmet with twin pistol holsters attached to a belt along with a skirt who looks her age if not slightly younger. Secure the perimeter, he says as more troopers in similar armor rush in. Captain Deku, all villains have been dealt with. It seems that the girl is the only hostage. A trooper points, making the girl flinch as he approaches as she backs away, nervous. Stay back, she says, crying. It's okay, miss. We're here to rescue you, he says, getting on one knee looking her over. Are you injured? He asks. My leg. I think I broke it when I tried to run from them. I've been trapped in here and haven't eaten in days. She says, crying. Kicks. Get over here. She needs medical attention. The medic immediately comes over and begins scanning her leg. Don't worry, miss, it's just a sprain, but you're still in really bad shape. The girl suddenly feels arms take hold of her as she opens her eyes to see this person holding her in a position just like those she read about in romance novels. It's gonna be alright, miss. Me and the boys will get you to the hospital so they can treat your injury, pro heroes, and your parents should be waiting outside. The girl can't help but blush, feeling like she's a princess being carried in a knight's arms. Who are you? She asks, wanting to know the name of her savior. My name is Deku, Advanced Recon Commando of the Grand Army of Japan. We call him Fives. That's Appo, Jesse and our medic Kicks. What's your name, miss? He asks. Momo Yaoyorozu, she says. Nice to meet ya, Yaoyorozu. What's your quirk? Fives ask. Creation. I can create anything using the lipids in my body. That's amazing. I wish I had a quick like that, Deku says, trying not to sound bitter. If I may ask, what is yours? Momo asks, curious. Izuku hesitates, believing that if he tells her, she'll look down on him as he turns to his men who shrug. I'm Quickless, he says, looking away. Momo was a little stunned. She's heard several stories of Quickless kids committing suicide because of bullying and other forms of abuse, so what made Midoriya keep going? Really, even though you have no power, you still continue to fight on, and you saved me. I think you're incredible, Deku. Momo says, smiling. Izuku looks at the girl a moment stunned. He was not expecting someone like the daughter of the most powerful men in the world to praise him. Well, thank you, Yaoyorozu, he says, blushing under his helmet. Haha, looks like she's got the hots for the captain. Jesse whispers to Fives, who nods as they all finally make it outside to see several police officers and a few pro heroes. Momo. Her parents yell, Mother. Father. Momo says, crying as Izuku puts her on her feet, helping her walk as her parents hug her tightly. Thank goodness, we're so glad you're safe. Her mother says, kissing her daughter's head. Your daughter's in pretty bad shape, ma'am. Her leg is sprained, but with a little medication and bed rest she'll be fine. Izuku says, thank you for saving our daughter. You are? Her father asked. Captain Deku, at your service, and this is my squad of my best troops. Izuku says, as he, Jesse, Fives and the others salute them. Well, Captain, and the rest of you, thank you, please. How may we repay you for saving our daughter? Mr. Yaoyorozu asked. You don't owe us anything, sir. Your daughter is safe, and that's what matters most, right boys? Izuku asked. Sir, yes, sir. They all yell, ahem. Everyone turns to see the number 2 hero Endeavor alongside his son. The flame hero Endeavor, what's he doing here? Fives ask. Now that she's rescued, may we begin making plans for the wedding? Endeavor asked, annoyed. Shoto Todoroki looks at Momo, who's glad she's okay. He's had a crush on her for a long time, and once they both graduate from UA she will become his wife, but he can't help but notice that she seems more interested in that green armored soldier more than him, as he glares at him. Oh, you're getting married. Congratulations, you two, Izuku says, giving Momo and Todoroki a thumbs up as do his man. Endeavor, yes, we will resume our meeting once my daughter has healed from her injuries. Mr. Yaoyorozu says. Izuku's comlink beeps as he answers. This is Captain Deku. Yes, right away, sir. All right men, we have new orders. Let's get going, Izuku says, turning to the Yaoyorozus and Todorokis. Sorry, we would love to chat more, but duty calls, Ms. Yaoyorozu. I hope you have a quick recovery, get better, and stay safe. Izuku says, I will, thank you. She says, smiling brightly. Izuku smiles under his helmet, thanking to himself. Kinda ashamed she's engaged. She's very pretty, I hope that Todoroki will take good care of her. As he turns away about to blast off with his jetpack. Wait, Izuku, his men, the Yaoyorozus, and Todorokis are shocked as Momo takes hold of Izuku's hand. If it's okay with you, may I see the face of my hero? She asks with a blush, making Todoroki growl in jealously and Izuku's men chuckle. Izuku shocked thanks for a moment before making his decision, looking to his men and nodding as they all removed their helmets. The Yaoyorozus and Todorokis are shocked to see these soldiers all have different hairstyles and tattoos, with Fives having the number 5 on the side of his head, but what really gets Momo's attention is Captain Deku, who looks at him feeling her cheeks turn red as her heart beats fast as she admires his face having 2 scars over his left eye and green messy hair with freckles. Oh my, she thinks I must say he is very handsome, she thinks as Todoroki quickly takes a hold of her hand, snapping her out of her trace. Thank you again, all of you, we are beyond grateful for you. Mrs. Yaoyorozu says, smiling. You're welcome, ma'am. See you all around. Alright boys, let's go. Izuku says before blasting off into the sky with his men following behind him. Todoroki looks at Momo, who likes as Izuku and his men fly away with stars in her eyes. He's amazing. I'll never forget what he did today. She says, smiling, putting her hand over her heart. That bastard. He better not try to come close to Momo again, if he does I'll freeze him in a glacier and never melt it. Todoroki thinks, but little did they know they would see Midoriya again soon and that their destinies are now intertwined. 1 year later, in a dark alleyway, a pro-hero turns on his comlink to reveal a hooded figure. Hawks, what has happened? Is the soldier dead? Don't worry, boss, our plan has gone undercover, the Trooper 5s is dead, and the heroes suspect nothing. He says, looking down at the control chips in his hand. Good, destroy the evidence, when the time comes no one, not even All Might well be able to stop our plan to execute Order 66, ha 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 ha. The hooded figure laughs as Hawks turns off the comlin, looking up at the sky and smiling darkly. It's time for the new era, an era with no All Might or endeavor, he thinks before returning to his duties as a hero. The next day, I know the truth about a plot, a massive deception, the evidence is in here, it's all of us, every soldier. Fives yelled. What is it? Izuku asked, confused. Captain. Izuku is snapped from his thoughts from Pilot Oddball. Yes. What is it, Pilot? Izuku asked. Sir, we are approaching Musudafu. Have fun at UA. The principal of UA High School had requested one of the army's best troopers to come to UA to act as extra security, but out of everyone, why him? He'd rather be in the front lines blasting enemy troops than babysit a bunch of teenagers with Appo now in command of the 501st until Izuku's mission is completed, as Izuku sighs in sadness. All of his men aside from Jesse and Appo have been killed, with Five's death being the most recent as his gunship lands next to the apartment he'll be staying in, and scary enough it remains him of where he used to live with his mother, as Izuku goes inside to get ready for patrol. This is the story of Captain Deku and how he saved Japan. Izuku walks down the streets of Musudafu about to end his patrol, nothing seeming to be out of the ordinary. Well, guess that's it. I can call it in and head home for the night. Boom. Izuku suddenly hears a big explosion, tuning to see smoke and flames in the distance. Well, it looks like I'll get to do something after all. He says, smiling, raising his DC-15's carbine as he blasts off with his jetpack. The explosions get louder as Izuku lands on top of a nearby building, lowering his macro binoculars to get a better look to see a sludge villain. And he has hostages as he notices the heroes trying to rescue them and control the damage, but that's really going well. Where are the fire trucks? A firefighter hero yells. No, and one of those kids is creating the explosions. This is a mess. Another hero yells back. The crowd wakes, holding their breaths, unable to believe a villain was giving them such a difficult time. Man, that dude really is a supervillain. The heroes can't even get close enough. A man says, sweat dropping from the side of his head. Wasn't that the villain All Might was after? A woman adds, All Might. Izuku thinks as he keeps watching when he suddenly hears a loud stomp. Mighty footsteps shack the ground as the rookie heroine Mount Lady immediately tries to squeeze through but fails miserably, making her blink a couple times now having a panicked look on her face, cause she's too big. It's too narrow for me. Come here, you, she shouts, frustrated managing to get her arm through into the ally going towards the villain to try to get the hostages away, but then, boom, another big explosion rampages from one of the hostages hitting Mount Lady's hand. OWW. That burns, kid, stop using your quirk. I can't grab you or the girl if you keep blowing things up. She yells, frustrated. I don't need anyone. The hostage yells, managing to get a bit of his body out, making some of his features visible, shocking Izuku to his very core. What? Bakugo, he yells, feeling so many emotions but most of all hatred and anger. He deserves it. Look at how worthless he looks, now he is the defenseless one. Izuku thinks about to leave Bakugo to die, but then, someone, please save us. Izuku looks back down to see a girl with short auburn hair and big round eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Time slows for Izuku, his eyes wide, feeling his determination return because before he had even realized it, he had jumped off the building, landing in front of the pro heroes. Everyone is completely shocked. Even a certain number 1 hero who is unable to transform onto his hero form at the moment as Izuku pulls out his twin DC-17 hand pistols and opens fire rushing towards the sludge villain. POW. Pow. Hey, you stop. Death Arms yells. You idiot. Stop, but your gun's away, you could hit one of the hostages. Mount Lady yells, trying to grab the green armored trooper, but Izuku jumps and rolls, continuing his assault on the villain as Izuku shoots the sludge villain in the face. Ah! You fucking armored bastard, I will murder you as painfully as possible. The sludge villain then opens his eyes only to see the trooper with a metal pipe and slams it into his face, stunning him. He hit him. One of the heroes yells as all of them, especially Mount Lady White. Izuku then lets go of the pipe, clawing his way to get to the girl as Bakugo manages to get free of the sludge to catch his breath. Who the hell are you? I don't need your help and get your hands off my girlfriend. Bakugo yells only for Izuku to punch him in the chest, stunning him. I'm not here for you. You can suffocate in that monster for all I care, I'm only here to rescue the girl. Izuku says, shocking the two. That voice. It can't possibly be him. Bakugo thinks, I can't get out. Please help. The girl begs as Izuku pulls as hard as he can to free her, noticing the pro heroes just watching. Help me save them. What are you waiting for? Izuku yells and then, bam, everyone's eyes widen, believing that the sludge villain killed the trooper, but when the dust clears, not only is the green armored trooper alive but is being helped by none other than All Might. Izuku yells shocked, I don't know who you are, but I got to say you got guts, kid, maybe a little too many, but you just taught me a valuable lesson that I had forgotten. Pros are always risking their lives, you my boy are a true hero. All Might says with a beaming voice as he grabs the girl and Bakugo, ripping them from the villain's hold as Izuku drops Bakugo, only holding onto the girl who blushes at being so close to the trooper. Detroit Smash. All Might shouts, punching the sludge villain with overwhelming power, causing a wind blast so strong it reduces the living sludge to pieces and extinguishes the fire. Everyone takes cover as Mount Lady uses her giant body to shield the civilians, shutting her eyes from the force of the wind. As the wind dies down, everyone opens their eyes to see All Might in all his glory, his fist clenched and raised in the air, victorious. Izuku opens his eyes only to feel a weight on top of him, looking to see the girl on top of him with her face blushing as red as an apple. You all right, miss? Izuku asked, not even caring about that. Why yes thank you. Aw sorry. She yells, getting off of the soldier and bowing. I'm Ochako Uraka, you are? She asked with a cute smile as Izuku removes his helmet, making Ochako blush once she sees her hero's true face. Izuku looks at the girl confused. Is there a problem? Izuku asked. And no problem. She stutters, blushing, making Izuku chuckle. Deku. The two turn to see the ash blonde glaring at the ARC captain. Well, if it isn't the dickhead himself, you haven't changed one bit, Bakugo. Izuku says. Bakugo growls. He couldn't believe it. Deku, the quickless price of trash, is alive. So you were alive this entire time? What would Auntie Inko say? He asks only for Izuku to point his DC-17 pistol at the explosive blonde. I suggest you keep quiet, Bakugo, cause if I found out you told her, I'll kill you, he says, making Ochako shiver as Izuku holsters his weapon. Ochako looks at him, surprised. Wait, they know each other. Wait, Deku, is that his name? She thinks curious as to how her boyfriend knows this soldier as the two glare at each other in hatred. Later, Izuku watches in anger as the pro-heroes praise Bakugo and Ochako while Kamui Woods and Death Arms scold him. Kid, that was dangerous. You could have hurt those kids or even got yourself killed. Kamui Woods yells. There was absolutely for you to put yourself in danger like that. Death Arms adds. Izuku is furious, clutching his fist in anger, wanting to beat the crap out of the two so-called pros. But before he can do anything, he feels a hand on his shoulder. Pauldron. Stop. How can you two be praising us when he was the one who saved us? Ochako says, angry at the two pros. Izuku looks at the girl, surprised but then smiles before realizing he's got eyes on him, as he turns to see Mount Lady looking at him before she smiles and waves, confusing the ARC trooper captain as he awkwardly waves back, and to his surprise she then winks at him before going to talk to some other heroes. Well, that was interesting. Izuku thinks before heading home. Mount Lady likes Izuku leave, and to be honest she's surprised. Tons of guys want to be with her, and she always rejects them, yet that armored guy didn't once look at her in a perverted way and seemed almost uninterested, only caring about saving that girl, an annoying blonde guy from that sludge monster, and she can't lie, she finds him to be very attractive, especially with those scars on his face. She can tell he's seen some action and hopes that she will see him again soon. Later. Fives. Izuku screamed, watching helplessly blocked by a ray shield as his close friend and brother to be shot right through his heart by Commander Fox. Deku, this is bigger than any of us, anything I could have imagined. I never mentioned to. I only wanted to do my duty as a soldier of Japan. Fives, stay with me, fives. The mission, the nightmares, they're finally over. Izuku walks home remembering that night like it was yesterday, after one of Izuku's own men, a trooper named Tup, had randomly killed a pro-hero during an early battle. Fives, one of his best man, had discovered and claimed that every soldier in the Grand Army of Japan, including Izuku himself, have control chips in their heads that can force them to do whatever someone wants, but was shot and killed while trying to explain to Izuku. Izuku had filed a report about the chips, and honestly he doesn't want to believe it, but in the back of his mind something is telling him to look deeper into what his friend was trying to tell him. But he doesn't have time. UA starts in just a few days, so he must put this aside and focus on the task ahead of him. Deku. Izuku turns to see Katsuki together with the girl Ochako Uraka. I don't know what the hell you're doing here or how you're even alive, but don't think for a second that we owe you something, you quickless bastard. Katsuki. Ochako yells, becoming irritated. She knows these two have some kind of history, and she wants to know what it is. I'm sorry about him. He's just feeling embarrassed that someone else had to rescue us. Ochako says, smiling. No, I'm not. Bakugo yells, turning around and walking away angry. Izuku and Ochako both stare, sweat dropping before Ochako turns to the green armored trooper. Thank you again for saving us, but I never got your name. She says, playing with her fingers. My name is Deku, Captain, 501st Japanese Legion, and you're Uraka, right? Izuku asked. Ochako smiles, happy that he remembered her name. Bakugo will always call her different names like Kirby, round face, or pink cheeks. Yes, and I like your name. It could make a great hero name, plus I think it sounds kinda cute. She says. Izuku just stares at her as Ochako blushes, realizing what she said. I may ask, how do you know my boyfriend? She asked, curious. Boyfriend? Ha. Bakugo having a girlfriend, that's new. Izuku says, laughing as Ochako just looks at him with a serious face. Izuku sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. Me and Bakugo go way back. I've known him since we were kids. We were even best friends at one point, but not anymore. I'll let him tell you why that's the case, though I doubt you'll want to be with him after you learn the truth. See you around, Uraka. Be careful getting home. Izuku says, turning and walking away, leaving the gravity quick user shocked. Katsuki can be a little intense, but he's not a bad guy. But could something have happened in the past that made them stop being friends? And who's Inko? She asked herself, concerned before going to join Bakugo, with Izuku's words echoing in her mind. However, Izuku and Bakugo were unaware that someone else had also been listening in on their conversation, as All Might Toshinori Yagi in his true form is stunned after that green armored trooper jumped in to save those two kids. It inspired All Might. He regrets that he's already found someone to take OFA, because that soldier acted like a true hero, but that's not what concerns him. Inko, I found him, your son, he thinks before rushing to his girlfriend's apartment. Stay back, a girl with light pink hair yells, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she is backed into a corner surrounded by three gangster-looking men. Haha, tell me, what's a pretty girl like you doing out here? He asks with a nasty smile. I was just getting groceries for my parents, here, take my purse, just please don't hurt me. She yells, falling to her knees and throwing her purse at them. Thanks for the money, but that's not what we want, he says, looking at her chest and crotch. What do I do? What do I do? If I don't fight back, they're gonna wrap me, but my quick will be useless against them. She thinks, panicking, trying to find an escape route, but there is no other way out. Come on, rip off her clothes already. Let's have fun before the heroes show up. One of them yells, all right. I'm gonna enjoy this, he says, about to grab her as the girl covers her eyes. Hey, who the hell are you? Hey, drop the gun. POW. Pow, pow. The girl opens her eyes to see all three of her ambushers laying on the ground unconscious, looking up to see a man in green-colored armor, twin pistols attached to his belt with a blaster carbine. The man approaches, making her flinch in fear, but to her surprise, he hands her purse that she threw earlier. Are you all right? He asks, helping her to her feet. Why, yes, thank you for saving me. Who are you? She asks, a little afraid of the armored soldier. Well, I've been called a few different names, but you can just call me Deku. He says, removing his helmet. The girl looks at Izuku and suddenly feels her heart begin beating rapidly as she blushes. What's happening? Why do I feel some kind of connection to him? We just met, there's no way it's Crush. She yells internally before smiling like nothing is happening inside her mind and speaking. I'm Mawata Fua, thank you again for saving me, Deku. She says, smiling. Where you heading? Izuku asked. Just to the store, I need to get some things for dinner tonight. She says, rubbing the back of her head, embarrassed. Okay then, I'll escort you there, then, to your home. He says, putting his helmet back on. Normally, Mawata would refuse, but she's honestly really curious about her savior and wants to get to know him more. Sure. I'd like that, she says as the two walk together to the grocery store. Later. Really? You're a student at UA? Izuku asks as he and Mawata walk to her house. With Izuku carrying all of her groceries, Mawata offered to carry some as well, but Izuku insisted that he do it. Yeah, I'll be starting my second year. It's kinda funny now. Last year, our homeroom teacher expelled us, but then re-enrolled us as a lesson. I didn't get it at first, but I think it will help my class grow. That's one way to look at it. I'm sure you'll do great this year, and just so you know, even though I'm not happy about it, I've been assigned to UA, pretty much just gonna be extra security, still don't know why, guess I'll find out next week. Izuku says, making Mawata excited. Really? That's awesome. I can't wait to be able to see you more, she says with a bright smile that shocks Izuku, making him blush. Boy, was he glad he was wearing his helmet. Otherwise, this would be very embarrassing as the two finally arrived at Mawata's house. Izuku sets her bags on the steps as the two face each other. Izuku takes off his helmet. Thank you again, Deku. I don't know what would have happened. Had you not stepped in, I don't know what would have happened. She says, bowing to him. You're welcome, Fua, I'm glad I could help. Just be more careful, all right, he asks as she smiles. I will. Hey may I see your phone? She asks. Confused, Izuku hands her his phone as she tips on it before heading it back to him, revealing a phone number. That's my phone number. If you ever want to call or text, I'd love to talk more. She says, smiling with a noticeable pink blush on her cheeks. All right, I will. Have a good evening, Fua, see you later. Izuku says, putting his helmet back on as Mawata smiles and begins to have pink hearts in her eyes. Yeah, I've totally got a crush on him. She thinks dreamily, hoping to see her hero soon as she gets her bags and goes inside her house. A few days later. Shit, I'm lost. Where the hell is 1A? Izuku shouts internally, wandering the halls of UA, students giving him strange looks. Izuku had already met with Principal Nezu to discuss his role here, and even though he is a bodyguard, he has been assigned to watch over Class A, though he will also check in on the students of Class B as well, but now has managed to get himself lost. Man, so many people, so many different quicks. Izuku thinks, amazed. I was hoping to run into Fua. I was hoping she could help me find Class 1A, but I don't see her anywhere, probably already in class, so I'm on my own. He thinks, looking ahead to see a tall blonde guy, with the top part of his hair in a cowlick, his eyes as if he came out of a comic book with a rounder nose than normal. Excuse me. Oh hey buddy, how can, the blonde guy says, but stops when he sees Izuku's armor. Wow, dude, you look really cool. He says, smiling with a thumbs up. Thanks, Izuku says, removing his helmet, approaching the tall blonde. You're a Japan trooper, right? He asks as Izuku nods. Yes, I'm looking for, he tries to say, only for another voice to interrupt them. Hey Mirio, there you are. What are you doing? Oh, who are you talking to? Shouldn't you be in class? An energetic female voice says. The two turn only for Izuku to freeze to see a girl a little shorter than him with long blue periwinkle hair, reaching all the way down to her knees, twisting around itself at her waist, curving inwards around her legs with big curious eyes and a big smile on her face, as she comes over to them. Man, does this place only have smiling, beautiful and friendly girls? Izuku asked, trying not to blush. Oh hey Najire, I thank Mr. Sorry I didn't get your name. He says, smiling. The name's Deku, Captain, 501st Legion of the Grand Army of Japan. I'm here on orders from the principal himself. Nice, I'm Mirio Tagata. Nice to meet you, Deku. He says, smiling as the two shake hands, only for Najire to get in between them, her big blue eyes staring into his green ones, with curiosity and excitement. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Najire Hado. Why are you wearing a skirt? Your armor is really cool. What's your quirk? Why do you have horns painted on your helmet? Where are you going? The girl asks, overwhelming the ARC trooper with questions. Izuku says, just trying to keep up with her. Hey Najire, let him breathe. The guy can't answer all your questions at once. Mirio says with a chuckle. So, Captain Deku, where were you heading again? He asks. I'm looking for Class 1A, happen to know where it is? Izuku asked. Of course, come on. He starts to say, only to be interrupted by Najire, who takes the ARC captain's hand in hers. I'll take you there. Can I ask more questions along the way? Please, she asks with puppy dog eyes. Sure, why not? Izuku says, smiling awkwardly, only for her to drag him down the halls, asking him tons of questions, leaving Mirio with a blank expression on his face. Well, that was interesting. He'll be fine, probably. So that was the guy Master All Might told me about. To be honest, I don't really want OFA. It should go to someone who can really use it for good. Maybe he is the one who should have it, but I'll have to see him fight in the sports festival first, he thinks before heading to homeroom. Later. Bye, Captain Deku. Thanks for answering all my questions. I hope I see you again soon. Najire waves, smiling as she skips away to her class, and she didn't hesitate to ask him tons of questions about who he is, what battles he's fought in, and who his favorite hero is, and apparently hers is the dragon hero, Yukio, as he then stares at the huge door in front of him, putting his helmet on. Hope I'm not late, not like I'll get in trouble. I'm not a student but still need to leave a good impression. He thinks before opening the door, going inside, only for the classroom to be completely empty. The trooper blinks a few times before sighing. Shit, earlier. Momo sighs as she arrives early to see hardly anyone has arrived other than her now boyfriend Shoto Todoroki. Good morning Shoto, she says, kissing him on the lips. Todoroki smiles as she sits down and waits for her first day to begin. Present time. Get your feet off that desk right now. It's the first day of class and you're already disrespecting the school's property, the tall boy with glasses, Tenyida, says to Bakugo. You gotta stick up your ass, or were you born with already there? Bakugo mocks. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Iida from the Sume Academy. Iida says, trying to shift the conversation, but the ash blonde didn't care about being polite. Sume, so you're a darn elite, I'll have fun crushing you. Bakugo says with grin, making Tenya recoil, shocked and offended. Crush me? Do you truly aim to be a hero? Iida asked in disbelief. First day and you're all already making friends. A voice says as the door opens to reveal a yellow sleeping bag as the person inside unzips it and walks out, revealing a zero hobo-looking man, his tired eyes on all of them. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, nice to meet you all. He says without any enthusiasm, rubbing his eyes. Homeroom teacher. Everyone minus Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo think shocked. We're missing someone, but he'll arrive shortly, so let's not waste any more time. Put on these uniforms and get to the training grounds. Don't be late, like the soldier, he says, confusing the students more. Soldier. They all think confused. Later, on the training grounds, the students of Class 1A gather as Aizawa walks in front of them. Quiet down, now that you're all here, we can start the test. Mr. Aizawa. Everyone turns as a figure in a suit of white armor with green markings, with a jetpack attached to his back, lands in front of the teacher and class. All of the students look at him shocked, some curious, but 4 look at him for different reasons. What the hell? What's he doing here? Todoroki thinks, glaring. It's you, the one who saved me. Yaoyorozu says, smiling. Hey, I recognize that armor, soldier boy. Uraka says, excited, making Yaoyorozu look at her, surprised that she also knows him. Deku. What the hell is he doing here? Bakugo thinks, growling in anger and jealously at his girlfriend's reaction to seeing him. Wait, hold on, Yaoyorozu, Uraka, you two know him? Kaminari asked, confused. Yep, he saved me and Bakugo from that sludge monster a few weeks back. Yes, 6 months ago during a trip with my parents I was abducted by criminals. They wanted to exchange me for my parents' money, but then him and his men rescued me. She says. The name's Deku. Nice to meet you all, Yaoyorozu, Uraka, nice to see you both again, you two, Todoroki. Izuku says, taking off his helmet, nodding to the half-cold half-hot user who simply glares before looking away, while Izuku doesn't even acknowledge Bakugo, as the other girls minus Uraka and Yaoyorozu, who already admire him, look at Izuku. Wow, the girl with earphone jacks, Kyoka Jiro says, blushing. Ribbit. Suyu Asui says, croaking. He's beautiful. The pink-skinned girl Mina Ishido says dreamily as a girl with long chartreuse hair with pink specks, big round eyes with beautiful violet pupils looks at Izuku, blushing. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome. The girl known as Toru Hagakuri thinks, blushing. Alright, now that the problem soldier is here we can begin. Aizawa announced. Alright, now that everyone is here, we can start the test. Aizawa says, making everyone minus Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki gasp. A test on the very first day of class. I'm sorry to interrupt sensei, but what kind of test? Uraka asks, raising her hand as Aizawa glances at her. We are going to have a quick assessment test. We need to evaluate where your capabilities stand. Aizawa explains. But what about the entrance ceremony, or the orientation? Uraka asks, still surprised. Aizawa is about to speak, but to his surprise, the problem soldier beats him to it. If you all are going to be heroes, there will be times you don't have for leisurely events. As heroes, you must be sharp as knives, every moment counts, until you have all most likely been taking standard test, but none of you have used your quirks in a physical exam. My loyalty is to this country, and always will be, but it's still trying to pretend all are created equal. I'm telling you all right now, no man or woman is created equal. Izuku says, bitterly referring to himself, surprising Yaoyorozu that her hero is talking so low of himself. It's not right. One day, everyone will learn. Izuku says as Aizawa nods, completely agreeing with what the ARC trooper said before he grabs a soft ball from the container nearby and looking at Bakugo. Bakugo, you scored first in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a soft ball? He asked. 67 meters, I think. Go to the circle and use your quirk to throw the ball as far as you can. Do whatever you want, as long as you stay in the circle, don't waste any more of our time. Aizawa says, intimidating him. Bakugo then goes to the pitching area, stretching a bit before glaring at Deku, who glares back at him. Soldier or not, he's still a quickless freak. Time to show pink cheeks and everyone else here why I'm the best. I'll add a little heat to my pitch and drop everyone's jaws, Waichan learned Deku. Katsuki thinks and starts to throw the ball, only. Die. Bakugo yells, creating a big explosion sending the ball high into the air. Die? Huh. Probably imagined me as his target. Izuku thinks remaining silent. He's scary. Toru mutters unnerved by Bakugo's aggressively simply overthrowing a ball. Hagakuri whispers to Ashido. Yeah, seriously, I think that guy has a few loose screws. Ashido whispers back. Seriously, I think he has more than just a few lossy screws. Jiro says. His quick is powerful, but his attitude is totally wrong. Iida thanks with one hand on his chin, the other on his bottle. Aizawa waits for the distance to be counted, as his device beeps, looking at the screen, before turning to Captain Deku and the students, raising the screen to show he reached 705.2 meters of distance. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as pro heroes. Aizawa says as he and Deku both notice that many of them seem excited. I wanna go next. That looks like fun. Ashido cheers, wavering her arms excitedly, looking forward to using her quick to exercise, have fun with her new friends, and maybe get the attention of the green-armored captain. We can use our quicks as much as we want, as expected from the hero course. The boy known as Hontasiro says. Izuku notices Aizawa's eyes twitch as he gives his students a stern glare, making all of them jump at his irritated and tired eyes. Hee, now you've done it. Izuku says as the students turn to him before looking back at their teacher. Looks like fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a pro hero. You all think it's all fun and games? He asked, irritated with Izuku also looking irritated at them as well before speaking up. You're all being naive. Do you all think this is some kind of joke? Izuku asks with hostility in his voice, making the students look at him shocked, especially Yaoyorozu and Uraka. Izuku immediately notices the hurt faces of Ashido and Hagakuri. He'll talk to them later. He doesn't want to scare the students or make them hate him, but he needs them to understand just how serious being a hero really is. Being a hero is not about having fun or glory. It is about protecting those who cannot defend themselves. I don't know why most of you are here, but I suggest that if any of you are here for reasons other than becoming a pro hero, you should leave immediately. Izuku says, pointing to the exit as the students nod, understanding. Good. Now today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your skills and potential, and I agree with what the soldier says, so let's add something to push you to take this seriously. Whoever comes in last will be expelled immediately. Aizawa declares as almost all the students gasp. What? Expelled? They all shout internally minus Bakugo and Todoroki. Here, we are free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Welcome to the UA Hero course. He says with a wide and unsettling smile as the students turn to Captain Deku, who simply shakes his head before putting his helmet back on, making the students realize that even on their first day, they will be tested and failure means they will be expelled. In the teacher lounge, All Might, also be known as Toshinori Yagi, sits at his desk, with the number 1 hero currently reading the students' profiles, but is manly looking at the information on the arc Captain Deku, now knowing who he really is. Izuku Midoriya, the son of my girlfriend Inko. It's been 2 years since the symbol of peace kept the short green-haired woman. They had a bit of a rocky start, because both of them kept a lot of secrets from each other, but then Toshinori decided to tell her the truth about him and OFA, as a way to strengthen their relationship, and so Inko told him the story of her son and how he was born quickless, just like himself. And how she abused him because of it. At first, All Might was furious at her, but after she broke down crying a whole river, wanting to find him and apologize, All Might vowed to find him, and now he has. He just hopes the ARC trooper will at least hear Inko out, and not be too hard on her. All Might himself was quickless at one point and knows exactly how Izuku feels, so maybe he can talk to him and try to convince him to forgive his mother. Got something on your mind, big guy? A sultry female voice asks. Ah, All Might yells, blood falling from his mouth, turning to see a tall curvaceous woman with sky blue eyes, long eyelashes, with long spiky black hair, with red painted and wearing a very not kid-friendly costume made up of a thin skin-tight bodysuit, wearing a small red mask over her eyes with handcuffs on each wrist. "Kayama, you scared the crap out of me," he gasps, taking deep breaths, making the R-rated heroine laugh. He, sorry, what's gotten you so worked up? Everything with Inko going okay?" She asks with a smile. "Everything between me and Inko is going fine, however, do you remember that I said Inko had a son named Izuku Midoriya?" He asks as Midnight sits down next to him, leaning her chin on her hand while crossing her legs. Normally this sight would make any man blush, but All Might is already in a relationship and like everyone else that works for UA knows this is just how Midnight behaves. The poor quickless boy who ran away from home then disappeared. "Why?" she asks. "Because he is here. He's the ARC trooper captain the Grand Army has sent to help watch over the students, Captain Deku." He says, surprising her. Hey, why don't we sneak down there and watch him and see how he and Aizawa are handling the students?" She asked, wanting to see the ARC captain herself and because she was honestly bored. "I don't think that's a good idea. Aizawa probably won't appreciate us being there, and it might make Captain Midoriya suspicious." All Might says hesitate though he does want to learn more about his possible stepson. "Then let's go, this will be interesting," she says as the two head to the training grounds. The training grounds. Everyone still can't believe what they heard, not just from their teacher but Captain Deku as well. But you can't send one of us home, we just got here." "That's not fair," Ochako nervously protested, sweating from the stressful situation the two put them in. As Captain Deku speaks up, careful not to sound as harsh as before. "Uraka life is not fair. Do you think villains well play by the rules? Or when a natural disaster wipes out an entire cities, it's a hero and a soldier's job to combat that unfairness. I'm the leader of one of the most elite units in all of Japan and we have fought in some of the most hostile environments possible. I've lost so many of my brothers. Fives, kicks, even my trainer Alpha, all gone. Do you think it's fair to me to have lost all of them?" he says, shocking the entire class, especially Yaoyorozu, who is saddened to hear that most of the men who helped her that day are now dead. The problem soldier is right. If you all want to be pros, you must be pushed to your limits for the next 3 years. UA will throw hardship after hardship at you, so all of you go beyond, plus ultra, show us, it's no mistake, you all are here. Aizawa finishes with a challenging smile. "This is too serious. However, this is the best of the best, so I have no choice but to do it." Iida thinks, drinking his drink. Much later, after hours of exercises, running, gripping strengths, long jumping, sidestepping, and sit-ups. Izuku watches as everyone tries to do the ball throw, with some having more of an advantage than others, with it now being Uraraka's turn as she walks into the circle. As the pads on her fingers glow pink before she throws the ball, it starts floating into the sky before disappearing and going out of sight. Mr. Aizawa looks up, not seeing the ball coming back down, so he just sighs and raises the device, showing Uraraka has infinity. Infinity. Everyone yells, shocked, surprised that the auburn-haired girl just destroyed whatever score they had on this test. Even Izuku is shocked. "Yay," she says before going over to the ARC trooper. "How'd I do?" she asks. Well, considering you just sent that ball all the way into space, I'd say you're doing good." "Well done, Uraraka," Izuku says, smiling, making Uraraka blush, who does not notice how jealous Bakugo is before the ash blonde charges at him. "Deku, you bastard, stay away from my girlfriend, I'll kill." Aizawa is about to use his capture scarf only. POW. Izuku pulls out his DC-17 blaster pistol and fires a stun blast, knocking out the ash blonde immediately, who falls face first into the dirt as everyone looks at him shocked. "Next time, I won't use stun," Izuku says coldly, with a dark aura surrounding him as he holsters his pistol and walks away, leaving Uraraka shocked. Later, Izuku stands next to Aizawa as the students stand in front of the screen that will show them their results. Many are nervous, afraid that they will be the ones going home, with Izuku and Aizawa not helping, with their teacher holding a remote in his hand. "Okay, I'll quickly show you all your results. You all should have a good idea of your place already. It will be a waste of time to explain to each of you, so I'll just show you all the results at once." Aizawa explains as he taps the button on the remote, causing a holographic screen to appear, showing each student their ranking. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Tenya Iida. 5. Fumikage Tokiyami. 6. Mezzo Shoji. 7. Masahiro Ojiro. 8. Eijiro Kirishima. 9. Mina Ishido. 10. Ochako Uraraka. 11. Toru Hagakuri. 12. Koji Koda. 13. Rikido Sato. 14. Tsuyu Asui. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Honta Siro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Minoru Mineta. No. Some of the students jump a bit as they look at a short boy with purple balls on his head, on his knees crying. Izuku honestly felt bad for him until. I can't get expelled on the first day. There are so many girls here that we'll miss out on all of this. The midget yells, making the girls look at him in disgust and making Izuku blink a few times. Okay, now I'm glad he's leaving, he thinks as Aizawa reveals some shocking news to everyone. Oh yeah, the whole expelled thing was a lie. No one is going home, Aizawa says, causing most of the students to freeze in shock. What? Almost all of them yell. Even Izuku is surprised by this, remembering what Fua told him happened last year. That was just a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quicks. Aizawa says with a grin, shocking them even more. Of course it was a lie. It was obvious if you all had just thought it through. Yaoyorozu says. I don't think he was Liying. Izuku says as everyone turns towards him, surprised, especially Yaoyorozu. What? Captain Deku, what do you mean? She asks. A friend of mine in class 2A told me how her homeroom teacher expelled her entire class, but then re-enrolled them as a lesson. Izuku says, looking at Aizawa. Friend in class 2A. Wait, she. The girls even Yaoyorozu and Uraraka shout internally. I know who you are, Aizawa, the erasure hero, erasure head. It took me a while to remember. You may not remember me because I was still in my Generation 1 armor, but during the battle at Christophsis City, you saved the lives of me and my men, so thank you erasure head. Izuku says, bowing to the hero, shocking the students and even Aizawa himself because he now remembers that day as well, before he sighs loudly. You're welcome, problem, soldier, you and the students can go back to the classroom. He says, walking away only to pass by All Might and Midnight, the two watching as he walks by, not even glancing at them. Aizawa, you liar. All Might shout in his muscle form as the underground hero stops. All Might, Midnight, why are you two here? He asks coldly. All Might wanted to get a good look at his stepson. He's already trying to be a good father to him. Midnight says teasingly, making All Might cough up blood as he recompenses himself. As I was saying, you liar, you really did expel an entire Northwest class last year. All Might says, wanting to know why Aizawa decided not to expel any of those students. Aizawa, I must say your little soldier helper is quite the looker. I might have to snatch him before any of the girls in 1A dose. She says, watching as Izuku talks to the students, wondering what Izuku hides under that armor. Kayama, if you lay a single finger on Captain Midoriya, Inko will not be happy. All Might says, making Midnight flinch. If there's one thing she's afraid of, it's an angry mama bear protecting her child, even if that child is now one of the most elite soldiers in the Grand Army. I will say the problem soldier dose seem to have left a mark on them, especially Yaoyorozu and Uraka. I'm not sure how they know each other, but I don't care as long as the soldier can help teach them, they will all turn out fine. Aizawa says, leaving the two and walking away. Fives, what do you mean? Izuku asks his friend, who has seemingly lost his mind. Computer chips, implemented into our brains, to make us do whatever someone wants, even kill the pro heroes. Deku, it's all in here. Fives says, pointing to the side of his head. Fives, stop and think about what you're saying, lower the ray shield, and let me help you, we'll figure this out. Ah, you don't believe me. Fives yells. Ah, Izuku shouts, waking up to realize he's in his bedroom of his apartment in Musudafu. Izuku gasped, catching his breath, putting his hands over his face, having yet another nightmare of his fallen brother in arms. Fives. Izuku says once again, wondering if his friend had truly been right and that out there somewhere, someone plans on taking control of the Grand Army to kill all the heroes and take control of Japan, but then quickly pushes those thoughts aside as he gets up and begins to get ready for his next day at UA. Much later, before noon, all the students have normal classes, for all required subjects, with the students of Class 1A having English class with present mic. For most of the students it was boring. Luckily Izuku isn't a student, so he spends the early mornings going on long runs, working out and then patrolling the halls of UA before it was ultimately time for. I'm walking through the door like a normal person, All Might says as Izuku walks in behind him, shaking his head in disbelief at All Might's horrible attempt to be normal while the rest of the class is excited to see the #1 hero. I can't believe it's All Might, that's teaching us. Kaminari says excitedly, so he's our teacher, man. This is gonna be awesome. Kirishima says, that's his Silver Age costume, truly incredible. Iida says, chopping the air as All Might awkwardly walked to the podium with Izuku behind him. Welcome all of you, to the most important class at UA. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and learn how to fight in the name of heroism. Today's lesson is. All Might says before pulling out a card. Combat training. Bakugo says with an evil grin before looking at Izuku. And one of the most important things about being a hero is this. All Might shouts, pointing at Izuku, making him blink a few times. Me? Izuku asked, completely confused. No, my boy, your armor, that is your costume, and one of the most important things about being a pro. Your costumes were made from your quick records and the request you all made before the school year. All of you get dressed and meet me and Captain Midoriya at ground beta. Yes, sir. Wait, Midoriya, who's that? The class thinks, confused as Izuku sighs. If you're all wondering who Midoriya is, that would be me. That's my real name, Izuku Midoriya. Deku is just what I go by. He explains as the students nod understanding. At ground beta, All Might and Izuku stand together in the street as they wait for the students to exit the tunnel. All Might decide it's time for Izuku to learn about his mother. Captain Midoriya, do you remember your mother? All Might ask, actually sweating a little nervous. Izuku looks at him, confused. Why would All Might ask that? Yeah, but she stated to abuse me when I was declared quickless after I turned 4. After that, I left and never saw her again. I already know. Your mother told me what happened after we started dating. All Might says. Izuku's eyes go as wide as plates, looking at the symbol of peace in shock. My boy, your mother wants to see you. She'll be coming after class. She wants to apologize and make things right between you two. There is also something I wish to show you as well. All Might says. Izuku shakes in anger, remembering the horrible things his mother said and did to him, all because he wasn't born normal, but then sighed in frustration. Well, talk more about this later, he says coldly, making All Might gulp nervously before they both hear footsteps of several feet echoing out of the tunnel. They say clothes are part of the hero. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all proof of that. Take that seriously from now on. You are all heroes in training. You all look awesome. Let's get started. All Might says as Izuku speaks up. I agree. You all look amazing. Izuku says, grinning impressed. Hey there, Deku, what do you think of my costume? I kinda forgot to describe what I wanted, so my outfit is pretty tight. I don't think it looks that great on me. Uraka says a little embarrassed. If you want my opinion, I think it looks good on you. Don't look down on yourself, you look beautiful. Izuku says smiling. Uraka blushes before smiling brightly. Really? Thank you so much, Deku. She says as Bakugo looks at the two very angry and jealous. If Deku participates, I'm gonna crush him. Bakugo thinks angry that the quickless trooper has seemingly stolen his girl. Now that you're all ready, it's time for combat training. All Might says as a guy in armor similar to Izuku raises his hand. As that Iida? I must say, even though it's not phase 1 or 2 trooper armor, it looks like it will protect him and has a neat design. Izuku thinks greatly impressed. Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exams. Does this mean we'll be doing urban training again? Iida asked. No, I'm moving you up 2 steps. He says, raising 2 fingers as Izuku speaks up. Most battles with villains you all see happen outside, however most of the worst villains will fight indoors. Think about it, illegal businesses and prisons. If I was a villain I'd stay in the shadows as well. Izuku says, today, you will divide it into groups of 2, heroes and villains. You will fight in 2-on-2 battles. But sir, one team well only has one person, and we'll be at a disadvantage. Iida says, correct young Iida, which is why Captain Midoriya will be joining one of you. His combat experience will give his teammate a huge advantage. However, he says before turning to Izuku, Captain Midoriya, make sure your pistols are set to stun, we don't want any unnecessary deaths. He says, making the students sigh in relief. Yes, sir, Izuku says, pulling out his DC-17 blaster pistols and setting them to stun before holstering them. Now then, the best training you'll get is on the battlefield, but remember you're not dealing with robots now, you're fighting real people. He says as Yaoyorozu raises her hand. Sir, will you decide who will win? Can we kill them? Bakugo asked. Do we need to worry about the expulsion of the other team? Ochako asked, worried. Who will be the heroes and villains? Iida asked. Hold on, I'll answer all of your questions, just listen. All Might says, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. A script? Seriously? Izuku asks himself, shaking his head. This is the situation. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile. Somewhere in the hideout the hero team must try to stop their planes. To do that they must capture the villains or get to the nuke in time. As for the villain team, they can win by protecting the weapon or capturing the heroes. The teams will be drawn from this box. All Might says, but sir, isn't there a better way? Iida asked. Do you have a better idea, Iida? Izuku asked, not sounding harsh but genuinely wondering if Iida can think of something better. No, I don't, Iida says, embarrassed. It's all right, but think about it, heroes often team up with others. That way, they can work together to take down a greater threat. That way, you learn to work with different heroes from different agencies. Izuku explains. I see, I apologize to both of you for my rudeness. Iida bowed. No problem, now let's draw teams. Team A, Captain Deku and Yaoyorozu. Team B, Todoroki and Shoji. Team C, Asui and Hagakuri. Team D, Iida and Bakugo. Team E, Fumikage and Ojiro. Team F, Sato and Koda. Team G, Kaminari and Jiro. Team H, Uraka and Mineta. Team I, Aoyama and Ishido. Team J, Siro and Kirishima. Yaoyorozu smiles, happy to be working together with Deku as she walks over to him. Izuku freezes seeing her hero costume. He knows it's just so she can create as many items as possible, but still. She looks so pretty. Izuku thinks blushing, putting his helmet back on, as Shoto Todoroki looks at the two, specifically at Izuku, and glares in jealously. And the first teams to face each other are, these teams. All Might says, pulling out 2 balls with the letters A and D. Team A will be the heroes and Team D will be villains. Everyone else go to the monitoring room to WAICH. Yes, sir, they all shout. Izuku looks over at Bakugo, who is glaring at him with hate in his eyes and glares back from under his helmet. Bakugo can tell that he is glaring, and this makes him angry. Alright villains, enter the building and prepare. You have 5 minutes to get ready until heroes are released and the battle starts. Yes, sir, Izuku, Yaoyorozu, and Iida say. Young Iida, young Bakugo, think from the villain's point of view, then you may attack, but if things go too far, I'll interfere. Yes, sir, Iida says, but Bakugo isn't listening as he keeps looking at the ARC captain who is talking to that ponytail girl, only for Izuku to glare at him, making Bakugo grit his teeth in rage. Inside the building, even though it's just training, it hurts that I must conform to a villainous behavior. Iida says, approaching the bomb. I don't care. All I care about is crushing that damn soldier. Bakugo says in rage. What's the problem between you two? Do you two have a history together? Iida asked. It's none of your damn business. 4 eyes. Bakugo yells. Outside, Izuku and Yaoyorozu go over blueprints of the building as the two strategize. I suggest we stay together until we find Bakugo. He'll be coming after me, so I'll keep him busy, while you go for the bomb. That all right with you? Izuku asked. Momo nods in agreement before speaking. It's good to see you again, Deku, but may I ask what happened to them? Izuku raises his eyebrow, confused. To who? Your squad mates, the ones who helped you rescue me, Kixen. Fives I believe was his name. Izuku's eyes go wide. Stand down. Soldier, stand down. Get on your knees. Commander Fox yelled, entering the building with his Japanese guard. No, no, stay back. Fives yelled before seeing Izuku's pistols laying on the table. Don't do it, trooper. Get away from me, he yells, grabbing the DC-17 and pointing it at Fox. Fives. No, Izuku screamed. Captain. Deku. Yaoyorozu says, snapping him out of his thoughts, noticing that she is holding his hand with hers. Are you okay? Is something wrong? She asks, worried for her hero and friend, as All Might give them the signal. All right. Let's start combat training. Team A, Team D, your time starts now. All Might announced through the sound system. Deku, Yaoyorozu asked, still concerned. It's nothing. Come on, let's get this done. Izuku says, putting his helmet back on and walking towards the entrance as Yaoyorozu follows behind him. He didn't answer my question. She thinks, as soon as she mentioned Fives, Deku was acting as if he was about to have a panic attack. What happened to him? She wonders as they enter the building. In the monitoring room, the students and All Might look at a large screen with multiple monitors at different angles. Pay attention all of you, young students, think of what you would do in this situation. All Might says before grabbing a microphone and putting it in his ear. Captain Midoriya, I hope you will not be too rough with young Bakugo. I am aware that he played a role in you living Inko, and I also hope you'll be ready to see her. He thinks as Ochako wipes hands on her chest. Good luck, Deku, she says while Todoroki is rooting for Yaoyorozu. For Captain Deku, however, not so much. Izuku and Momo enter the building as Izuku lowers his macro binoculars, allowing him to see in the darker areas before pulling out his DC-17 pistols. But then, Izuku's instincts kick in, warning him to dodge, and quickly grab Yaoyorozu to protect her from the blast. Deku, are you okay? She asks, blushing from what the ARC trooper just did to protect her. Don't worry, I'm fine, he says, turning to Bakugo. So you think you can get away from me? Nope, I knew you would come for me, Izuku says, getting up and getting into a fighting stance. In the monitoring room, he jumped them. Mineta says, a surprise attack? That's not very manly. Kirishima says, it's a good strategy. He's playing the role of a real villain. All Might says, with Izuku, I'm gonna hurt you so badly. They'll have to stop the fight. Now fight me, Bakugo shouts. As you wish, Izuku says coldly as Bakugo runs towards him about to fire another explosion, but Izuku interrupts him, slamming his armored fist into Katsuki's face, but Izuku doesn't stop, grabbing the blonde's arm and twists it, pulling him over his shoulder and slamming him to the ground. In the monitoring room, holy crap, what move was that? Ojiro says, shocked, wow, look at those moves. He's like a martial artist. Uraka says, amazed that Captain Deku knocked down her boyfriend in one blow. Indeed, Captain Midoriya is one of only 100 elite officers trained to be the best of the best. Even though he is quickless, his combat experience and skills are incredible. All Might says, man, if Midoriya is that elite, I wonder how good the others are, and they probably have quicks too. Kaminari says, amazed, with Izuku, you always start with a right punch. I know that because I watched recordings of how you fight, I know your every move. Izuku says coldly before turning to Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, get to the bomb. Go, and hurry. Izuku says. Yaoyorozu hesitates but realizes that Izuku can handle it as she runs to find the bomb. Bakugo, are you listening? What is your situation? Where are you? Iida calls through his microphone as Bakugo talks through his. Just shut up and defend the bomb, Four Eyes. I'm really angry, Bakugo shouts. Are you forgetting the mission? Iida asks but then hears a cut in the call. Hello? Bakugo. He hung up on me. This isn't the time. We're supposed to be working together. Iida yells, frustrated. In the monitoring room, hey All Might, who is Bakugo talking to? And why can't we hear anything? There's no sound. Kirishima asks. I gave headphones to young Bakugo. Iida and Yaoyorozu. Captain Midoriya has a COMLINK bolt into his helmet as well in his right gauntlet. This way they can all communicate with their partners along with the building map, as well as tape reels. With it you can capture your opponent. I don't think Midoriya really needs that tape. He'll probably just use those pistols of his to stun them. Jiro says, there's a 15-minute time limit, and Midoriya and Yaoyorozu don't even know where the bomb is. Mina says, that is right, young Ishido. All Might says, so that means the heroes are at a huge disadvantage. She says, true heroes have to overcome villains on a daily basis. This is the life of a hero. The odds are against us, we must fight. All Might says, inspiring the students. Now, all together, plus ultra, everyone shouts the school's motto. Mousier, Bakugo is on the move. Aoyama says as everyone turns to the screen. Back with Izuku, you think you can beat me, Deku, even though you have no quick. Bakugo yells, I didn't say anything. You're the one talking. Izuku says, remaining in his fighting stance. Bakugo is furious, as the two stare at each other before Bakugo advanced towards Izuku using his explosions, trying to kick Izuku's helmeted head, but the ARC captain grabs his leg and elbows it, and because Izuku is wearing armor it hurts Bakugo, but he doesn't react to it as Izuku slams him into the wall. Bakugo gets up and tries to attack again, but Izuku dodges it and runs towards Bakugo, punching him in the stomach, but Bakugo recovers as Izuku pulls something from his tactical belt, before he throws it to the ground. As Bakugo he realizes it's a smoke bomb, as it goes off making the ash blonde cough. As the smoke disappears, Bakugo and everyone watching from the monitoring room are shocked to see that Captain Deku has vanished. Damn it! Where are you, damn soldier? Come out and fight me. I'm right behind you, stupid Bakugo. Katsuki sharply turns to attack only. POW. Pow. Izuku blasts him with 2 stun blasts as the ash blonde falls to the ground, knocked out. Izuku sighs in relief, holstering his pistol before using the tape to incapacitate Bakugo. He then has the comlink on his helmet. Yaoyorozu, report, how is your situation? He asks. With Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu is currently hiding behind one of the pillars in the room where you are guarding the bomb. Okay, I better contact Deku so we can finish this. She says, but before she can, Iida starts talking to himself. Bakugo has an evil side. That's exactly what I need for us to succeed in this training. I must completely dedicate myself to the temptation of crime, and I will not fail the objective and shame my family. So I will embrace evil to become a hero. I am the embodiment of evil. Iida shouts, he's taking this whole thing way too seriously. Don't laugh, Momo, don't laugh. She thinks, struggling to contain her laughter, but it's not working. They very well. Yaoyorozu, report, how is your situation? Deku asks through her microphone. Deku, I've found the bomb. It's in the middle of the 5th floor. Copy that. Bakugo has been captured. I'm on my way. He says as Momo takes her hand off the microphone. What? A heroine? I know you're there, Yaoyorozu, now show yourself. Iida shouts, trying to act evil. Good work, Momo, now he knows I'm here, she thinks, coming out of hiding. When Bakugo left, I suspected that one of you would come here. You have an impressive quick heroine, but then. Izuku rushes through the door, DC-17 pistols in hand as he opens fire with a stun blast. POW. Pow. Iida immediately takes cover behind a pillar before trying to contact Bakugo. Bakugo, where are you? I thought you were dealing with Captain Deku. It's over, Iida, I already took care of Bakugo. Izuku says as Momo walks next to him. What? Impossible, Iida shouts, knowing he's now alone, but he won't give up that easily. Izuku turns to Yaoyorozu using a hand signal for her to get to the bomb and that he will handle Iida as Izuku walks over to him, pistols ready. We are here to stop your evil plans, villain, now surrender. Izuku says. Iida comes out of hiding and tries to kick Izuku, but the ARC trooper grabs his leg and slams him into the ground. As Izuku holds him down, Yaoyorozu touches the bomb. Got it. The hero team wins. All Might announced. Izuku sighs, getting UPLL off of Iida and helping him to his feet. I failed, he says, taking off his helmet as Izuku does the same. Don't worry, it was just training. You did great. Iida, take today, and use to improve yourself for the future. Izuku says with a smile. You're right. Thank you, Captain. Iida says, returning the handshake smiling. Izuku then makes his way over to Yaoyorozu. Excellent work, Yaoyorozu. You did great. I'm impressed. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Izuku says, saluting her. Yaoyorozu blushes and smiles, though she believes she didn't do all that much. But I really didn't do anything. She says. Nothing. Ha ha ha, I disagree. You found the bomb and decided to work with me instead of working alone, so thank you, Yaoyorozu. He says, placing his hand on her shoulder. You're welcome, Deku, she says while smiling with a small blush. The monitoring room. Amazing, Toru says with stars on her eyes. Apparently the victory goes to the heroes. All Might says, I knew they could do it. Ochako says excitedly with her fist in the air. Now that is what I call a hero at work. That was so manly, Hiroshima says. While everyone is talking, Jiro sees something that shocks her and warns All Might. Sir, look. All Might turn to look at the screen and horrified by what he is seeing. With Izuku and Yaoyorozu, Deku, the three turn surprised to see Bakugo awake and free from the tape. I'm loaded, he says with his arm raised towards Captain Deku. What? How are you free, let alone awake? I stunned you, Izuku says, shocked. I just kept using my explosions. You shithead, haha. Did you really think you could beat me without a quick? He says with a mad smile. Bakugo. That's enough, we lost, the training is over. Iida say, I will not lose to shitty quickless soldier like Deku. He yells. Bakugo, calm down, you're acting very unheroically, Momo says, frowning. Bakugo, stop this and think about what you are doing. Stop acting like a damn villain. Izuku says, slowly moving to grab his pistols. Hearing that makes Bakugo very angry, but then his mad smile returns. Villain, huh, I'll show you what happens when you call me a villain. You know how my quick works, right? Bakugo says, pointing his right gauntlet at Izuku. I secrete a substance similar to nitroglycerin in my sweat from hands and make it explode. Imagine what I can do if I have too much. Bakugo then pulls the level, as if he's loading a gun or blaster as a pin pops out, as he positions himself. These gauntlets aren't just made for show, I've been storing my sweat for a monstrous blast. He says, putting his finger on a pin. What? Wait shit. No. No. Izuku thinks, eyes widening. In the monitoring room, young Bakugo, stop, you could kill them. All Might says, shocking everyone. Is he nuts? Deku, Yaoyorozu, Iida, get out of there. Ochako scared for Izuku and Yaoyorozu. Shoto Todoroki wikes realizing that Bakugo won't just hit Midoriya but Momo as well. All Might, stop him. He shouts. Bakugo don't. He has armor. He'll be fine, he says. Izuku quickly turns to Iida to show he's taken cover, but Yaoyorozu hasn't, so on instinct, he pushes her out the way, putting his over his helmet and head as Izuku is hit by the explosion that came with everything it had, destroying much of the room and leaving a big hole in the wall. Shocked and horrified, everyone turns their attention to where Izuku was, as Yaoyorozu and Iida get up and start looking for the captain. Son Captain Midoriya, can you hear me? Come on, answer me, young man. All Might shouts. Bakugo, what have you done? Iida shouts. That's what he gets for trying to steal Uraka from me. Captain. Deku, where you? Momo yells as she begins to look through the smoke. And then, POW, a blue bolt from a DC-17 fires striking Bakugo in the shoulder. Ah, Bakugo screams, shocking both Iida, Yaoyorozu, and everyone from the monitoring room as the smoke clears to reveal Izuku, his helmet off, his lift arm and a very angry look on his face, pistol still pointed at Bakugo. Deku, are you all right? Your arm, she shouts, rushing over to him. Yaoyorozu, come on, we should take Bakugo and Midoriya to the nurse's office. Right, Captain Deku, lower your blaster. The fighting is over, remember? Yaoyorozu asked, putting her hand over his pistol. Izuku, though reluctantly, lowers and holsters his pistol before going over, picking up his helmet and putting it on before turning to Bakugo, a black aura surrounding him. This isn't over, Bakugo, he dazed before walking to the nurse's office holding his broken arm in pain. The monitoring room. Thank you all for waiting, hope none of you got bored. All Might says having returned from Recovery Girl's office. All Might. Are they going to be okay? Ochako asked, worried. Captain Midoriya and young Bakugo will be fine. They both just need rest. Now tell me WHO is the MVP. Much later, classes continued until all the matches ended. As Izuku continues to sleep, only. How do I know you're not tricking me? How do I know it won't be a trap? Palpatine will try to have me killed. I promise you that. Fives yelled after telling Izuku about the inhibitor chips. The Safety Commission representative, Izuku asked, confused. He's in on it. I don't know how much, but I know he's behind most of this. He told me at the hospital. What? You tried to assassinate him. There's no way Palpatine is capable of what you claim. Izuku argued. He is. I swear to you, Captain. You have no idea. Izuku then opens his eyes from yet another nightmare. Oh, you're awake. Izuku turns to see the school nurse, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, as he looks down to see his arm has completely healed. Ah, how long was I out? He asks. You have been here all afternoon. I understand you're a soldier, but you must be more careful. You got right in the middle of that explosion, and if you hadn't been wearing that armor, you could have died. You may go now, but be more careful, understood? She asks. Yes, ma'am, Izuku says as he grabs his helmet, putting it on before leaving. Izuku walks the halls before arriving to class. 1A only to be bombarded by the students. Hey, Captain, the way you fought against Bakugo was so manly. Kirishima says. Hey man, I'm Honta Zero. You were awesome out there. Zero says. I'm Koika Jiro, and when you jumped in the middle of that blast to save Yaoyorozu, I thought that was really cool. She says while playing with her jacks. I'm Mina Ashido, and your dodges were amazing. She says excitedly as Izuku takes off his helmet. I'm Tsuyu Asui, but you can call me Su, I hope we can be friends. Midori Akiro, sure thing, Su, he says with a smile, making the frog girl smile and blush. Deku, are you okay? Izuku turns as Yaoyorozu approaches him. Yeah, nothing too serious. What about you? He asks as Yaoyorozu smiles in relief. I'm fine, thanks you so much, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. She says, bowing. It's all right, Yaoyorozu. I was just doing what I was trained for, so I'm sorry I worried you. He says, rubbing the back of his neck. Yaoyorozu blushes, then smiles back. Some in the classroom find it strange, while Shoto Todoroki glares, while he appreciates that he pushed her out of the way in time. He hates that Momo has developed some kind of interest in the ARC captain as Izuku notices Todoroki looking at him. Todoroki, is there a problem? Izuku asks, confused. Todoroki is about to tell Izuku to stay away from Momo, but Kaminari and Uraka enter the room holding some books. Hey Uraka, after this, want to go get something to eat? What do you like? Kaminari asks. I like. Uraka stops talking when she sees Captain Deku. Deku. Deku, she says, dropping the books and running over to him. Deku, are you okay? I was so worried, she says as Izuku smiles. Hee, don't worry, Uraka, I'm fine now. Sorry for worrying you. Ochako smiles brightly as Izuku notices some of the boys giving him thumbs up, others with envy, manly Todoroki over him and Momo, as well as Mineta who's crying, while Yaoyorozu looks at Uraka and frowns. What is this feeling? She thinks. Where's Bakugo? Izuku asked. Oh, Katsuki, just lift, I had a serious talk with him earlier. Slap. Uraka hits Bakugo hard to leave a handprint. What the hell is wrong with you? You could have killed them. Uraka yells, angry at her boyfriend. That quickless freak is trying to steal you from me, stay away from him. Bakugo shouts, shocking her. What? No he's not. Me and Deku are only friends, and I'll hang out with him if I want. He treats me better than you do, and if you can't accept that we should break up. Ochako says, walking away, leaving Bakugo shocked and angry. Deku, he says, holding his injured shoulder where Izuku shot him. I'm gonna make you pay for hesitating me and stealing my girl, he growls. Beep. Beep. The comlink in Izuku's helmet starts to beep as Izuku puts his helmet on and hits the button. This is Deku, yes. Captain Midoriya, come by my office, your mother has arrived. All Might says, making Izuku sigh. Why yes, sir, Izuku says, turning and walking out of the classroom, leaving everyone to wonder what that was about. All Might's office. Izuku stands just outside the All Might office, as he shakingly knocks on the door. Come in, a booming voice says. Izuku walks into the room and sees All Might, and Izuku. Izuku freezes as if he's seen a ghost because right in front of him is someone he hasn't seen in over a decade. And though she has gained some weight and is now much smaller, this is her, his mother, Inko Midoriya. You've grown so much, why you're so big. You almost look like a mini version of Toshi, she says, amazed. Quote. Izuku doesn't say anything, feeling so many emotions, mostly anger, sadness, and happiness. May I see your face? She asks, nervous. Izuku sighs before taking off his helmet as Inko looks at her son in shock. Izuku, she says, putting her hand over her mouth, crying immediately, noticing the scars on his eye. There's not much to look at here, Mom. I'm still the same quickless freak you threw a bottle at, he says, glaring. Izuku, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she shouts, crying waterfalls on her knees, bowing to him as All Might wipes, hoping this well ends positively. But he is also struggling to hold his form. Izuku looks at Inko, finding her pathetic, but also pitying the broken woman. See, come on now Mom, don't cry, it's all right. Izuku says, walking over to her, getting on his knee as Inko hugs Izuku, shocking the advanced Recon Commando captain. Izuku, my baby boy, I'm so sorry for everything. I love you, and I want to make things right. Please give me a chance. She shouts, tears streaming down her cheeks. Izuku sighs, taking a moment to take in everything, cause in truth he's not ready to forgive Inko for what she did. Look, Mom, I can't forgive you, at least not yet. Inko looks at her son shocked but smiles, believing her son is at least giving her a chance to make things right. And then, cough, as All Might suddenly grab his chest as his skin starts emit steam and blood begins dripping from his mouth. All Might, are you all right? Izuku asks, about to rush over and help him, but is stopped by Inko. Shit, too soon. Izuku hears a much less booming voice say as the smoke clears to see a very skinny man with sharp angular features, long limbs, and a long neck with no eyebrows. What the hell? Who are you? An imposter? Mom, get behind me. Izuku shouts, pulling out his DC-17 pistols and pointing them at the man. Toshinori and Inko go pale as Inko quickly gets between the two. Izuku, stop, this is All Might. Mom, out of the way, this could be a villain with a shape-shifting quick. Izuku says as All Might raise his hands. Why, young man, lower your blasters, I assure you I am All Might. Toshinori says, waving his hands in air. Izuku slowly lowers his pistols before holstering them. Thank you, Captain Midoriya, for not shooting me, he says as Inko walks over to him with a handkerchief. Thank you, honey, he says, cleaning the blood off his mouth. All Might, why are you like this? Izuku asked, still confused. So, you know all those guys at the pool are always ducking in air and flexing, trying to look all buff. All Might explain as both he and Inko imagine a man trying to hide their stomach by sucking in air. As Izuku nods, understanding. I'm like that, All Might says before he reaches for the hem of his shirt, as he rises it up to reveal a horrible scar even worse than the ones Izuku has on his face or body. Holy shit, Izuku says. See this scar? He asks, noticing Izuku go pale seeing the big scar that covers most of the left side of his face, and it looks painful, like someone pursed that whole side of his stomach. Who the hell did that to you? Izuku asked, wondering what villain could possibly have damaged the #1 hero so badly. For now, it's best you not know. Most of the world doesn't even know of this fight, and I want it to stay that way, so please keep this under wraps. Understand? All Might ask as Izuku nods. Good now, young man, let's all sit and chat, he says. Much later, after 2 hours of taking, crying mostly from Inko, and learning what happened to each other over the past decade. Izuku is about to head for the door as Inko stops him. Izuku, yeah, Mom, he asks, turning to her. I'm so proud of you, Son, she says, tears in her eyes with all might behind her smiling. Izuku nods, smiling. Before smiling, he puts his helmet on and walks out of the room. Toshinori walks over to his girlfriend as she holds on to him, leaning her head on his shoulder. I'm so glad Izuku is here. Toshi, promise me you'll keep an eye on him. She says. I will, I promise, I will protect your son, even if it cost me my life. All Might says as Inko asked him a question. Toshi, why didn't you tell him about OFA and you know who? Inko asked. Because he's not ready yet. I do believe that Captain Midoriya is the right one to succeed me. However, that choice is now young Mirio's decision. If he believes he should have it, he will give it to him, but Sir Night-Eye isn't happy about it. All Might says. Later. Hello and welcome. A young lady standing behind a cash register says only for her to freeze when Izuku walks in still in his armor as he grabs a shopping cart. In truth, Izuku hates shopping, but he's low on food and supplies. As he's in the produce section, he sees a woman on the other side with snow-white hair mixed with stripes of red. As she finishes grabbing a few vegetables, the woman looks up and immediately jumps, falling on her butt, scared. Miss, are you all right? Izuku asked immediately, rushing over to help her up. Why yes, thank you. She says shyly before walking away. Well, that was interesting, he says, shrugging before going to the meat department, but to his surprise, that same white-haired woman. What the, there she is again. Got to say she's very pretty, but is it just me or does she look like? Achoo. The woman sneezes, snapping Izuku from his thoughts. Bless you ma'am. Izuku yells with a voice much louder than it should have been, making several people look at him, making the ARC captain blush embarrassed, very grateful his helmet is on, but then notices the woman looking at him and him alone. Thank you, she says, smiling awkwardly. Later, after paying for everything, Izuku walks outside, only to be met by a thunderstorm. Nice, but it shouldn't be a problem for me since I'm wearing my armor. He thinks only to notice the same woman from earlier looking as if she forgot to bring her umbrella. Excuse me, ma'am. The woman turns spooked, freezing when she sees his DC-17 pistols in holsters on his belt. What do you want? Please don't hurt me. Izuku then lowers his bags and removes his helmet to show her his face. Izuku smiles softly, making the woman stop shaking and even blush. Oh my god, he's so handsome. The girl thinks. Sorry if I scared you earlier, that wasn't my intention, haha. Izuku says, chuckling, rubbing the back of his head. It's okay. I'm sorry I acted the way I did. I've been under a lot of stress lately, with my dad and little brothers arguing all the time. She says, smiling. Izuku can tell that there's more to this woman than what meets the eye, but he decides not to ask her what's going on. You don't have an umbrella by chance, do you? Izuku asked. No, I forgot mine at home. I meant to check the weather this morning but forgot. I'm an ARC captain in the Grand Army of Japan. Want me to escort you to the train station? It's not safe out here. He asks. Fuyumi thinks for a moment before smiling and nodding. She can't lie, she's kinda surprised that she of all people would run into one of Japan's most elite warriors. Sure, I'd like that. Good, but first, Izuku says before walking back into the store and not even 2 minutes later comes out with an umbrella. Here, you might need this. Izuku says, smiling. Thank you, she says as Izuku puts his helmet back on before grabbing his groceries. The two head to the train station as the two walk in silence as Fuyumi speaks up. Aren't you getting wet? You could catch a cold. She says. You don't have to worry about me ma'am, my Amor has a built-in heating unit. I'm perfectly fine, but I appreciate your concern. Then, to Izuku's surprise, she puts the umbrella under both of them as she smiles, making Izuku smile and nod in appreciation. The two then arrive at the station as Izuku removes his helmet to tell her goodbye. Hope you get home safe. What's your name, ma'am? Izuku asked. Oh, I'm Fuyumi Todoroki, you. Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya, but you call me Deku or Midoriya if you like. Well, thank you, Midoriya, I'll pay you back for the umbrella. I promise. Keep it, you need it more than me. Fuyumi smiles before entering the train, turning to him a final time. Thank you again, Midoriya, I hope we meet again soon. She says with a sweet smile and a small blush on her face. You're welcome, Ms. Todoroki, safe travel. Izuku says. The door to the train closes as Izuku puts his helmet back on before making an important realization. Wait, what? Did she say her name is Todoroki? Izuku shouts internally, realizing that that woman was Shoto Todoroki's older sister. Really hope she doesn't tell Todoroki about this, he thinks before heading home. Izuku is currently at the UA gate, but the problem is that there is a crowd of reporters trying to go through the gate. I guess they somehow found out All Might is working at UA as a teacher. Crowds are the worst, this is supposed to be Fox's job. Izuku says slowly, reaching down for his DC-17 pistols and setting them to stun, just in case things get out of hand. Hey trooper, what's your rank and position here at UA and what's it like being around All Might? A woman asked. I'm a captain, and my position here is classified. Now leave before things get out of hand. Izuku orders hands on his pistols. The reporter recoils in fear but bravely stands her ground. Please, we just want to see All Might, she says, grabbing his arm. Having enough of this nonsense, Izuku pulls his arm away from her, looks up, and smiles before taking a few steps back. Sorry miss, but I am late for my daily patrol, goodbye. Izuku says, turning and walking, the reporter not wanting to give up tries to enter the gate, but is stopped by the gate's barrier, blocking her way. Ha ha ha, Izuku laughs, finding the whole thing hilarious as he makes his way to his office before starting patrol. Knowing if any one of those reporters breaks through, he will have to forcibly remove them. Later, Captain Deku walks through the halls but is mostly keeping his eyes on the front gate, and so far, no reporters have gotten inside. Beep. Beep. Izuku hears his comlink beeping as he hits the button. Yes, he asks, hoping there hasn't been a perimeter breach. Problem soldier, come to 1A, for a moment. Aizawa says before ending, going silent. In Class 1A, you need a class representative. Aizawa says, a normal activity. The class yells, choose me, I want to be representative. Kirishima says, raising his hand excited. No, me, I want it. Kaminari says, I will too. Koika says, someone with style should. Yuga tries to say but is cut off by Mina. I'm totally the right choice for this. Mina says, everyone silence, please. Iida yells, getting everyone's attention. A representative's job is to lead others, this not something that just anyone can do. You must have earned the trust of everyone in the classroom, therefore we must position a democracy and choose our representative. Iida says, shaking his hand. Is that really a good idea? Kaminari asks. We've all only known each other for a few days. How do we know we can trust each other? Sue says with a finger on her chin. Yeah, besides, everyone will just vote for themselves. Kirishima says. Most people will vote for themselves. But whoever gets the most votes is the one best suited for the job. That's the best way, right, sir? Iida asks as Aizawa gets into his sleeping bag. The final choice goes to the problem soldier. Then, right on cue, Izuku enters the classroom. Aizawa, what is the? Izuku stops to see Aizawa already on the ground asleep. Situation, he asked before turning to the class. What's going on? We are trying to figure out who our class representative will be, Captain Midoriya. The final decision is yours. Iida says. Pick me. True says. No, me. Mineta shouts. Izuku sighs, knowing this isn't getting anywhere, as he takes off his helmet and gives the class a glare that tells them to shut up. Class representative Izuku thinks, putting his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment before making a decision. Iida, you will be the class representative. Yaoyorozu, you will be his assistant. Izuku says, shocking the students, as Iida and Yaoyorozu walk to the front of the class. All right, your class representative is Iida with Yaoyorozu as the vice representative. Izuku says, hey, Midoriya, that means that Iida and Yaoyorozu can give you orders, heroes outrank Japan troopers, right? Sato asked, in my book experience, outranks everything. Izuku responded. Later, everyone is eating lunch in the school cafeteria as Izuku eats together with Iida and Ochako. This rice is delicious. Uraka says while eating. Yeah, better than the food back at command and way better than that rations we are given. Izuku says while eating katsudon. Hey there, Deku. The trooper and 2 students to see Whatifdeku with a tray of food. Do you mind if I join you? Oh, Mawata, good to see you, sure. Izuku says as she sits down next to him. Hi, I'm Whatifdeku from Class 2A. Nice to meet you, she says, smiling. Nice to meet you, Senpai. It's an honor to sit with an upperclassmate, I'm Tenya Iida. He says, shaking his head. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, too. Do you two know each other? She asks, confused. Yeah, a few weeks ago, he saved my life. She says, turning and looking at Izuku with a loving smiling and blush. Uraraka then begins to feel something in her heart, and it hurts, with Yaoyorozu, who's sitting with Todoroki having a similar feeling. What is this feeling? Why do I feel this way? I already have a boyfriend. Both girls think frowning. So, how have you been doing, Fua? I'm doing great. The classes are much harder than they were last year, but so far, I'm doing good. She says eating. Good, just keep it up, and you'll do amazing things as a hero. Izuku says, smiling. Mawata blushes, feeling like an arrow has pierced her heart, as she is about to ask Izuku if he would be like to hang out sometime when suddenly. Security level 3 has been breached, all students promptly evacuate. A robotic female voice says, making everyone understand that there's an emergency. Izuku immediately grabs his helmet before running down the hallway. Wait, Deku. Fua shouts but Izuku is already gone. Aizawa. What's the situation? Do you need help? Izuku asks, holding the button on his helmet. Relax problem soldier, it's only the press, me and Present Mike can handle them until the cops show up. Roger that, I'll try to calm down the students. Izuku says only to turn to see several hundreds of students running towards him. Everyone, stop, it's only the press, Izuku says, trying to calm everyone down, but to no avail, now trapped inside the traffic jam of students and then. Eep, Izuku looks down, and his face goes pale under his helmet, looking into the beautiful obsidian eyes of Yaoyorozu. Deku, she shouts, embarrassed considering Izuku had just unintentionally pinned her against the wall. Yaoyorozu, it's only the press outside. They are the ones who trespassed. We need to stop everyone before gets seriously hurt. Izuku says as people hit his armor. Yaoyorozu's eyes widen before sharply getting focused, already having an idea. I'll create a microphone. That way they'll hear you, it will only take a moment. Yaoyorozu explains before rolling up her sleeve, as a light quickly engulfs her skin before a rad-handled microphone. Amazing. Great work, Yaoyorozu, here. Izuku says, taking off his helmet and giving it to her, and then. Izuku turns to see a girl he does not recognize with short black hair holding her face, tears in her eyes, making Izuku realize she got separated from her class as the two lock eyes. Izuku freezes to see blood dripping from her nose, and she looks like she's struggling to even speak. Why the hell isn't someone helping her? She's hurt. His anger growing by the carelessness of the students, Izuku activities his jetpack getting above everyone and yells. Stoop. He screamed immediately. Everyone in the hallway turned their attention to the flying ARC trooper captain. Do I have all of you idiots' attention now? Thanks to your panicking, like damn cowards, look around you, look at all the students that got hurt. He yells. All the students look around in disbelief, realizing that some of them are hurt and scared, probably because they got separated from their classmates and beaten and shoved around, making them all feel guilty. How did they not notice? Izuku sighs before speaking again. It's just the press. None of you are in danger. Everyone is safe, I promise, and above all you're training to be heroes, right? Act like it, Izuku says, now feeling a bit more relaxed as Yaoyorozu speaks up. You heard Captain Deku. Now please, everyone, form lines to exit, one class at a time to avoid any more accidents. Momo says as Izuku lands next to her as she hands him his helmet. Izuku nods, smiling, proud of how focused Yaoyorozu was at helping him stop this chaos. Momo smiles back before she begins directing the other students. Izuku makes his way to the black-haired girl. She is short, with black bob-shaped hair. She has fair skin with a neutral expression, aside from the tears in her eyes, which are cerulean, as she looks up at Izuku. Miss, are you alright? Izuku asks only to get no response. You're not much of a talker, are you? That's alright, here, Izuku says, pulling something from his belt. First, Izuku pulls out a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from her nose before grabbing something else. This is a bacta patch. It should help with the pain, but we should get you to recovery girl immediately. He says, putting the patch over her nose before helping her up. Thank you. The girl says. Izuku looks at the girl. Even though she was hurt and had been crying, she seemed totally calm now. You're welcome. What's your name, miss? Izuku asks as the two walk to recovery girl's office. I'm Yui Kodai, from class BUR. Deku, she asks, curious, her face not leaving its nurture expression. Yes, but you can also call me Midoriya if you prefer. Izuku says, smiling. The two continue walking as Yui begins to have these strange feelings, having butterflies in her stomach as she looks at Izuku and feels her cheeks turn red. Do I have a crush? She asked herself. Izuku sighs, waiting outside of recovery girl's office as the door opens. Yui Kodai walks out now healed. There you go, young lady, now off to class. Chio says as the two walk together, an awkward silence between them. So Kodai, what's your quirk? Izuku asked her, trying to make things less awkward. My quirk is called size. She says before putting her hand on her pocket as she pulls it out to reveal a metal bolt. Izuku's eyes widen as the bolt suddenly begins to get bigger, becoming twice as big, now covering less than half her hand. I can make any non-living objects bigger or smaller, then I can make them go back to their original size if I press my fingertips together. She explained calmly. Wow, that's incredible Yodai, you could change the sizes of battle droids or even destroyer droids. If you could find a way past their shields. Izuku says. I'm not really used to using it in more stressful situations, she says, her eyes closing a little, looking ahead at the hallway. My best friend Kendo is a martial artist. She helped me to be a little more attentive during fights, but I'm still nervous, I still have to get close to the enemy to use my quirk. She says as Izuku nods, understanding. What's your quirk? She asks, tilting her head, curious. For a moment, he is caught off guard by her question before he sighs. I am quirkless, hope that doesn't bother you. Izuku says, rubbing the back of his head. Yui's eyes widen only a little, but then she shakes her head. Not at all, I think that's amazing. She says. Really? Izuku asked, surprised. She says before continuing. The survival rate of quirkless kids is extremely low. Most commit suicide before they turn 10 due to mistreatment and bullying, that's what makes you special. Despite everything that probably happened to you, you keep fighting to save and help others. I really like that about you. Yui says, turning to the ARC captain. Izuku turns to face her, shocked as Yui, if ever so slightly smiles at the ARC trooper. She's smiling, it's kinda cute, she should smile more often. Izuku thinks smiling back at her and then. Yui. There you are. The trooper and hero student turns to see a girl with long orange hair tied in a ponytail with teal blue eyes. Before she runs up to Yui and hugs her. I'm so glad I found you. Do you have any idea how worried I was? She says. Don't worry, miss, Kodai got hurt a bit when all the students panicked, but she's fine now. Izuku says as she looks at him. Thanks for helping Yui. I'm Itsuka Kendo, the class representative of 1B. Izuku smiles, accepting the handshake, looking the girl in the eyes, admiring how pretty they are before responding. You too, my name is Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Deku, Captain and Advanced Recon Commando of the Grand Army of Japan. He says, shocking her. A Japanese trooper. Wow. That's amazing. Do you know martial arts? Yeah, spent part of the last 10 years of my life in combat education and martial arts programs. 10 years, she shouts, surprised. I'm a martial artist myself. My quick big fist allows me to enlarge both of my hands to enormous sizes. Maybe we could spare some time. She says, smiling. Sure, but I'm warning you now, even though you're a girl, I won't go easy on you. Izuku says, that's exactly what I want, no holding back. Well, it was nice talking to you, Captain, but Yui and I must get back to class. See you later, she says. You too and Kodai, take care of yourself. Izuku says, smiling before putting his helmet on and leaving. Yui wikes as Izuku leaves and begins to feel strange. Several guys here at UA have already tried to ask her out but were either too creeped out by her and backed off, or she would simply walk away, but that green armored trooper wasn't and went out of his way to help her. When he didn't have to, he even spoke to her with kindness, even helped her, and that's something she won't be forgetting anytime soon. As her cheeks turn red, her ghost of a smile returning. Itsuka turns to her friend seeing this, as Kendo giggles, deciding to tease her friend. Looks like someone's got a crush on that handsome soldier. She says, you seemed really interested in him as well. Yui says, still looking ahead of them. Kendo freezes, blushing surprised by Yui's comeback. Why Yui? It's not like that. I just met the guy. She shouts, embarrassed. So did I, she says before putting her hand over her heart. I hope I can see Midoriya again soon, she thinks as they head to class. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Present Mike stand in front of the massive crowd of reporters that somehow managed to get past the gate, which is now a pile of ash where it used to be. Bring All Might out here, we know he's in there. A man in the crowd shouts. We told you he's off duty today. Present Mike shouts loudly, just a single word from him, then we'll all go away. Another man shouts, trying to convince the two heroes to let them through, but to no avail. You'll just want another statement from him after you get the first one out, and so on, go away now. Aizawa says, growing irritated. Present Mike then gets closer to the underground hero and whispers in his ear. You know they are trespassing. That means they're kinda like villains, so why don't we just beat them up? He asked, hoping the answer would be yes. Don't, unless you want your name dragged through the mud, let's wait for the cops. Aizawa says his eyes, moving to the pile of ash. Then, to their surprise, it isn't the cops that arrive but two red Japanese gunships as one of them lands in front of the two heroes. The doors open, revealing several Japan shock troopers led by Commander Fox, as he and the soldiers point their weapons at the crowd of reporters. Everyone get out of here now. This is UA property and anyone who refuses to leave will be arrested immediately. Fox orders as the reporters look at him shocked before backing off. Later, midnight, Recovery Girl, 13 stand together with Principal Nezu as he specs with Commander Fox. Thank you for getting rid of the reporters, Commander Fox. Sir, how could ordinary members of the press be able to do something like this? I can have them all brought in for questioning if you wish. That will be unnecessary, Commander. I don't believe it was a member of the press that did this. Perhaps a villain entered, or is this a declaration of war? Nezu asked. I'll order for a squad of my best troops to be stationed here. Fox Day's about to hit the comlink in his helmet only for Nezu to stop him. That will also be unnecessary. We already have one of your army's best stationed here. Who? Fox asked. Captain Deku, Nezu says with a smile. Fox freezes, looking up to see from one of the windows, Captain Deku staring at him, with nothing but hatred in his eyes. He will never forgive the commander for killing Fives. You understood, sir. If you need support, just contact command. Fox says before getting into the gunship and taking off, leaving Nezu and the teachers to look at once had been the metal gate. Later, today's basic hero training class will have 3 teachers, me All Might, one other as well as the problem soldier. Aizawa says, making all the students wonder who the other teacher will be. Really? What kind of training are we doing? Zero asked. Aizawa then takes out a card with the word rescue on it. Rescue. You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, and other stuff like that. Rescue. One of the main objectives of being a soldier, to save as many lives as possible. Izuku thinks, standing behind Aizawa. Disasters. Looks like we're all getting ready for a big workout, huh? Kaminari asked, making the rest of the class excited. Absolutely. Ashido says excitedly. This is the stuff of a true hero, I'm already excited. Kirishima says, I'm not done yet, you can all decide if you want to wear your costumes or not. Now, the problem soldier has something to say to you all. He says as everyone turns to Izuku. Listen, I understand you're all excited, but remember, stay focused and complete your objectives. This training is also going to be off campus, so we're taking a bus to get there. That's all. You're dismissed. Izuku says. With that, the students rose from their seats and began to get ready for rescue training. Later, Problem Soldier, the bus is here. Tell everyone to get in. Aizawa says. Copy that. All right, everyone get on the bus. Izuku says about to go inside when Iida stops him. Captain Midoriya, don't you think we should all line up so the bus will be well organized? The class representative. Iida, it's a public bus, there's more than enough room. I didn't think it would be this kind of bus. Forgive me, Captain. Don't worry about it. Now get everyone else on here. The ARC captain orders, leaving the class representative to get everyone inside. As they are heading to the rescue training, many of the students have noticed that Izuku isn't seating. Instead, he's holding on to one of the handles standing. Midoriya. Izuku turns, looking at Tsuyu. Yes, Tsu. Izuku asked. Tsuyu is a little surprised. Most of the class tends to forget to call her that, yet Midoriya hasn't, and that makes her smile. I was wondering why you are standing. Yeah, Greenie, you look like you're ready to jump out of this bus any second. Greenie. Fives would have found that funny if he was still here. Izuku thinks sadly before speaking. Sorry, I'm not used to riding on buses and trains. I'm normally inside a low-altitude assault gunship, and when those transports land, you have to be ready to jump out and fight the battle in front of you. Izuku explains. I have to say, Midoriya, even though you're quickless, you seem to be just as flashy and strong as Bakugo and Todoroki. That. Todoroki thinks pertaining to be asleep. Bakugo is always very angry and seems to have violent behavior, so he probably won't be popular. I'm surprised he even managed to get Ochako to like him. What did you say, Frog Girl? You want to fight? Bakugo shouts. See, she says while pointing at Bakugo, making the ARC trooper captain laugh. Ahahaha, what's so funny, Deku? Bakugo says. What a vulgar conversation. Momo says while covering her mouth. I like things like this. Ochako says, smiling. Bakugo is about to get up and try to fight Izuku, only for Aizawa to interrupt them. Stop it, we're here. As everyone gets off the bus, they are greeted by someone. I've been waiting for you all, she says, surprising the students who are in front of them. The space hero. 13, the heroine who has saved people in several disasters. Izuku says, taking off his helmet. 13 is my favorite heroine. Ochako says excitedly. Haha, yeah, I see why. You both have quicks related to space. Izuku says as they enter the building, they are all amazed by its size. There were buildings, mountains, waterfalls, and 2 mini doors, one for burning buildings, the other for storms. Wow, it looks like a theme park in here. Kirishima says, amazed. Yeah, my squad would love this if they were here right now. They'd be having a blast. Izuku says in a sad voice. Aizawa then walks over to 13, realizing that someone is missing. Hey 13, shouldn't All Might be here by now? He said he used all his power on the way to work today, doing a lot of hero stuff. He's resting in the staff office right now. She explained. I swear one of these days, alright, well, just start without him. Aizawa says. Very well, but before we start, let me say one thing, or 2, 3, 4, 5. And the number only keeps growing. You must already know my quick, the black hole, right? With this power, I can suck up anything and turn it to dust. You used your quirk to save people from all sorts of disasters, weren't you? Ochako asked. Yes, but it's a power that can kill easily. Some of you have quicks like that, right? The students remain silent as Izuku begins to notice something. He had tried to contact All Might to make sure he was alright, only to get nothing. Something's wrong, he thinks, becoming alert and ready. In a superhuman society, quicks have been certified and strictly regulated, so it doesn't seem like a problem. However, many quirks can easily kill with one wrong move. As 13 is talking to the students, Izuku walks over to Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa, we have a problem. Izuku says, serious. Which is? But before Aizawa can ask, the building's lights begin to flicker until everyone notices something in the distance. as Izuku puts his helmet on and lowers his macro binoculars to get a closer look as a purple portal opens. Intruders! Protect the students! Izuku yells, pulling out his DC-17 pistols, while Aizawa and 13 get into fighting positions. Hey, what's going on? Kirishima asks, confused. Stay back. This is real. Those are real villains. Izuku orders as 2 men exit the portal, one with black skin and one with a hand over his face. Shit. This is bad. Izuku thinks. Cornered by criminals, the students of Class 1A have no idea what to or how to handle themselves in this situation. As the villains get closer, Izuku gets in front of them. Everyone fall back. All of you go and find All Might or anyone else. Me, Aizawa and 13 will hold them off. Izuku says, pistols pointed at the villains. Doing as they were told, they were suddenly intercepted by the villains and were completely surrounded. Teachers! Captain Deku! What do we do? Iida yells. But before Izuku can say anything, he and the students of Class 1A are suddenly warped to different locations by the villain Kurogiri. Aizawa noticed this and is curious about that move. Who are you, and why are you here? You obviously have us in your sights and could kill us at any moment. So why not finish us off? Aizawa asked, looking at the warp villain and the man with a hand over his face. Perceptive, aren't you, Eraserhead? Well, we just really want to kill All Might and destroy everything he stands for, that's all. And how would a PSCHO like you accomplish that? Aizawa asked. It's simple. We kill All Might, and everything falls. Can't get any easier than that. The pale man says. Then you're in for a disappointment. It doesn't matter whether or not you kill All Might. There will always be another hero to stop you. Aizawa says, still in his fighting stance. So I'm told, Kurogiri, warp everyone towards the ants we have scattered. I'm gonna talk to Eraserhead. The pale man says, scratching himself. Underwood Shigaraki. Kurogiri says as he begins to dissolve. After the mist villain disappeared, the man turned to Aizawa. Oh yeah, you asked who I was, right? Well, Eraserhead, I'm Tomura Shigaraki, and I'm here to kill All Might. With Izuku. Izuku falls through the portal, trying to activate his jetpack, but it's too late as Izuku falls into water. Water? That guy must have a quick that can teleport people. I should still be in USJ. They said they're here to kill All Might, but he's not here, and that guy with the hand over his face, it must have been him who destroyed the school gate. There's a lot more going on than we currently know. Izuku thinks, swimming to the surface. And then, suddenly, a shark-like person swims towards him at high speeds. As an ARC trooper, Izuku had been trained to fight in many different environments, including underwater, but he doesn't have the proper gear or equipment, and his DC-17 pistols were not designed to be used underwater, and just when he thought he was about to be shark food, Tsuyu, who is holding Mineta, appears and kicks the villain in the face. Hey, Captain Midoriya, she says before throwing her tongue out and curling it around the trooper. After doing so, Tsuyu swims at high speeds with the word the three escaping the villain. The three finally arrive to a boat in the middle of the water, as Tsuyu rises to the surface, lifting the ARC trooper up and putting him on the boat safely as the captain removes his helmet, falling to his knees exhausted. You know, for a frog, you have nice boobs. Mineta says while leaning his head on the girl's chest, making her blush embarrassed. She then throws Mineta onto the boat hard, making him jump with the impact of pain. Tsuyu then climbed onto the boat using her hands and feet. The girl is surprised when Captain Deku takes her hand. You saved my life. Thank you. I owe you my life. Izuku says, smiling. Tsuyu blushes, looking away shyly. It was nothing. Hero, she says, smiling back. OWW, thank you for saving my life, Tsuyu. Mineta says, rubbing his back in pain. Call me Sue, and you're welcome, but if you teach my breast again, I'll drown you myself. She says, making Mineta shack in fear and making Izuku irritated. I'll deal with you later. For now, we should focus on our current situation. Izuku says, putting his helmet back on. Yeah, you're right, this situation is pretty bad. Yes, but what that villain said, they knew who all would be here. They must have taken the school's files while we were all eating. The teachers were busy dealing with the press, so these guys were waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Izuku says, hey, wait a minute here. It's not like those guys can actually kill All Might. As soon as he gets here, he's going to beat up all those villains until there's no one left. Mineta says, punching the air. Mineta. Tsuyu says, what? Think about it. If the villains spent so much time planning this attack, then they probably had figured out a way to kill All Might. And didn't you hear what that mist villain said? Maybe we should worry about just staying alive. Otherwise, we might not even get the chance to see All Might again, and even if we do, how will we be able to stay alive? Tsuyu says, making Mineta cry and start to panic. No, the pro-heroes are going to save us, aren't they? Captain Deku, tell her to stop it. Mineta says, looking at the Arc Captain, but he remains silent. Izuku then notices something coming from the water at high speeds. All three see that the villains are coming for them. Miserable, I'm going to kill you. Ah, the villains are here. Mineta screams in fear. POW. Pow, pow. Izuku opens fire with his DC-17 pistols, causing the villains to go back under the water. Sue is right. If they are here to kill All Might, then they must have a way to defeat him. They wouldn't have planned this attack if they hadn't, but why only All Might? Is it because his existence discriminates against villains? But it doesn't matter, Izuku thinks, turning to his two friends. If these guys have a way to beat him, then we must stop whatever it is they're planning. We must all three work together to survive, and no one at UA knows what's happening, and the comms are completely dead, so I can't call for reinforcements, so it depends on us. Let's get this done. Izuku says, inspiring Tsuyu and Mineta. Meanwhile, in a different location, Shoto Todoroki spreads ice across the floor, hitting several villains until they are all frozen in place, while in another location, Bakugo blasts a villain in the face, fighting alongside Kirishima. Back with Izuku. What? Are you crazy? How can you want to fight? Mineta screams hearing the captain's plan. These guys might actually be able to kill All Might, and you want to try to stop them. The best way to survive this is to wait for a professional to come here and save us. You're forgetting something, Mineta. Izuku says. What? Mineta says. I am a professional, maybe not as a hero, but still I know what I'm doing. Izuku says as he and Tsuyu look down at the water. Those villains in the water clearly have the advantage. We should assume that there's more out there. Izuku says. If that's the case, they probably already knew what was inside the USJ from the beginning. Yes, but something is bothering me. Tsu, they sent you here. Hero. Asterisk. What does that have to do with anything? Mineta. Tsu has a huge advantage in water, so that makes me think they have no idea what your quirks are. You're right. If they know I'm a frog, they probably would have sent me to the fire zone instead of here where there's water. Hero. Asterisk. They probably sent us to different locations since they didn't know your powers and simply planned to overwhelm us in numbers. A good tactic, but numbers aren't everything. Izuku then looks down to the water and notices none of the villains have actually tried to get on the boat. Look, none of them are trying to get on the boat. That means they're not underestimating us, they're being smart, and playing it safe. I can come up with a plan to defeat them, but I need to know both of your quicks. Izuku explains. My quick makes me jump really high, obviously, and it makes me grab onto walls, and I can stick my tongue out like a frog can, but I have a limit of 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach so I can clean it, but that's useless, and I can secrete a toxic mucus, but it just gives a stinging sensation. Tsuyu says before continuing, we can probably use my tongue and jump, so just forget about the last things. That's amazing. Tsu, I knew you were strong. As you know, I'm quickless, I have no power, but I do have my armor, my jetpack as well, but it's been damaged by the water so it's completely useless, and I do have my hand pistols. Izuku says pulling them out from his holsters. Oh, and this. Izuku says pulling a round device from the back of his belt. This is a baradium core thermal detonator, it's meant to be used as a last resort. However, if I can set it to maximum explosive power, it should create a blast just large enough to take them out. Izuku says as Mineta pulls a ball out from his hair, with a new one quickly coming back in its place. I have these sticky balls that grow on my head. He says putting the ball on the wall leaving it stuck there. Their strength varies, depending on how I'm feeling. They can cling to something all day, they come back and grow as fast as I pull them, but my head bleeds if I pull too many. Oh, and they won't stick to me. Once Mineta is done, the ARC captain and Frog Girl stare at him until he starts to cry. Ah, don't look at me like that. That's why I said we should wait for the heroes. My quirk is not meant for battle. Mineta, calm down. If you use it strategically, your quirk could cause big problems for the enemy. Izuku says. Then suddenly a hand made of water appears and cuts the ship in half, as the trooper and 2 students cling onto something as the ship rocked. That's a strong power. The ship even broke. Tsuyu says as Mineta starts throwing balls at the villains. Wait, Mineta, don't. If you keep doing that they'll know of your power. Izuku asks as he looks down to the water to see the villains moving away from the floating balls. This is it. We're gonna die. Mineta yells, freaking out. Mineta, are you sure that being a hero is the right thing for you? She asked. Hey, shut up. It's not weird to be scared. We just graduated from middle school. I never thought we'd have to face death in only the first few days at UA. I'm going to die without ever touching Yaoyorozu's huge boobs. Angered that Mineta would even think about touching his friend like that and also wanting to figure out how to calm the situation a little, Izuku punches Mineta in the face, shocking both him and Tsuyu, though for Tsuyu it was somewhat satisfying. Listen here, kid, nobody is going to die here, got it? We want to get out of this mess alive. We have to calm down and work together. You're a hero in training, so start acting like it. The captain says, serious before going to the side of the boat. I remember something All Might said on TV once. When an enemy is sure they have won, that's when they make a mistake, and these guys' mistake was underestimating us. We can win this, so Mineta. Why, yes. He asks, still scared. I want you to throw as many balls as possible into the water. Some of them should stick to the villains. I could use my pistols to take them out, but I need to save ammunition. So take Mineta with you when you make the jump, but only do that when I give the signal. So grab me with your tongue when you jump, understood? Hero. But what about you? She asks, worried for Izuku. She doesn't show it, but she's scared too, and Izuku can tell. Look, don't be afraid. As heroes you will face more than just villains. I know you're scared, but I believe in you too. Izuku says, smiling. Alright. 1, 2, 3, go now. Izuku yells before jumping from the ship. Haha, fool, one of the villains says. Izuku then drops something from his hand into the water. The villains look at the device as it beeps and then, boom. The explosion caused by Izuku's detonator blows up the villains while Mineta is throwing his balls at all the remaining villains. Ah! Catch this, you evil bastards! Mineta yells as Izuku is just about to fall into the water. She grabs him. We got excellent work both of you. Izuku says. Thanks, Captain Deku, you were amazing as well. Tsuyu says as they pass through the shipwreck, now safe because they worked together and because of Izuku being an inspirational leader. After working as a team to get rid of the villains, Tsuyu, Mineta, and Izuku land on the shore of the beach of the shipwreck zone, looking back to see some of the villains dead, while others are trapped by Mineta's balls. Hey Mineta, how long are they going to be trapped? Izuku asked. I went to the bathroom before we arrived, so they're gonna be stuck all day. Mineta says proudly. Not something I wanted to hear. Izuku thinks as Tsuyu turns around once everyone stops walking in the water. As Izuku removes his helmet. So what's our next step? Tsuyu asks. Well, now our priority is to get help. Maybe help the others if we can. We'll have to go along the coast to the exit. We'll avoid the square, and it might not seem like a good plan, but it's all we have. The trooper says, pointing to the entrance. But Captain, I'm still worried about Mr. Aizawa. He's still fighting against those villains alone. Tsuyu says, looking at the square. But he can take care of them. He's a pro hero. Mineta says. Mr. Aizawa may be a pro, but right now, he's just one man fighting an entire army. Sooner or later, he's gonna get overwhelmed. Izuku says. What? Don't tell me you want to. Mineta says. You two go to the exit. I'll go to Aizawa and help him with the rest of the villains. Izuku says with his DC-17 pistols ready. What, Captain Deku, do you really think that's a good idea? Tsuyu asks. Maybe, maybe not, but I'm not just gonna sit around and let Aizawa deal with those villains. Go find the others, hurry. Izuku says before walking towards where Aizawa and the villains are. Tsuyu stares at the green armored trooper. She now sees why Ochako and Yaoyorozu admire him so much. He's amazing and also kinda hot. Deku. She thinks scared for him. With Todoroki. So you plan to scatter us, then kill us. You seem quite unprepared. I don't think you've had any training, Shoto says. The villains are left speechless at the sheer power of Todoroki as he remembered what one of the villains said about All Might bring absence. How did they plan to kill All Might? At first, I thought they had just assembled a force of criminals who could just overpower him. He thinks just as two villains try to attack him, Shoto uses his right leg to spread the ice and dodge the attack as the other tries to get him from behind using a stake. Todoroki freezes him when he teaches the weapon. He then turns to the villain in front of him. Listen to me, your cells will slowly die while your body freezes, but luckily for you, I want to be a hero, so I want to avoid any unnecessary deaths. But I need information. Who are you, and why do you think you can kill All Might? He asks as the villain looks at him terrified. Momo, I hope you're alright, he thinks worried for his girlfriend. In the mountain zone, Kaminari screams as he dodges a punch from a villain and runs away. These guys are scary. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. What the hell is going on? Kaminari asked, running back to Yaoyorozu and Jiro, who are fighting the villains. Can you worry about that later? Jiro yells, annoyed by the boys screaming. Right now, we need to focus on dealing with each of them. Momo says, then hurry up already, and give me a weapon too. Kaminari asks because Jiro has a sword while Momo is using a metal bow staff. Aren't you the electricity guy? Use it on them, and we can put an end to this. Didn't you pay attention during combat training? I can only cover my body in electricity, but if I try to throw bolts out, they'll go all over the place and hit everyone, including you. I can't control it, besides just like Captain Deku my single is being jammed as well, so I'm counting on you, you can't rely on me. Aren't you supposed to be a man? You should be more like Captain Midoriya. Jiro says, though the last part was a whisper. I heard that, Kaminari yells, dodging another attack from the same guy from before, as Koika blushes, realizing what she said, then kicks Kaminari in the back towards the villains. Shut up and act like a human stun gun. Are you serious? The villain then grabs Kaminari as his quick activates and shocks the villain, but the yellow-haired boy is fine. Wait a minute, I can do it. Think I'm as good as Midoriya now? Kaminari asked, trying to show off. No, she says bluntly as a villain jumps on the three students with knives, but Yaoyorozu quickly creates a net and throws it at the villain, forcing him to catch and electrocute it as well. You two focus, we must take this seriously. Momo says, returning to her fighting position. Sorry, maybe next time I'll just ask. She says, plugging her headphones into her boats, making the sound louder and wider. Kaminari, you know what you should have done. You should have asked for some kind of targeting equipment when you were ordering your suit. Koika says frustrated. It's ready. Momo says. What's ready? Jiro asks, confused. It will take some time to make something big like this. She says as a big white sheet comes out from her back. A sheet? Is that supposed to be a shield? A villain mocks as Momo sticks her head out and smiles at them. This is 100 millimeters. Think insulation, now Kaminari. Momo yells, covering her and Jiro completely as Kaminari smiles, realizing what this means. I get it, you're all toast, he shouts, activating his quick, shocking everyone around him. Everyone in that blast was burning and smoking, with Momo and Koika being fine. Now we must go help the others. We should leave immediately, Momo says. Hold on, you're a bit exposed right now, she says, blushing. Momo looks down to see her boobs completely exposed. Oh, it's okay, I can just make new clothes, she says as Jiro turns to see Kaminari coming towards them. Kaminari, don't look this way, Koika shouts, throwing herself in front of Momo, but he simply walks past them. Kaminari looks different with a happy face with two thumbs up, caused by overusing his quick, making Jiro laugh as Momo thinks to herself. I hope Shoto and Captain Deku are okay. She thinks. Back with Izuku. Izuku has reached the shore at the square, where Eraserhead is. He peers above the go to see what's going on and is shocked to see several bodies laying on the ground as Aizawa jumps on 2 more villains, wrapping them in his scarf and pulls them into the air before he jumps and kicks them to the ground, knocking them out. Good, looks like Eraserhead is doing just fine, he thinks, but then Shigaraki runs towards Aizawa, who also notices the villain and runs towards him. 23 seconds. You must be the big boss, Aizawa shouts, throwing his scarf at the hand villain. 24 seconds, he says, taking the scarf. 21 seconds. Aizawa then steps forward to intercept the villain. 17 seconds, he says as Aizawa elbows him in the stomach. Izuku smiles under his helmet but notices Shigaraki holding Aizawa's elbow. It's hard to see while the hair is moving, but eventually, it falls out. Shigaraki says, and when it falls, you've stopped using your quirk. Izuku wakes in shock as Aizawa's elbow begins to crumble as the skin starts disintegrating, causing the muscles to be exposed. As Aizawa punks, Shigaraki, the villain, jumps back as Aizawa fights against the rest of the villains. This is not good. That quick of yours isn't suited for fighting large groups like this. It looks like you can't take it anymore. You work better when you're in short fights. Eraserhead, but still you even got in the middle of all of Eraserhead, he says before turning to the Nomu. Kill him. The Nomu nodded, about to attack Aizawa, but then, POW. 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 Blue blaster bolts strike the Nomu, causing it to screech in pain before falling back to Shigaraki. Aizawa and Shigaraki are surprised by Arc Captain's attack to save the hero's life. Problem soldier, he asked, surprised and shocked by his sudden appearance. With his DC-17 blaster pistols aimed at Shigaraki and the Nomu, Izuku looks at the two serious and angry before turning to Aizawa. Aizawa, are you all right? He asks. What are you doing here? You should be helping the students. He says. Sorry, I was already nearby and didn't want to just let you die. Izuku says. It doesn't matter. Go meet with the others, that's an order. Aizawa says. Sir, with all due respect, when it comes to the safety of everyone, including you, I outrank everyone, so I respectfully order you to let me help you deal with these bastards. Izuku says. Aizawa doesn't say anything, he only looks at the ARC trooper and then to the villains in front of them. Very well, just be careful, I've got your back, he says, getting back into a fighting stance. Sir, yes, sir, Izuku says as the two face down the villains, Nomu and Shigaraki. This is going to be fun, Shigaraki says with an evil smile. At the USJ entrance. Ah, black hole, the quick that sucks in everything and turns it to dust, an incredible power. However, you are a rescue hero, 13. You work to save people, meaning you have 0 battlefield experience. The mist villain says while opening a portal on himself. Then another portal opens behind 13, as the effect of her quick begins to affect her, with some parts of her costume and some parts of her body being pulled into the portal as Kurogiri's eyes narrow as he smiled. Too bad, looks like you've turned to dust, he says while everyone else wakes horrified. 13. Ochako shouts in tears. Sato then turns to Iida. Iida, go. Get out of here, go now, he yelled. Iida is speechless, not knowing what to do. He then remembers what 13 had said to him, gritting his teeth. His engine roars as he shoots past the villains. Trying to run away. I can't allow that. Kurogiri says. If other heroes arrive, it will be much more difficult to finish All Might. Iida is close to hurting himself, but everyone is depending on me, my classmates, our teachers, Captain Deku, all of them. I must, Iida thinks, believing that it's over for him, until Shoji jumps on him and grabs hold of the villains. Run. I've got him. Just go. Shoji shouts as Iida starts to run again. I'll be back. Hang in there, guys. You naughty child. The villain shouts going after Iida. Uraka then notices something metal inside the mist villain, making her believe that must be his body. I'm close now, but what if the exit is blocked? Will I even be able to open it in time? Iida thinks as Kurogiri hovers over him. I do not have time for this. Now, disappear, the villain says, trying to use the same move he used earlier. But then Kurogiri feels lighter, much more than he did earlier, allowing Iida to slip away from him. Uraka had used her quick on the metal part of his body. I don't know what his quick is, but he has some kind of armor, meaning he has a physical body. Ochako says, picking up the villain and throwing him. Run Iida, go get the heroes or just someone. Shiro yells as he throws Tap, holding him down. He then cuts the tap as Sato grabs him and begins to spin, creating momentum and speed before releasing as the villain floats away, allowing Iida to leave USJ. Back to ARC Trooper Deku. Izuku and Aizawa still stand facing the villains as Shigaraki speaks. A Japanese trooper. What's a soldier like you doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be off in the front lines somewhere? Shigaraki asks. That's classified. Izuku says DC-17 pistols pointed at Shigaraki. Well then, let me show you my weapon, the anti-symbol of peace. He says, looking at Nomu. But before Shigaraki can give the order, a purple portal opens as Kurogiri walks out. Tomura Shigaraki, he says. Kurogiri, what are you doing here? Did you manage to kill 13? He asked, curious for the results. The rescue hero will no longer be an issue, but there were some students I failed to eliminate, and one managed to escape. The mist villain says, what, is the only thing he says before scratching his neck violently. Kurogiri, you fool, if you weren't our only transport source, I would have smashed you to pieces. He says before lowering his head, I doubt we'll be able to beat the dozens of professionals who might show up, not to mention the Grand Army of Japan could be sending an entire army after us. It's game over, damn it, let's go home. Unknown to Izuku and Aizawa, Tsuyu and Mineta had stayed hidden and were watching. You heard that, right? Did he just say they're leaving? Mineta asked. That's what I heard, that's it. We're saved. He says, hugging the girl's body. Yes, but, Tsuyu feels Mineta's head on her boobs making her blush as she proceeds to drown him as promised earlier. I warned you, Mineta. She says. Izuku, however, had heard Mineta's cry of joy as his eyes widened. Mineta, what the hell are they doing here? I told them to go to the exit. He thinks furious, and before we leave, let's make sure we break the symbol of peace. Shigaraki says before disappearing and reappearing in front of Mineta and Tsuyu. Let's make this hurt, he says with an evil smile, moving his hand to Tsuyu's face. No, Izuku screamed before opening fire with his pistols. POW. Pow, pow, pow. Izuku keeps shooting only for the Nomu to get between him and Shigaraki. Izuku sees that his blaster bolts are damaging it. However, it quickly heals itself. What the? So this must be their weapon to kill All Might. He thinks his eyes locked on the Nomu. Nomu, kill the trooper. Nomu grabs Izuku's arm and is about to use the other to kill the ARC captain. Midoriya, Tsuyu screamed while Mineta wakes horrified. Look at me, girl. Shigaraki says, going back to trying to kill her. But then, boom. The front entrance explodes as several at RT Scout walkers rush in lead by Commander Appo and Lieutenant Jesse, who are both on BARC speeders. Reinforcements have arrived, Captain. Jesse shouts before turning to none other, than All Might, and he's not smiling. It's all right because we are here. All Might says before turning to the two officers. Commander, send your walkers down there, open fire on the big villain, I will be joining you. With pleasure, sir. Come on, men, let's go. Appo says, speeding off with walkers running behind him as All Might turn to Jesse. Lieutenant, have your squad spent up and head for the different zones, rescue all the students, use lethal force only if you have to, but remember to protect the students at all cost. All Might says, yes, All Might, all right, rocket jumpers, you heard him, let's get going. Jesse orders as he and his men blast off with their jetpacks. On the stars, the students watch amazed. Wow, so that's the unit Midoriya leads. But Midoriya has green armor. Why are they all blue? Sato asked, confused. Maybe it's to make himself stand out. Mina says. Ochako looks at the blue armored troopers in amazement as they open fire on any villains. Before she turns down to Deku. Deku. She thinks worried for the green ARC trooper. In the mountain zone, Momo, who is using binoculars, is also amazed with Koika by her side with Kaminari sitting on the ground shouting yay. It's them. The 501st Legion, Izuku's men, they're here. Momo says smiling. Then they hear jetpacks as they turn, and Momo is surprised to see someone familiar. All troopers fan out and make sure all villains are captured and secured. Jesse says before turning to the three and is surprised to see Yaoyorozu. Oh, Yaoyorozu, you're here. I'm glad you've recovered since we last met. Hey, the captain has said a lot of good things about you too, said you helped him win in a match against a blonde kid. Momo blushes as Jesse and his men look down at Kaminari, laying on the ground. What happened to him? Jesse asked. It's a long story, Koika says, holding back her laughter. Yay, Kaminari says, giving the troopers thumbs up. Okay, alright, let's get you three out of here. Hold on tight, Jesse says as Yaoyorozu holds on to him. Jesse, is Deku okay? She asked, deeply worried for her close friend. Don't worry, Deku will be fine. He's one of the bravest and toughest troopers I've ever met, and we all look up to him. Even if Appo is a commander now, we still consider the captain as our leader and we both obey and follow him without question, because he never makes us do anything he won't do himself. Jesse says, smiling proudly under his helmet. Back with Izuku, Captain Deku, now reinforced by Appo and the 501st, grins under his helmet before turning to Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the Nomu. Blast them, he yells as the RT walkers charge towards the villains. Kurogiri shields Shigaraki from the blaster fire as the Nomu charges at the walkers, destroying them and killing many troopers as Appo opens fire on his speeder. The Nomu grabs hold of the speeder, before crushing it, forcing the commander to jump off and run over to his still technically commanding officer. Good to see ya, Captain. Appo says, firing his DC-15S carbine, while Izuku uses his blaster pistols. Thanks for the backup, boys, but how did you know we were under attack? Comms are down. Izuku asked, confused. All Might called us in after a student told him what was going on. The rest of UA's staff will be here soon. He says as the two troopers work together blasting villains with stun setting while All Might is on top of the rest of the villains, defeating them all with ease. All the villains have been defeated, all lying on the ground, some dead, some unconscious, as Jesse and the rest of the 501st move in blasters aimed at Shigaraki, Kurogiri and Shigaraki, who are shocked by what has happened as All Might lands right next to Captain Deku and Commander Appo as the #1 hero turns to his stepson. Son, I mean Captain Midoriya, are you alright? He asked, not once taking his eyes off the villains in front of him. Yes, thank you, All Might. Izuku says, pistols aimed and ready to fire. Son, both Appo and Jesse think confused. I had a bad feeling something was wrong, so I came as fast as I could. And when young Iida ran into me and told me what was happening, I immediately contacted the Grand Army for help. It seems I got way more than I asked for. All Might says, he is irritated. Because of me everyone here was in danger, he thinks. All the students smile, with Ochako and Mina crying tears of joy, relieved that All Might and the Grand Army of Japan have arrived to save them. But the fight isn't over yet. All Might, Deku, Appo, Jesse, and the other members of the 501st Legion stare at the three villains with pistols, carbines, and rifles raised, ready to open fire as Shigaraki speaks. We've been waiting for you, symbol of peace. Look what was wonderful. As expected, very fast. I couldn't keep up with you with my own eyes, but you're not as fast as I thought, so it's true, you are getting weaker. Appo and Jesse look at each other while Izuku looks up at All Might, knowing it's because of the injury he got years ago, as All Might take a step forward. All Might, wait, me and the boys can handle this, we can beat these guys. Izuku says, pistols still aimed at the villains. It's okay, Captain Midoriya, you and your men have done enough, tell them to stand down and help everyone. What? Izuku asked, surprised. But sir, Jesse tries to protest as well. Soldiers, it's okay. You three and your legion have done enough. I don't want any of you getting hurt in this fight. Now go to the entrance and leave this to me. Yes, sir, come on, men. Izuku says, holstering his pistols. But Captain, doesn't he need our help? Appo asked, confused. Stay on standby. The second anything goes wrong we open fire, understood? Sir, yes, sir. The commander and lieutenant said. All Might then turned to Shigaraki and advanced toward him. Carolina, Nomu. Shigaraki says as Nomu stands in front of him. Smash. All Might cut through the air, causing the water to fly, but the Nomu doesn't move, glaring at All Might before trying to grab him, but the hero managed to duck just in time. No scatches, wait. 41 All Might then punched Nomu in the stomach, but it still didn't move. All Might then delivered 2 punks to the creature's face, which seemed to feel no pain at all. As the creature tries to grab All Might, but the number 1 hero dodges it, jumping backward. It doesn't even work on its face. The Nomu approached All Might as he kept throwing punches at the monster, as Izuku, Appo, and Jessie White nervous, wanting to just blast the creature, but also wanting to respect All Might's order for them not to interfere. It doesn't work because of the shock absorption. To damage Nomu, you would have to slowly rip off his flesh, but I don't think he's going to let you do that. Shigaraki says, thanks for telling me all this. All Might dodges the Nomu's fist, grabbing the creature from behind and smashing it to the ground, causing a strong wind blast, and despite being protected by their armor, Izuku, Jessie, Appo and the other members of the 501st cover their helmets with their arms. That's it. Take that. Zero yells. That's what you get for underestimating All Might. Sato shouts. Did you see that move? It caused an explosion. That's amazing. I knew All Might finished that monster. Mineta says, even though he's an amazing hero, he can't teach without having notes. Tsuyu says, making everyone look at her, even members of the 501 Street. While we understand All Might wanting to fight alone, the chances of him winning are very low. One of the 501st troopers says, back with Izuku, sir, this has gone on long enough. We should help him. Commander Appo said, worried. I agree, Captain, will All Might really be able to defeat that thing without our help? Jessie asks, I know why All Might is slower. It's because of an injury he has. All Might isn't going to last much longer, but we gotta give him more time. Izuku said, also deeply worried for the man who has apparently become his new father. As the smoke clears, the 3 officers see that All Might has been subdued by the Nomu, putting pursue on All Might's old wound, causing him to bleed. Where you trying to stop him from moving? By shoving him into the concrete. You can't do that because Nomu is as strong as you are. All Might tries to shove the creature's head into the ground, but Kurogiri opens 2 portals, the second having Nomu who's digging his fingers into All Might's wound, as All Might lets go of the creature trying to get free, but it's no use. That's it, everyone take that bastard down. Izuku shouts, pulling out his pistols, ordering the 501st to open fire. No. Hold your fire. All Might shouts, not wanting to get accidentally shot. Grr, we don't have much time left, Kurogiri, get rid of the soldiers. Izuku and the troopers all take aim at Kurogiri, but before a single blaster bolt is fired, Kurogiri is greeted by Bakugo, who managed to hit the metallic part of Kurogiri's body, sending him to the ground. A stream of ice appears covering a good part of the Nomu's body, as Shoto Todoroki appears with Kirishima behind him. Guys, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. Isn't it obvious, you damn soldier, we're here too? Bakugo stops, looking at Appo, Jessie and the 501st troopers behind them. Wow. Midoriya, who are they? Kirishima asked. These are my men. Now focus on what's in front of you. Izuku orders. That creature, it's, Appo says, meant to kill All Might. I know, one of the henchmen told me, but we can't allow the symbol of peace to be killed by people like them. Shoto says, agreed. Izuku, Jessie and Appo said, blasters aimed at the Nomu. Kurogiri tries to move, but Bakugo threatened him with an explosion. Don't even try it. If you make a single move, I'll blow you to hell. Bakugo says with an evil smile. That's not very heroic. Kirishima says, I agree. Does this boy truly want to be a hero? Kurogiri asked, still on the ground. Even after all that, those soldiers and kids are all unharmed. They're so amazing. They're putting the League of Villains to shame. Nomu, break the ice and get up. Shigaraki orders as the Nomu breaks the ice with some parts of its body coming off, shocking everyone. What the? It's regenerating. Jessie shouts, raising his DC-17 pistols, about to shoot, only for All Might to stop him. Young people, stay back there. Do not fire. He shouts, standing in front of the 3 hero students and 501st Legion. Wait, wasn't that creature's quick shock absorption? Commander Appo asked, confused. I didn't say that was the only quick he has. What you're seeing is super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to fight All Might at 100% strength. So this thing's a real punching bag. Jessie says, he, very observant trooper. Shigaraki says as All Might, Deku, Appo, Jesse, and the 3 hero students are about to face the Nomu. Now, we need to retrieve our portal, Shigaraki says, making everyone one watch as the Nomu charges at Bakugo. Take him down, Izuku shouts as he and his men open fire. As Izuku gives Appo a hand signal, immediately the commander moves in, grabbing Bakugo and getting him out of danger. Way to go, Commander, Jesse says. That a boy, Appo, Izuku says as All Might speak to Shigaraki. You would attack my student, you bastard. All Might yells. I only did it to rescue my companion. I didn't have a choice. Also that green armored trooper with the weird horns on his helmet, he tried to blast me with all the ammunition he had. Only because you were about to kill an innocent girl who is only still in training. Izuku shouts, pistols raised, wanting to end this already. You know what, All Might? I'm angry. I'm angry at this. Would that classifies the same violent acts of heroes and villains, deciding what's good and bad, and you All Might, you call yourself the symbol of peace, but you are a device used to repress violence. Violence only makes more violence. Those soldiers behind you are laterally trained for nothing but combat. He says, pointing at Deku, Appo and Jesse. The Wood will understand that once we kill you. Shigaraki says, smiling darkly. Liar, Izuku shouts. What? Shigaraki asked. You just want to enjoy this, don't you? All Might asked. You're just trying to have fun. Jesse shouts. So, they've already figured me out. Shigaraki said, narrowing his eyes. Todoroki looks behind them to see the hundreds of 501st troopers ready to fire. It's 4 against an entire legion, they are outnumbered. Shoto says. Thanks to Bakugo, we also know the mist guy's weakness. Izuku says. Then let's help All Might. Hiroshima says, activating his quick. No, young ones, you have to. Sir, with all due respect, as it is our duty to protect the students, it is also our duty to protect you. Trust me and my men. Izuku says. All Might thinks for a moment he really is running out of time, and at this rate everyone could get hurt. All Might has no choice but to ask for their help. Captain Midoriya, tell your officers to order your men to prevent the other villains from interfering with the battle. Young Bakugo, Todoroki and Kirishima, help them. Captain, you and the rest of your men are with me. Yes, sir. You heard him, men. You know what to do. Izuku says. Sir. Yes, sir. You 3 with us. Appo says. Count on me. Kirishima says. Don't tell me what to do. Bakugo shouts. I'll do what I can. Todoroki says. Nomu, take care of them. Shigaraki orders. Nomu charges at All Might as the 2 exchange punches as Izuku and his 501st troops open fire, attempting to at least weaken the creature as the Nomu tries to bite All Might with its razor-shaped teeth, but POW. A bolt from a DC-17 hits the Nomu in the brain, making it screech in pain, looking above to see Izuku using his jetpack. POW. 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 Izuku fires several bolts into the creature from above as All Might throws more punches at the creature now laying on the ground. Leave it to us now, All Might. Izuku shouts as All gets off the creature to see a 501st trooper with a rocket launcher. Boom. The trooper fires, hitting the Nomu. Now All Might. Izuku shouts after giving All Might the opportunity to end this battle. Hey villain, have you ever heard these words before? Go beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku and his men shout as All Might delivers a powerful punch to the Nomu's belly, punching it so hard the ground breaks, making the entire USJ shack as the Nomu flies high into the air, destroying the roof of the building, with everyone watching completely shocked. They did it. Ochako shouts, happy tears in her eyes. Hero. Sue is happy and relieved that Izuku is alright. Back with Izuku. That was so manly. Hiroshima says, crying, making 501st troopers look at him. That was insane. Bakugo says. The best legion and best of the pro heroes working together, that is the result. Todoroki says, looking at Izuku. While he still thinks he's stronger, he is amazed by the sheer skill of the ARC captain and his troopers. Great shot, JEK. Izuku said, turning to the trooper with the rocket launcher. That's giving it to the villains. The trooper says. All Might and Izuku smile as they turn to Shigaraki and Kurogiri as Shigaraki shacks in rage. You cheated. Nomu was supposed to defeat All Might, created to kill All Might. You cheated by having those troopers get into the fight. What is it? Don't you still want to come here anymore? get this over with. Izuku and his men turn to All Might, noticing the steam coming out immediately, knowing what that means. Oh no, that's not good. Izuku thinks, nodding to his men who begin to circle the villains. No, if I just had Nomu, damn it, shit. Shigaraki shouts, scratching his neck in anger. Shigaraki, we're surrounded by troopers, we must retreat before. Leave now. No, I'll kill that green trooper and All Might with my bare hands. POW. Izuku fires a single bolt from his pistol, hitting the floor near Shigaraki's feet. One more step, you both die, now surrender. Izuku shouts. The villains and troopers stare at each other until, sorry for the delay, everyone turns to see several pro-heroes along with Iida. Iida have brought reinforcements. Iida then freezes when he sees the 501st troopers all over the place. Oh my, it would seem they have already taken care of the situation, still everyone spread out and help the troopers with the students. Shit, they're here. Kurogiri, get us out of here. POW. How? Izuku then fires 4 blaster bolts with his DC-17 pistols into Shigaraki's legs and arms. Ah! The villain screams as Kurogiri protects Shigaraki. The villain looks at All Might and Captain Deku. I may have lost this time, but next time I'll kill you both, especially you, trooper. Shigaraki says before disappearing without a trace. Izuku sighs in relief as he, Jesse and Appo remove their helmets, falling to their knees. They had won. That was intense, Commander, Lieutenant. Thank you for your help. All Might says slowly, returning to his normal form. You're welcome, All Might. Appo says, we will always follow you into battle, sir. Jesse says, he, and Captain Midoriya, I also thank you. You acted with outstanding courage and protected the students, I'm so proud of you. Toshinori says, like a proud father. Thank you, All Might. Izuku says as Jesse and Appo chuckle. Hey, All Might and the 3 troopers turn to Kirishima, who's running towards them. Oh crap, I can't move without revealing my secret. All Might think, looking at the 3 officers as Izuku nods before turning to his men. Appo, Jesse, get rid of him now. I'll help, All Might, Izuku whispered, yelled, panicking. Yes, sir, the 2 say before running over to Kirishima. Don't worry, kid, the captain and All Might are fine. Come on, let's go check on the students. Jesse says, but what about them? Don't they also need our help? Kirishima asked. Leave it to me. The 2 troopers and student turn to see the hero Smintos as he creates a wall between them and Izuku, and All Might. You heard him. Let's move out, Appo says. Sir, yes, sir, everyone is at the gate this way. He says as the commander and lieutenant follow him as Smintos meets with Captain Deku and All Might. Thank you, Smintos. You're welcome. I'm a big fan of yours too, and you, Captain Deku, I am greatly impressed by your bravery and skill. We'll keep you both here until we can get you to the nurse, but man, All Might, you act reckless every time. Smintos asked. If it wasn't for Captain Midoriya and his men, I would have died. They helped a lot, Toshinori says, turning to Izuku and smiling. Just doing my job, All Might. Hee, Mom and Recovery Girl aren't gonna be happy you're hurt. He says, chuckling, making the symbol of peace Frez in fear. Back at the stars, the 501st Legion helped the heroes with the injured, including 13 and Mr. Aizawa. Momo Yaoyorozu, who is still shaken from the attack, turns to see Bakugo, Kirishima, and Shoto, escorted by Commander Appo and ARC Trooper Jesse. Shoto. Momo yells as the 2 run to each other and hug. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so scared, she says, crying. Shoto smiles, kissing her cheek. Don't worry, Momo, I'm okay. Yaoyorozu. The 2 turn as Appo walks over to them. Appo, good to see you, she says, bowing as the commander removes his helmet. You too, are you hurt? He asks. No, I'm fine, thank you, but what about Captain Deku? Where's he? Is he alright? The Creation Quick user asks, becoming worried for her friend, making Shoto growl in jealousy. Hee, don't worry, Captain Deku is fine. He's with All Might, the commander says, calming her down. Oh, thank goodness, I was so worried. Momo says, smiling in relief, putting her hand over her heart. Shoto looks at Momo, wondering if his girlfriend is developing some kind of feelings for Captain Deku. However, that's not what is on his mind. Why is he with All Might? Shoto asked, wondering what kind of connection the captain has to the #1 hero. He's escorting All Might back to UA. He got beat up pretty badly, but after Recovery Girl heals him, he'll be just fine. The commander says, about to turn away to check on the other students, but then, wait, Commander, I have a question. Momo says, yes. The commander asks. Momo hesitates. She knows it's not exactly the best time to ask, but she wants to know. Trooper 5's, what happened to him? Momo asks with a serious face. Appo and even Jessie and some of the other members of the 501st Frez, 5's death was hard on them all, but most of all on Deku. Momo. Todoroki scolds, knowing this must be a very sensitive topic for them. I'm sorry. It's just, when I brought him up to Deku the other day, he was acting like he was about to break down. Momo says, looking down in guilt. It's okay, Yaoyorozu. 5's, Appo says, pausing before speaking, because in truth, Appo and no other member of the 501st knows what truly happened, only the reports. One of our men, a trooper named Tup, went mad and killed a pro hero during a battle. Appo says, remembering that moment. Good soldiers follow orders, Tup said, going into a trance-like state before killing the pro hero. After that, 5's went with Tup back to the medical facilities to figure out what had happened, only to go rogue and driven mad himself. He contacted the captain to speak privately, only for Captain Deku to bring him back dead. Said the Japanese guard killed him. The commander says, shocking Momo, who puts a hand over her mouth. That's horrible. Why didn't they at least give him a chance? She asks. I don't know, and honestly, I don't know what 5's told Deku, but he's not been the same over since that day. He hasn't told us anything and kinda seems scared. If you want to know more, I suggest you talk with the captain, but do not force the topic on him. Appo says. I understand. Thank you, Commander. Momo says as she and Shoto bow. Appo nods, putting his helmet back on, and going to check on the other students, as Momo thinks to herself. Deku, you don't have to grieve for your fallen friend anymore, I promise I'll help you. Momo thinks, determined. With the students. 16, 17, 18, 19. Alright, that's everyone. Jessie says. So it was All Might who made that big hole in the ceiling? Shoji asked. Yeah, he did that. His power is incredible. Zero says. Lieutenant, what happened to 13 and Teacher Aizawa? Mina asked, worried. Aizawa has an injury on his elbow, but he'll be fine. As for 13, her injuries are a bit more serious, but she'll also be fine. The Arc Lieutenant says. What about Deku? Ochako asked, worried. Yes, what about Captain Deku? Iida also asked. Don't worry, the captain is fine. He's with All Might in Recovery Girl's office. Oh, that's a relief. Ochako says, sighing in relief. Yes, indeed. Iida says. Man, Midoriya fought against those villains like a pro, so manly. Hiroshima says. A true warrior indeed. Tokiyami says. Bakugo just listened, angry that the trooper was getting all the praise while Shoto keeps listening in silence. Alright, all of you can go back to your class, we'll take care of things here. Appo says. Right. After that, all the students went back to their classroom to get their things before going home, except for 3 girls who decided to stay and wait for Midoriya to come out of Recovery Girl's office. In an unknown bar, in a place that looks like a bar, Shigaraki and Kurogiri appear with Shigaraki on the ground because of the blaster bolts that hit him. Damn it. Damn it. Shigaraki says. What happened, Shigaraki? A voice on the TV screen says. You were wrong, Master. So wrong. All Might isn't getting weaker. He's in perfect condition. No, I'm not wrong. The symbol of peace is really weakening. You just didn't prepare properly for this task. By the way, where is my creation, Nomu? Another voice asked from the screen. He was defeated and flew away. Kurogiri says. What? The punch Nomu received was so strong that it looked like he went into orbit. He's probably drifting in space, and there's nothing I can do to recover him. Kurogiri says. And after all we did to make him as powerful as All Might, it's a shame, so there's nothing we can do. It wasn't just All Might that defeated Nomu. Shigaraki says. What do you mean, Shigaraki? There was an advanced recon commando there, wore green armor, He's the one who shot me. Out of everyone I hate him the most. He was so strong and didn't even use his quick. That soldier. Interesting. We must learn more about this soldier. In the meantime, Shigaraki, use this time to learn from your mistakes and gather more allies. Tomura Shigaraki. Soon, you will show the world what you're made of. In another unknown location, a villain with a mask over his face to help him breath thinks to himself. So Sidious, you're already sending troopers to fight aside the heroes. The end of heroes is near, and the League of Villains must not fall with them. All for One thinks, frowning. Back at UA, Toshi, Inko shouts, crying, hugging her boyfriend. Inko, calm down. You're gonna flood the nurse's office. All Might says, I'm just glad you're okay, both of you. She says, hugging Izuku as well. Yes, Captain Midoriya saved my life. If it wasn't for him and his men, I would have died. Toshinori says, like I said, just doing my job, Dad. All Might and Inko freeze as Izuku laughs. They then hear a knock on the door. The three freeze, knowing no one can see All Might in this form. Who is it? Inko asks nervously. It's Yaoyorozu, Uraka and Tsuyu. Is Deku in there? Momo asks. Inko blinks a few times before turning to her son. Izuku, you have girlfriends? The mother asks. Izuku freezes, turning as red as Endeavor's fire. What? No mom, it's not like that. They're just friends of mine. However, Inko is already at the door. Momo, Ochako and Tsuyu blink a few times seeing this small lady. Hello, I'm Inko, Izuku's mother. The three girls shouts. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. She says, bowing. I'm Ochako Uraka. Uraka says, bowing nervously. Hiro, I'm Tsuyu Asui. Nice to meet you. You're all so pretty. Are you Izuku's girlfriends? When do I get grandbabies? She asks, smiling. What? The three yell, blushing. Okay, mom. That's enough. Izuku says, forcing his mom back in the room with All Might, closing the door. Sorry about that, girls. What do you need? Izuku asked. The three just blink. How could an adorable little woman like Inko make someone as big as Captain Deku? We just wanted to check on you. Are doing okay, Deku? Uraka asked, confused. Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. He says. Midoriya, Tsuyu says as they turn to the frog girl. Thank you for saving me at USJ. I was really worried about you, so that's why I came. Thank you really for what you did for me, Midoriya. She says, smiling. Izuku smiles back, nodding. Just doing my job, Tsu. Besides, I know you would do the same for me. Izuku says. You and your men were amazing helping All Might. Ochako says. Yes, but it was very dangerous. Momo then takes hold of Izuku's hand. Please be more careful next time. She says. Izuku blushes, but is also happy that more people care about him than he initially believed. Girls, thank you. I'm sorry for making you worry. He says, smiling, scratching the back of his neck, shyly making the girls blush. No need to thank us, Deku. Ochako says, her face red. Yes, after all we are friends. Momo says, blushing, though for some reason she knows Shoto is not happy about her friendship with Deku. Yes, that's true, Hiro. Tsu says, smiling. Izuku is stunned into silence but then smiles, making a promise to himself that he will protect his new friends no matter what, even if he has to sacrifice himself to do it. I'm glad you think that, but you three should head home, it's getting late. Izuku says, serious. Why, yes, you're right, we best get home. Goodbye, Deku. Momo says as she, Uraka and Tsuyu leave to head home. Bye, girls. Izuku says before sighing and going back inside, not knowing that things are about to get much harder for him. UA was closed for a few days after the attack at USJ to allow police and the Grand Army of Japan to investigate. Currently, Izuku together with Commander Appo are in a meeting with the UA staff, including All Might, Principal Nezu and many other pros as the detective, Tsukauchi Naomasa, holding a paper. We have the police as well as military intelligence investigating what they can on the League of Villains. We've made some progress, but we haven't been able to find anything on this Shigaraki so far. We've looked through our records for men in their 20s who are on record, but so far nothing. The detective said. Sorry to interrupt, detective, but how do we even know if this Shigaraki is still alive? I shot him a few good times. Izuku says. Some villains are extremely difficult to kill. If he did survive, he'll probably try something like that again. The pro hero Snipe says. It seemed that Shigaraki was the leader of that group. Appo says. What commander? Nezu asked as everyone turned to him. That attack was too bold. No villain or even a normal adult would try something like that, even if it was planned. Appo says as Captain Deku speaks up. Appo is right. Now that I think of it, he kept bragging about that creature's many quicks, but never said anything about his own, and when things didn't go his way, he was angry and shaken. The whole attack was meant to kill All Might. If it wasn't for All Might and my men we might not have won that battle. Izuku says. Captain, with all due respect, it was your leadership and quick thinking that saved us. If it wasn't for you, All Might and our men would have been killed. Commander Appo said. I agree, Captain Deku. Thanks to you, all of the students are safe, and it was foolish of Shigaraki to reveal the unknown quicks while fighting. Nexu says. He made bold and immature statements. But he said all of it with a completely straight face. That creature also seemed to be some kind of pet from the way he talked about it. He thought everything was going to go his way, no matter what. My impression of him is that he seems like a spoiled child. All Might says. A man-child with a lot of power. Vlad King says. Looks like he was never told how to use his quick in elementary school. Midnight says. Just then, the comlink in both Appo and Deku's helmets beep, as they hit the side buttons. What is it, Sergeant? Izuku asked. Sir, the pro-hero Mundi is requesting reinforcements at the Maggiddo Bridge, where to aid the 21st Nova Corps, orders from Palpatine himself. The trooper said. Izuku looks down for a moment before turning to the pro-heroes. Sirs, ma'am, he says, looking at Midnight, making the R-rated heroine blush. Oh my, how polite. She says with a smile, making All Might sweat drop. My mission here is done, I'm going back to the front. My men need me, Izuku says, shocking everyone. What? All Might shouts, spitting up blood. Sorry, Dad, I mean, All Might, I have my orders, tell the class I'm glad they're all right. Izuku says about to leave with Appo, but then. Captain Deku, wait a moment, please. Principal Nezu says as the captain and commander turn to the fury creature. Yes, Principal, he asked, confused. Nexu and the staff turn to each other and nod before looking back at him. Captain, I'm afraid we still need you here. You have done an amazing job at protecting the students, so we would like you to stay a little while longer. What? But sir, my orders. Izuku protests. Commander Appo can lead the 501st in the battle. There are a few reasons I personally want you to stay, all of which All Might will explain to you later. Izuku looks down worried for his men as Appo puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry, Captain, I'll take good care of them. The commander says. All right, and you take care as well. Report to me once the battle is over. Yes, sir, Appo says before putting his helmet on and leaving as Izuku sighs. Much later, attention homeroom class is about to begin. Please take your seats, Iida says. We're all seating. You're the only one standing. Shiro says. So who do you think is gonna teach class today? Mina asks. No idea. Mr. Aizawa is still at the hospital recovering from his injuries. Tsuyu says. Just then, the door opens to reveal Mr. Aizawa with Captain Deku behind him. Morning class. Morning, guys, Izuku says, taking his helmet off. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? They all shout, surprised. My well-being is irrelevant, but more importantly, oh crap, is it more villains? Everyone aside from Shoto and Bakugo think. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. A normal school event. The class shouts in relief. Wait a minute, is that really such a good idea to have the sports festival just after those villains attacked? Jiro asks as Deku speaks up. Apparently, the administration thinks this a good way to handle the situation and that our school is safer than ever, plus that's why I'm still here to provide security. Izuku says, not knowing the huge bombshell All Might will drop on him. But isn't that a good reason? It's just the sports festival. Mineta asked. Mineta, don't you realize how important this event is? Izuku asked. Of course I do, Mineta doesn't finish as looking at him slowly reaching for his pistol, threatening to stun him, making him flinch as Aizawa speaks. The sports festival is one of the most watched events in all of Japan. Before Quicks came along it was just an ordinary festival, but it's been reduced to its former glory. For those who care about competition, there's only one event that matters, the UA Sports Festival. That's right, the country's greatest heroes will be attending. This is where we will be watched. Momo says, "Unless you're dead." Mineta says only to Frez at Izuku's cold stare, hand on his pistol. Mineta shut it. Why yes, sir, she's right. After graduating, many people just go to hero agencies as helpers. Kaminari says, yeah, but they miss the chance to become important and just stay as sidekicks. That's probably where you're going since you're an idiot. Koika says, making Kaminari blush embarrassed. That is true, that joining a famous agency can guarantee your greater experience and popularity. That's why the sports festival is important. If you want to become a professional one day, this event can pave the way for you. 3 chances on your life. No hero can miss this festival, which means none of you can stop training. Aizawa says, yes sir. The students say as Izuku's comlink beeps. Yes, Captain Midoriya, come by my office, it's time for our talk. All Might says, yes sir. Izuku says leaving as Shoto Todoroki wikes him leave. Midoriya, he thinks. With Izuku and All Might. Izuku knocks on All Might's office door and to his surprise he hears another voice inside as well. Come in. You wanted to see me sir? Izuku asked. Yes, come in Captain. All Might says as Izuku enters and to his surprise. Tagata is here as well. Hey Deku, good to see you again. He says with a smile. Tagata. Izuku says nodding before turning to All Might. Alright All Might, what's so important that you called me here? Izuku asked. I called you here to tell you that you'll be participating in the sports festival along with the first-year students. Izuku blinks a few times before shouting. What? Izuku yells pissed. You're participating in the sports festival. Toshinori says. The ARC captain is furious, he couldn't join his men at Maggiddo, because he has to participate in the sports festival. Wait, don't get angry. Listen to what we need to tell you. Toshinori says nervous. Izuku sighs before taking his helmet off and seating down. Tell me whatever it is you want to say, before I call in a gunship to take me back to the front. Izuku says irritated. I understand that you're not happy Captain, your men are out there fighting, while you're here, but this is important I promise. Well, Izuku asked, I deem you worthy of my quick. Well, it's not technically mine anymore, he says looking at Mirio. Izuku blinks a few times before responding. What? Haha, hang on, let him finish. Mirio says smiling. Journalists always guess my quick as super strength or something like that, and when people ask in interviews I always make a joke and dodge the question. That's because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is a natural-born hero, but I'm not. All Might says, shocking the ARC captain. As a Japan trooper, Izuku had heard and seen a lot of things, but this was completely new for him. I wasn't born with this power. It's sacred torch that was passed down to me from someone else. All Might says, I don't believe it. A quick that can be passed to others. Izuku asked amazed. The true name of this power is One for All. All Might declares. One for All. Izuku asked. Yes, I am the 8th person who had this power. I was quickless like you my boy. Izuku freezes hearing that. All Might was quickless. He thinks shocked. And right now young Tagata has it however. All Might says pausing as Mirio speaks up. I don't want it, he says nonchalantly. Why? Izuku asked surprised. Well, I already have a quick. It's called permeation. It allows to become intangible. I can pass through any tangible matter, walls and even the ground. He says. So why are you both telling me this? Izuku asked confused. Because I want you to have OFA. Mirio says now serious. What? But why me? Izuku asked. Captain Midoriya, even though you're quickless, you're an amazing fighter and brilliant tactician. Even though you're a soldier, you have the potential to become a symbol of your own. Izuku says unsure of making this decision so soon. We won't force this on you. Tagata says. Wait. What's the catch? Izuku says knowing there's more to this. I want to see you perform in the sports festival first. If you win I will give it to you, if not I will keep it until I can find someone else. Izuku thinks for a long moment, because in truth he doesn't need it. Through he can't help but fantasize tearing through enemies on the battlefield with All Might's power. However, most troopers in the army only are allowed to use their quicks as a last resort, so even if he does take it, he won't be able to use it all that much. I need time to think about this. Izuku says. I understand. Tagata says. Later. Class was finally over as everyone is about to leave, but there was one problem. When Ochako opens the door, the class sees students from different courses blocking the door. What is happening here? What do you want with Class A? Lita says, chopping the air. We can't leave. Why are you here, huh? Mineta yells. Isn't it obvious, you weakling? They came to investigate their enemies. They want to see who they will crush at the sports festival, and considering that we are the ones in the spotlight because we survived USJ, they want to see who they are dealing with. Bakugo says, standing in the front. I suggest you get out of my way. I have more important things to do than let some extras look at me. He threatens intimidating some of the students. Is he always like this? Mineta asks. He's being kind in his own way. Ochako says as Izuku looks at her with a, really? Look, as one of the students in front of the door speaks up. Are all Class 1A students shitheads? Or just you? A boy with ruffled purple hair and dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he has not slept in days, asks. Nope, so far just him. Izuku says from the side, pointing at Bakugo. What did you say, Deku? Bakugo yells, pissed. He's not wrong. Kaminari says, whispering to Shiro, who nods, making Bakugo's face turn red with anger. We came here to get into the hero house, but we were sidelined because we didn't pass the hero test. I bet you all feel happy to be here. But let me tell you, the sports festival allows the staff to evaluate students who do well. If we are to be added to other classes, like yours, and of course someone will have to leave accordingly, so don't think you're safe because you could be out of here, investigating the enemy. No, I came here with a declaration of war. The boy says. Before anyone could respond, someone from the back shouts. Don't forget about us. Class 1B, we won't allow Class 1A to defeat us. A boy with silver hair and sharp teeth yells. Class B. Oh yeah, that's Kodai and Kendo's class. Izuku thinks as the students begin to get louder. Izuku has had enough. Enough. Everyone is stunned, turning to Izuku, who simply chuckles. Who are you? The tired purple-haired student asked. My name is Deku, Captain, 501st Japanese Legion of the Grand Army of Japan. This is another reminder why I hate people like you. All you heroes care about is yourselves and how popular you'll be. Some of you even act more like villains than heroes, he says while glaring at Bakugo. While the real heroes, troopers like me and my brothers, we are out there fighting the real battles and have sacrificed everything to keep Japan safe. I've been fighting since I was 4 years old and I'm quirkless. He says, stunning everyone into silence before sighing. My point is, real heroes don't care about fame or wealth. A real hero has to be willing to put their life on the line to save others, something I've done a few times now. He says coldly. How do we know you're telling the truth? He asked. Angered, Izuku removes the armor on his right arm and pulls up his body glove to reveal his arm covered in scars, as everyone looks at him stunned, especially Yaoyorozu and Uraka, who have their hands over their mouths. Yeah, ugly aren't they? Does that answer your question? He asked, putting the sleeve of his body glove back down and putting the armor plates back on. The silver-haired boy closes his mouth, looking down, clearly feeling guilty. Now if you don't mind, please move and let the students through. I think that's enough. Izuku says. The students then leave, some glaring at Izuku while others feel bad about what they said as Izuku sighs. I hope I actually talked some sense into them, he thinks. The next day, Izuku is about to leave for the day but is stopped by Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya, I need you to take these forms over to Class 1B, help them fill them out. Yes sir. Izuku says, confused, wondering why he wants him to do it and not Iida or Yaoyorozu. Izuku makes his way to Class 1B and knocks on the door. Not getting a response, Izuku opens the door to see a blonde guy laying on the floor, passed out, looking to see Kendo with her hand in a chopping position. What the hell? What happened in here? He asked, confused, as Kendo turns to him with a friendly grin. Oh hey Captain, please come in. She as Izuku enters the classroom. Izuku then looks back to the blonde laying on the ground. Good to see you, Kendo, but is he dead? Izuku asks. She says, turning to the blonde. Oh no, I just hit him because he was talking bad about 1A again, he'll be fine. She says, coming closer to the ARC trooper as he removes his helmet. Itsuka smiles, feeling her heart beat fast. She had thought about what Yui had said and maybe she is interested in him, if only a little, as Izuku remembers why he is here. Here, I brought you these forms. Mr. Aizawa told me to help you with them. Izuku says, handing them to her. Oh yes please, the help would be great, but before we start someone wants to talk to you, right Tetsu? She says, becoming angry and serious as the white-haired boy from earlier nervously walks over to them. Lizian, about earlier, I want to apologize to you. I said some things I shouldn't have, but many students don't respect us and see class 1B as inferior to the class you're normally with. I thought they was you saying the attack at USJ as an excuse to say they were better than us. I hope we can get over that. Also, my name is Tetsu. The boy says, bowing to him. Izuku looks down before responding. In my experience, respect is something you earn. Tell me Tetsu, how many villains have you fought against? Izuku asked. The steel user says, unable to respond. That's what I thought, and I appreciate the apology, but to be honest, I don't see any difference between your two classes. You're all wanting to be heroes, so you shouldn't think of yourselves as inferior just because of what others say. Trust me, people have talked bad about me my whole life, all because I'm quirkless. Izuku says before continuing. I'm sure you're all just as strong as them. Some of you may even be stronger, and as long as you give it your all, I'm sure all of you will be great heroes one day. Izuku ending his speech. Both Tetsu and Itsuka look at him completely stunned. Dude, that was so manly, bro. Finally someone who sees our worth. I like you, and I don't know if you're participating on the sports festival, but if you are, don't expect me to go easy on you at the sports festival. I'm gonna give it my all. While that was happening, Itsuka was watching with a smile. Wow, that was amazing. I think I get now why Yui is so interested in him, she thinks with a blush before speaking. Now we should get to filling out these forms. Captain, can you give them to me? He nods, giving her the forms before turning to see a chubby boy with short ice blue hair, a girl slightly taller than him with green thorn-covered vines as hair, and Yui Kodai. Hello Midoriya, my name is Abara Shiozaki. I want to thank you for your kind words. I'm glad that your kind soul is here. She says, slightly bowing. I wouldn't say my soul is kind. In fact, it's pretty brutal. Izuku thinks. I'm Narengeki Shota. It's nice to meet you, Captain Midoriya. I hope we can work together. But I'm curious, those pistols, I've never seen those models before. What kind of bullets do they take? He says, pointing to his holsters as Izuku takes out one of his pistols. They're DC-17 blaster pistols, standard issue sidearm for all arcs. Commandos and even a few normal soldiers use them too, and they don't fire bullets but powerful blue energy beams, can even blow a hole into a concrete wall. He says before holstering it. Oh okay, I see. He says as Izuku turns to Yui. Good to see you again, Kodai. Izuku says, smiling. She says, nodding but with a small smile and blush on her face, shocking the students around her. Kodai, why you're smiling? Sen Kaibara says, shocked. Yeah, you should smile more often, it looks good on you. Izuku says, not even realizing he just flirted with the black-haired girl. Everyone looks at the ARC captain shocked. The guy's jaws drop while the girls, especially Kendo, pout in jealously as one of them speaks up. Era, Kodai, seems you found quite a handsome man. Izuku sharply turns, pulling out one of his pistols at a floating head. What the? Wow man, sorry, didn't mean to startle you. She says as a body without a head walks over and attaching together. There, back in one piece. She says, smiling as Izuku holsters his pistol to see a girl with large green eyes and dark moss green hair. My name's Setsuna Tokage. Hey, you have green hair too. She says, looking at Izuku's messy green hair. Yeah, nice to meet you. He says, shaking her hand only for it to detach from her arm. Whoops, sorry, it happens sometimes. Care to give me a hand? She asked, joking with a big smile. Izuku says as the hand reattaching to her arm as Kendo walks up to him with the forms. Done. Captain Midoriya, can you help me pass them out? She asked. Yes, Kendo. He says, taking half of the stack. 1 hour later, Izuku and Itsuka checked to see if any students needed help while Izuku meet more students from Class B including Kanoko Komori, Honi Tsunotori and Reiko Yanagi, who all seemed really interested in him for some reason, along with Kojiro Bondo, Jirota Shishida and Juzo Honestly, and many others from the class. Needless to say, despite their dislike of Class 1A, the students of Class 1B now have a newfound respect and appreciation for Captain Deku, though many of them, especially Yui and Itsuka, are curious about his past and how he became a soldier, not knowing of the dark secret he carries. The students were then given 2 weeks to prepare for the sports festival, with class training hard. But as for Captain Deku, move it, watch out. Ah, super battle droids, take them down. Izuku shouts in the front lines of Maggiddo, having been allowed to return to the front until the sports festival, leading the 501st Legion against an army of super battle droids led by a group of villains had taken over the main city and killed the pro-heroes stationed there as AT walkers and UT transports open fire with their artillery cannons as the two armies slaughter each other. Watch those wrist rockets, Izuku shouts as he, Jesse, Appo and their men take cover before continuing their advance. Everyone push forward, the other battalions are counting on us. Izuku shouts, blasting with his dual DC-17 pistols. Yes sir, all the troopers shout. Captain, I have a massage from Commander Bakara. Appo says, show us. Izuku says as Appo pulls out his holoprojector showing the Marshal Commander of the 21st Nova Corps, also known as the Japanese Marines. Captain Deku, our forces have captured the final bridge into the city. You are to finish your battle in Sector 5, then pull out. The 13th Battalion will help us secure the city. Izuku and his men sigh in relief because the past week had been absolute hell. But then, wait, do you hear that? Jesse asks as Izuku lowers his macrobinoculars only to freeze in horror at what he sees. What is it, Captain? Appo asked. Destroyer droids, a whole company of them. And they're coming right for us. Deku shouts before turning to Appo. Commander Appo, request cover for an artillery attack. Izuku orders as Appo hits the comlink on his helmet. Commander Appo to base, we're about to be overrun by destroyer droids in Sector 5, I request immediate artillery support. Copy that, Commander, positioning fire run now, you boys are gonna want to take cover. Then the troopers look up to see several Y-wing attack bombers. Everyone take cover, Izuku shouts, as they fly in firing missiles at the destroyer droids, saving Izuku and his men. Good old oddball. Always on target, Jesse says. This is our opportunity, secure the bridge. Izuku shouts. Yes sir. The 501st shouts as they finish the battle. Later, Captain Deku, the area is secure. Appo says. Excellent, the gunships will be here shortly. Commander, you and the men are being assigned to the Kashyyyk Forest. Commander Gree and the 41st need reinforcements. Yes sir, but what about you? Appo asked. I have to return to UA, I have to participate in the sports festival. Izuku says. Look on the bright side, Captain, you might get to kill a few hero student you don't like. Jesse says, chuckling. I highly doubt that, Jesse, but doesn't mean I won't put a few of them in the hospital. Izuku says, smiling darkly. A few days later, it's such a shame we can't wear our costumes. Mina says. Unfortunately they don't allow it, but how come he gets to wear his uniform? Toru asked, pointing at Izuku. Yeah Deku, why are you still in your armor? Ochako asked. Is that even allowed? Kaminari asked. Yeah, any support items can be used, and my armor counts as support. Izuku says. I wonder what the first round will be like. Sato asked. I'm a little nervous, my parents are watching me from the TV. Tsuyu says. Really? My parents are watching me too, so I have to do my best. Ochako says with a raised fist. Everyone give it your all and I'm sure we'll all do great. Captain Deku says. Then the door opens to reveal Iida. Everyone be ready, we will enter the arena soon. Midoriya. Izuku turns to see Todoroki approaching him. Yeah. What is it, Todoroki? Looking at this, obviously I'm stronger than you. What? Izuku asked, stunned and pissed as Momo looks at Todoroki, surprised. Shoto. Why are you? Momo tries to say, but Todoroki cuts her off. Since that day, I know Momo has taken an interest in you. Even if you trained for over 10 years I will still defeat you, I will show her I'm stronger. Momo is absolutely shocked. Shoto, Todoroki, her boyfriend, is jealous. Oh, the best in the class making a declaration of war, to try to win the girl's heart. Mina asked. Hey, why start a fight all of a sudden? Aren't we all supposed to be friends? Kirishima asked. We're not here to be friends, I'm here to be the best. But, Kaminari says. Hee hee, you fool, Izuku says, stunning them. I'm not sure what you're talking about or why you think I'm trying to impress Yaoyorozu, but I'll tell you this right now, Todoroki. Don't underestimate me just because I have no quirk. You better fight with everything you've got. I may be quirkless but I won't fall behind. I'll be going with everything I've got because if you don't, I'll kill you without hesitation, he says, making everyone except Todoroki and Bakugo stutter. And on top of that you'll embarrass yourself in front of Yaoyorozu, wouldn't want that, right? Izuku says, gritting his teeth as the two glare at each other as Momo immediately gets between the two. Enough of this. Shoto, what is wrong with you? Momo says, hand chopping the half-cold, half-hot user's head as Iida comes in. Everyone, it's time. Let's go. Iida says. As they leave, Captain Deku glares at Shoto a final time before putting his helmet on and leaving as Momo pulls Todoroki aside. She is honestly disappointed in him. She knows Todoroki has a dark past that he hasn't told her, but he's normally at least respectful towards others. Why is he acting so hostile towards Captain Deku? Shoto, what is your problem? Why did you declare war on Deku? She asks, angry at him. Isn't it obvious? He's trying to steal you from me. Shoto says. Momo blinks a few times before sighing in anger. Captain Deku and I are simply friends. Then why is it every time we seek to eat you're always looking at him? He asked coldly. Momo freezes, a blush on her face. She had thought Shoto had been too busy eating to notice her looking at the Arc Captain. I will prove to you I am better than that freak, and prove to my father why I don't need his fire, Shoto says with venom in his voice before turning and leaving. Momo looks at Shoto, nervous. Now worried for both him and Captain Deku. I have a very bad feeling about this, she thinks before making her way to the field. Fireworks can be seen as the sports festival is about to begin as people inside the campus are shopping for food and souvenirs while shock troopers patrol outside the school gates. I'll get a takoyaki to go, please. Mount Lady says. Wow, Mount Lady, it's really you. The seller says. Without salt, please, she says. Of course, that will be 500 yen. I don't have any money right now, she says, acting cute. This one's on the house. The seller says, already seduced. Thanks, dear, she says, smiling. Look at this woman's audacity. You should be ashamed, Kamui Woods says as he Mt. Lady and Kamui Woods walk around campus. I was hoping to do some reconnaissance while here, but it seems the Japanese guard has everything under control. Kamui says, noticing the shock troopers all over the place. Looks like a whole battalion of those guys are here. Mount Lady says, eating her food. Still, we are required to be here too to act as commanders for the guard to call for backup if something happens. The pro-hero Death Arms says as Present Mike shouts loudly through the comm system. Pay attention sports fans, you to swarms of press. Present Mike shouts as the stadium roars with screaming. Are you ready? He yells as fans scream loudly. Let's get started as all students make their way to the main stage. From her seat, a beautiful rabbit heroine wakes wondering if this year she'll find someone worthy enough to take on as an intern, due to her working alone with most not able to keep up with her. This will be interesting, Mirko says, seating with the second-year students. Mawata Fuwa cheers in excitement. She was shocked when she learned that Captain Deku would be participating, so he is the one she will be rooting for, while Mirio seats with Nejire and Tamaki. Who are you guys rooting for? Mirio asked his two friends. There's too many people, I want to go home. Amajiki says, looking down. What about you, Nejire? He asks. I'm rooting for Captain Deku. I'm really curious to see how he'll do. She says, beaming. He's quirkless, he's at a huge disadvantage, but still, I'm rooting for him. Mirio says before thinking, hopefully, if he wins, he will take OFA, he thinks serious. That may be, but he can do it, I know he can. She says, smiling wide as the two friends chuckle. What? She asks, confused. Looks like someone's got a crush. Mirio says, teasing her. It's not like that. Nejire says, her cheeks turning pink. It's not like that. I only met him once. Nejire says, pouting. Hee, whatever you say, Nejire. Mirio says, laughing. I don't have a crush, do I? Nejire thinks confused, but before she can think about it further, present Mike specs to the stadium. Sports fans, let's give it up for the first group, Class 1A. Present Mike yells. There's a lot more people here than I thought there would be. Izuku thanks as he looks up to the stands to see All Might together with his mom watching. Man, present Mike, sure knows how to get people excited, kind of makes me nervous. What about you, Bakugo? I'm not nervous, I'm gonna win, he says, not noticing Izuku's heated glare. In truth, Izuku does not care all that much that Todoroki declared war on him. If he thinks he's trying to take Yaoyorozu from him, he'll try talking to him to clear things up. To Izuku, his main rival is Katsuki Bakugo. We'll see about that. I'm coming for you, heartless bastard. I'm going to make you pay for what you did during the training exercise. He thanks as he looks at everyone wearing their PE uniforms while grateful they let him keep his armor and helmet. He stands out like a sore thumb. They don't stand out much aside from Captain Deku, but they're all full of talent. Also from the hero course, Class 1B, Mike yells as Class B enters the field. Following them are General Studies Classes C, D and E. He shouts as the classes come out with Shinszo in front. Then the support chorus classes F, G and H. He yells as the support students arrive with one girl having a huge smile on her face with strange glasses. And finally, we have the business course classes I, J and K. All the first year students are here. As the sound of a whip catches everyone's attention. It's oath time. The R-rated hero Midnight says. Yes. Mineta yells only to be punched in the back of the head by Izuku. Quit you, he says, turning back to her. Now, for the first time ever, we have a Japan trooper participating, representing the 501st Legion of the Grand Army of Japan. Captain Deku, also known as Izuku Midoriya. Everyone is surprised that Deku, someone who is not even a student at UA, is the one giving the starting speech, with some questioning his abilities because he's quirkless. Izuku, though reluctant, is now angry, making his way up to the stage. Izuku sighs, taking off his helmet before speaking through the microphone. Hello everyone, and no, I'm not wearing a skirt, it's called a kama, designed to be heat and cold proof. He says, taking a glance at Todoroki, who glares as Izuku continues. As a child, I was abused and abandoned by my family and friends, all because I am quirkless. As everyone looks at him surprised as Inko looks down in shame, a tear falling, making Toshinori look at her concerned. Todoroki stops glaring, actually taken aback. He was abused. Are quirkless people really treated badly? He's still my enemy, but I can't help but relate to him. Todoroki says, mentally thanking of his own mistreatment under Endeavor. But don't let my disability fool you. I spent the last 10 years training to be the best of the best, so no matter what, even without a quick, I will win, to show to all that being quirkless does not matter and that with hard work anyone can achieve their dreams, he says, a newfound fire lit in his eyes. My name is Deku, Captain, and I am a soldier of Japan. As long as I have breath in my body I will fight to protect those who cannot defend themselves. I don't care about money or fame. A true hero fights to protect the innocent. Those are my reasons for fighting for Japan. For my brothers in the 501st, I'll go beyond plus ultra. He shouts. The whole stadium is silent from what they just heard until everyone in the whole stadium is clapping and cheering. Izuku was stunned. Wow, I didn't think they would like it, but they're all cheering, even. He thinks. Look up to see Inko crying and clapping with All Might clapping as well. From their barracks, the men of the 501st cheer. Way to go, Captain. Jesse says, holding a beer drinking. That a boy, Deku. Appo shouts cheering. Woo-hoo. The troopers yell celebrating with drinks and food. From behind the stage, all the students of all courses except for Bakugo and Todoroki are clapping and cheering. Way to go, Deku. Uraka yells. That was so manly, bro. Kirishima yells. I knew you could do it, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu says with a cheerful smile. As the students from all classes manly, the girls from Class A and B praise him as Bakugo wakes deeply angry. That bastard. I'll make him remember why he's worthless and show everybody here. Bakugo thinks as he looks over to his girlfriend who is cheering for Deku. Especially Ochako, he thinks, smiling. In the stands, Mirko smirks, looking down at the ARC captain. I got to say that was inspiring, but let's see how capable you are without a quick. She thanks, keeping a close eye on Izuku Midoriya. Way to go, Deku. Fuwa cheers as Izuku looks up to her and smiles, weaving at her. making the pink-haired girl blush and smile dreamily. He's so amazing, she thinks, waving back. All right, thank you, Captain Izuku Midoriya, for that amazing speech. It touched everyone's hearts, including mine. Midnight says, winking at him, making Izuku look at her confused before putting his helmet back on. Now, we have a festival to begin, and the first event is, she says as a wheel spins behind her until it stops on, the obstacle race. All of you will participate in this event. You must run around the stadium, but as long as you stay on the course you are free to do what you want. Now everyone to the starting point. Izuku walks to the starting point while thanking to himself. Remember all those years of training, act like this is just another common mission and do what you have to do to survive or, in this case, win. But as he thanks, he notices what Todoroki is up to something. He's gonna freeze the floor, I'll have to be fast. I thank you, ready to jump and blast off with my jetpack. Begin, Midnight yells. Izuku feels the air getting colder as Todoroki freezes the floor. The ARC trooper jumps, but his feet still get frozen as Todoroki runs out of the tunnel. Sorry, as all he says, taking the lead. Todoroki looks back to see Bakugo catching up. I won't let you get ahead so easily, you icy hot bastard. He yells, shooting his explosions at high speed. He then notices a purple ball coming straight towards him as Mineta throws his balls, bouncing on them, trying to catch up to Todoroki. You think you're so special, but I'm smarter than you, Todoroki. Now my new SP, a metal fist interrupts him, sending him flying through the air, crashing into the walls. Izuku is now free of the ice blast off with his jetpack, looking down confused to see Mineta laying on the ground. What the hell happened to him? He thinks until he looks in front of him. Looks like enemies come out of nowhere. Get ready students, because it's time for the Robo Inferno. Izuku catches up to Todoroki in front of the robots. Those are some big clankers. Izuku thinks. Are those the 0-pointers from the entrance exam? Kaminari asks, scared. Where did UA get so much money for this? Momo asks. One of the bots moves to attack Todoroki, but he hits the ground, shooting his ice covering it. They obviously went through a lot of trouble preparing something like this, but they could have done something better since my bastard father is watching. He says, putting his hand on the ground, launching more ice, as it goes up the robot's legs. Man, he just stopped the robot. Let's go between its legs. They say as Todoroki looks back over his shoulder. I wouldn't do that, I froze them when they lost their balance. He says as the 0-pointer begins to break, falling. Todoroki is really starting to get on my nerves. Izuku thinks, annoyed. That's Class 1A's Todoroki, taking the lead with a powerful display. He's the one we should keep a close eye on, it's almost unfair. However, Mirko continues to watch Captain Deku with interest, seeing what he'll do. Back on the field, more robots arrive, and students scream, prepared to run or fight. And Izuku chooses to fight, pulling out his DC-17 pistols and setting them to high power, using his jetpack to fly in the air, blasting at the 0-pointers. Looks like Captain Midoriya has a few tricks up his sleeve. Present Mike says as Bakugo lands on top of one of the 0-pointers. I won't let Deku or that icy bastard beat me. Bakugo shouts, landing on top of the 0-pointer until he sees Deku flying towards him. Later, Bakugo, ha ha ha. Deku yells, giving him the finger, laughing, flying past him, making him even more angry. Back in the stadium, Toshinori and Inko watch Izuku, amazed as the ARC captain is catching up to Todoroki. Looks like Class 1A has taken the lead. Snipe says, yeah, but the other classes are doing well too, it's just. All Might say, only to be interrupted by. Class A has more experience. However, Captain Midoriya, I must say that even without a quick, he is very impressive. What did the Grand Army do to make him so skilled? Ectoplasm asks Weiching. Captain Midoriya is one of 100 elite soldiers specifically trained to be officers in the Grand Army of Japan. His training was some of the harshest Japan has to offer. All Might says, just how powerful will he be if he takes OFA? All Might wonders. Back with Izuku, he destroys the 0-pointer's face with a load of blaster bolts before landing on the ground, seeing a piece of scrap metal, picking it up to use as a weapon, about to attack, but a blast from someone else blows their heads off as Izuku turns stunned to see Yaoyorozu. You're welcome, Deku, she says, smiling. Izuku smiles, nodding before he continues running. I see why Yaoyorozu got in through those recommendations. She's incredible, he thanks. Izuku, however, stops running to see a massive hole as Todoroki uses his ice to surf on the rope. Out of the way, Deku. Bakugo yells, blasting past him to catch up to Todoroki. Izuku is about to blast off when he sees Tsuyu. They both seem really determined to win this, hero. She says. They're amazing, especially Todoroki, but it does not matter. Izuku says with fire in his eyes. I will not lose. As Izuku runs to the pit using his jetpack to pursue them. As Izuku flies away, Tsuyu looks at him with a blush on her face. Midoriya is so cool and hot. She says, blushing. I know, right, Mina says, laughing, sliding on one of the ropes with her acid. After landing on the other side, Izuku was running, beginning to gain ground before noticing a couple of signs saying danger mines. What the? You have to be kidding me. He shouts to see Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki begins to make his way through the minefield as Bakugo simply falls over it. No, I got to thank you for something. I'm already low on fuel in my jetpack. Come on, Deku, think. Todoroki and Bakugo are almost to the finish line. WHO will win. Izuku then looks at the mines, getting an idea, digging into the dirt to find more landmines as Jiro and a few other students run past him. What's Midoriya doing? She thanks before running. I hope this works. Izuku lifts the piece of scrap metal and jumps onto the mines, creating a large explosion. All the students stop to see a pink cloud as Todoroki and Bakugo see as well. Oh my, what caused that huge explosion in the back? There was more force than there should have been. The students watch as something flies out of the cloud, and what was coming out is Izuku Midoriya, who flew through the air flying past Todoroki and Bakugo. Thump, thump, thump. Come on, Captain, Mirko says, grinning excited. You can do it, Deku. Fua yells. Go, Midoriya. Nejire shouts, cheering with Mirio and Tamaki. Izuku approaches the end of the minefield. I passed them great, but how am I supposed to land? He thanks. Behind him, Bakugo unleashes his own blast, flying after him. Deku. You quirkless bastard. What do you think you're doing? You'll never get in front of me, not now, not ever. He shouts. Todoroki creates a path of ice above the remaining mines and chases after Izuku, too. This will clear the way for everyone else, but I can't worry about them. What a twist. Those two are no longer fighting and are chasing Captain Midoriya. Izuku begins losing speed as Bakugo and Todoroki are right beside him. I'm losing speed, I can't let them pass, I will not lose. Izuku shouts internally, grabbing the ends of scrap metal and slams it into the ground, causing the mines to explode, sending him forward, hampering Todoroki and Bakugo. Izuku rolls before running as fast as he can to the finish line. Bakugo and Todoroki chase after him, but they are too late. Izuku has the lead. The first person to the stadium is Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, the 501st cheer from their barracks as Appo and Jesse smile. Izuku arrives in first place, tired but then smiles, taking off his helmet as the entire audience cheers, looking up to see All Might with a big smile clapping. Izuku. Inko yells, crying proud of her son. Deku. He beat me again. Shit. Bakugo shouts as Todoroki paints, catching his breath before looking at Izuku. The two share for a moment before Todoroki walks away. After catching his breath, Izuku hears a familiar voice. Deku. He turns to see Ochako and Tsuyu heading towards him. Uraka. Tsu, you were amazing. You got first place, she says, panting, getting a little too close, making Bakugo growl. Huh, nah, it was probably just luck, he says, rubbing the back of his head. Maybe, but still, that was amazing. Tsuyu says, smiling. Izuku smiles, nodding as thanks as they turn to see who has arrived and who will move on to the next round, with Yaoyorozu in particular looking very tired, her shirt open. I can't believe this happened, she says. Yaoyorozu. Izuku says, smiling at her. You did amazing, Yaoyorozu. Uraka says. Deku. Help please, she says with an embarrassed blush, turning around to show Mineta with a swollen cheek on her back using his quirk with a perverted smile. Two birds with one stone, I'm a Jenny. POW. Todoroki was about to rip Mineta off his girlfriend only for Izuku to blast him with a stun blast as Yaoyorozu, Uraka, and Tsuyu look at him stunned. I've had enough of your next time. I'll break every bone in your body, he says, holstering his pistol. Gee, thank you, Deku. She says with a blush as Midnight specs up. The first round is over. And what a match. Let's see the rankings, she says, showing a screen. First place, Izuku Midoriya. Second place, Shoto Todoroki. Third place, Katsuki Bakugo. Fourth place, Abara Shiozaki. Fifth place, Juzo Honanuki. Sixth place, Tenya Lida. Seventh place, Itsuka Kendo. Eighth place, Setsuna Tokage. Ninth place, Fumikage Tokiyami. 10th place, Honta Siro. 11th place, Eijiro Kirishima. 42nd place, Yuga Aoyama. Only the top 42 will make it to the next stage, but don't feel bad. We've got other games prepared for you all to enjoy, Midnight says, licking her lips. Now the real fun is about to begin, do your best. She says as the game wheel appears. Let's see what you have next. I hope you are ready. Get ready for, as the wheel stops on the cavalry battle. A cavalry battle, I suck at those, Kaminari says discouraged. This isn't an individual event, I wonder how they separate us. Tsuyu asks. Allow me to explain. Participants will form teams 2 or 4 people. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the difference is placement in the finals. Midnight says. So it's like the entrance exam. That seems pretty simple, Sato says. So each team will have a different point value based on who is on the team. Uraka says. Seems so. Mina says. They stop talking hearing Midnight's whip. Maybe if you could all be quiet I could explain. Anyway, the point values go up by 5. For example, 42nd place is worth 5 points, 41st is worth 10 points and so on. But, me and the teams decided to shake things up this year. We've decided to put a big target on the back of one student due to his ranking on the race. So Captain Izuku Midoriya, you have 10 million points. What? Izuku yells, shocked to see the other students looking at him like prey. What? The 501st troopers shout, Weiching shocked. 10 million points. That means that who takes his headband will automatically win this battle. Another says. Izuku pulls out his DC-17 pistols, a dark aura surrounding him. Don't look at me like I'm prey. I suggest you all watch your backs because of you don't. POW. He says, firing a single blaster bolt into the air, and he voices cold and hostile. You'll be dead. He says as many students actually take a step back, as Todoroki pulls Momo away from Deku, thinking that the ARC captain is insane. But what scares everyone is that the soldier seems completely willing to kill them and is not joking, which terrifies the girls and guys. You have 15 minutes to find your teammates. Don't waste time. The timer starts now, she announces. In the staff room, the sports festival is not about preparing to be heroes, it's more about simulating the competition they will face as pros. Death Arms says, smoking. What are you talking about? Mount Lady asks. Come on. We both know this country overflowing with hero agencies. It doesn't help that the Grand Army of Japan is slowly seemingly taking our places, but the point is if you want to put food on the table you must be ready to step on other heroes. That's the whole point of the first event. He says. That's a pretty sad way to look at our jobs. She says. POW. The three turn to the TV hearing the blaster shot revealing ARC Captain Deku with his pistol in the air. Hey, isn't that the trooper from the sludge monster incident? Death Arms asks. Yeah, it is, I'm surprised he's here. Kamui Woods says. Meanwhile, MT Lady is excited. My future boyfriend. She yells excited. What the? Kamui says, surprised. As soon as I'm going to talk to him. She yells internally as the two pros and even some of the shock troopers look at her like she's crazy. Back with Izuku, Captain Deku wikes as almost everyone walks away from him. Crap. I was only trying to intimidate them, I wasn't actually going to kill them. Who to ask should be someone I know. He says, looking over to see Kirishima. Kirishima, do you want to join my team? He asks. Sorry bro, I'd rather not have a target on my back, but I wish you luck. He says, walking away as Deku then walks over to Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, do you want to? She's already on my team. Shoto says with a cold glare. Izuku immediately notices how uncomfortable Yaoyorozu looks, as if there's something she wants to say to Todoroki but can't. Come on, we need 2 more on your team. Todoroki says, forcibly grabbing Momo's hand and walking away, leaving the ARC trooper alone. Oh great, if only Appo, Jesse, and my men were here. Izuku thinks bitterly, then feels someone tap on his shoulder, turning to see Ochako Uraka. Deku, let's be a team. She says excitedly. Bakugo is furious, Ochako is his girlfriend. She's supposed to be on his team. Maybe I need to teach her a lesson and remind her who is really her boyfriend. He thinks grinning evilly. Uraraka, are you sure? It could be dangerous. You know, I was only joking about killing them, right? He was only joking. She thanks, surprised. Uraraka then chuckles. Yeah, besides it's better to team up with people you like, don't you agree? She says, smiling and thumbs up. Yeah, you are right, but we need 2 more people. Izuku says, thinking, looking over to Iida Tenya, who is alone. Maybe he will join us. Izuku turns to Uraraka and nods for her to follow him as they walk over to Iida. Hey, Iida, you already in a team? If not, want to join us? I have a strategy to win. Izuku says, I appreciate the offer, Captain, but I have to refuse. You showed just how skilled you are even without a quick. It's made me reflect. If I do join you, then I won't learn how to be a better hero. I hope you understand, Midoriya. Izuku smiles, having a new respect for the class representative. I understand. Do your best. Izuku says smiling. Iida does the same before walking towards Todoroki, who has Yaoyorozu and Kaminari on his team, as someone taps on his shoulder. You know, really stand out in Thar armor of yours. Captain Deku and Uraraka turn to see a girl with pink hair, gold steampunk goggles, a utility belt to hold various tools along with oversized boots. Let me join you, she says. Who are you? Izuku asks. Name's Mei Hatsume, and I want to use your position to my advantage. She says with a crazy smile. What advantage? Uraraka asks. So my super cute babies will be seen by companies, maybe even your army will be interested. She says. Uraraka looks at Izuku, who nods. Very well. Welcome to your team, Hatsume. Now we just need more person, but who? Izuku then looks over to a particular student. I need you on my team. Very well. Let's give hell to the other teams. Tokiyami says. 5 minutes later. Time's up. Teams prepare to brawl. Midnight yells. 3, she yells, counting down. Guys, I promise I will do whatever it takes to get you all to the last event. Izuku says, putting on his helmet and then putting the 10 million headband over it. 2, we got this, Deku. Uraraka says, determined. My babies will get us to victory. Hatsume cheers. May Dark Shadow help guide us to victory. 1, start. Midnight yells. Start. Midnight yells. Immediately, everyone gosses towards Izuku's team, but unfortunately for them. Is everyone ready? Izuku asked the members of his team. Yes, ready, Deku, at your command, Captain. They respond. Izuku activates his jetpack, launching him and his team into the air, getting away from the advancing teams. Damn, we forgot Midoriya has a jetpack. A student yells. Sorry, Midoriya, we won't let you get away with that headband. Koika says from Shinszo's team, launching her jacks towards them only for Dark Shadow to block the attack. I don't think so, Dark Shadow says, irritating her as they fly a good distance away from the other teams. We're hitting the ground, brace yourselves. Izuku warns, landing without a problem. Alright, let's continue on foot and get a little further away. Izuku orders. Got it. Yes, Captain. His teammates respond. Suddenly, they hear explosions, turning to see Bakugo flying right towards them without the rest of his team. You're not gonna beat me this time, Deku. Now give me those points. He yells in an attempt to get Izuku's headband. Izuku pulls out his pistols about to fire warning shots when Dark Shadow gets in front of him, acting as a shield. Time to make you go away. Dark Shadow says, about to punch him away only for him to launch an explosion, the light hurting him. TCH. Bakugo says frustrated as tape wraps around him, sending him back to his team formed from Mina, Hiroshima, and Zero. Och. Dark Shadow says in pain, a tear falling from his glowing eyes. Dark Shadow, are you alright? Thanks for saving me back there. Good work. Izuku says. Thanks, at least somebody recognizes my worth, unlike somebody. Shut up. Dark Shadow, now's not the time. Tokiyami says, irritated. With Bakugo's team. Bakugo, you got to be more careful. If you fall, then we lose. Zero says. Yeah, whatever, now get me towards Deku. I'm not finished with him. Bakugo yells. But suddenly, he feels his headband get removed from his head. My, you really don't like Midoriya, do you? Does it make you sad knowing that even though he's quirkless, he's still a better person and hero than you? Or are you jealous that your girlfriend seems to be getting closer to him? A smug voice says from behind, turning to see Monoma and his team. Bakugo's face turns red, becoming very angry. What do you say to me? Bakugo asks hostilely. Will he seem to actually have admirable qualities, unlike you? Maybe Uraka should ditch you for him. The blonde boy mocks. Give me back my headband before I break every bones in your body. Bakugo threatens. Oh, what a thrilling offer, but I must refuse. Bye. He says as his team walks away. Shitty hair. Bakugo says calmly to Kirishima. Yeah, he asks, not liking where this is heading. Forget about Deku. Let's kill that smug fucker, then we'll go after that quirkless bastard. Bakugo yells as they chase after Monoma's team. Back with Izuku, his team continues running as he thinks about more strategies to take out other teams when they suddenly stop. What happened? Why have we stopped? He asked, confused. I can't move my foot. It's stuck. Uraka says as they look to see something purple at her foot, to see it stuck to the hover soles. That's Minetta's quirk. Izuku yells as something moves behind him really fast, with barely enough time to dodge to see a familiar tongue pass by his head before retracting away. Tsuyu's tongue. Izuku says, looking where it came from only to see Mezzo Shoji, his arms creating some kind of dome above him. Wait a minute, that's it. There, they came from the dome Shoji has above him, that's where they are. Very smart, Midoriya, Tsuyu says from inside as her tongue comes out along with Minetta's balls. Dark Shadow tries to block the attack, but Izuku notices other team's aid approaching. We can't keep this up, we'll be overwhelmed. Izuku thinks, nervous, thinking of something. My jetpack is already low on fuel. If I use a supercharged blast, I can get us out of here, but I'll be out of fuel until the next match. Screw it, it's worth the risk. Everyone hang on to me. The trooper shouts, charging up his jetpack. Supercharged speed, he yells as they blast into the air. Landing a wave of ice then blocks their escape. What? Izuku shouts. I'll be taking that headband, Midoriya. The cold vice of Todoroki says, turning to see him and his team. Deku, what do we do? Uraka asks. Izuku looks around to see no way out. There's no way out. We have to fight them. Kaminari's quirk can counter Dark Shadow. If I can get a clear shot, I can stun him. Izuku explains, pulling out his pistols. We should defeat Tokiyami first. Kaminari, be ready to unleash your quirk. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya will most likely use his guns to stun us. We'll need you to protect us. Got it. I'll do my best. They both responded as Yaoyorozu creates a big insulting mantle around them. Now, Todoroki orders. Indiscriminate shock 1.5 million volts. Denki shouts as electricity starts rampaging, getting closer to Midoriya's team when a blue energy shield surrounds them, protecting them from the attack. Look at that, Midoriya suddenly creates a shield to cover them. Amazing. Present Mike shouts. Now, Dark Shadow, I'm on it. Todoroki is about to fire ice when several stun blasts almost hit him, only saved by Yaoyorozu, who created a shield as Iida gets an idea. Todoroki, yeah, I have a way too close to them, but I won't be able to use my quirk after that. You just need to get Midoriya's headband. Iida says. Recipro blast. Iida shouts as he runs at blazing light. In that moment, time seems to stop for Izuku, seeing Todoroki hand only a few meters away, remembering his words earlier. Looking at this, obviously, I'm stronger than you. Since that day, I know Momo has taken an interest in you. Even if you trained for over 10 years, I will still defeat you, I will show her I'm stronger. Todoroki, I don't know what the hell is going on between you two, but I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Izuku thinks hostilely as Todoroki's team passes by. Did you get it? Iida asks as the Oath members look at him. No, Todoroki says, holding his left arm. What? Iida shouts as they look back to Izuku's team. But how? Kaminari shouts. Damn, it's my fault it didn't work, if I hadn't suggested that, we could still move. Damn it, we can't stop. We still have to win. Todoroki says, annoyed. Back with Izuku. Deku, how did you manage to dodge that? Uraka asked. Amazed even Hatsume and Tokiyami were stunned. Training for over 10 years has its advantages. You grow super fast reflexes. He says when suddenly they hear explosions as Bakugo flies towards them. Deku. Bakugo screams as Izuku pulls out his DC-17 pistols about to blast both Todoroki and Bakugo when suddenly. Time's up. This forces everyone to stop fighting as Bakugo lands on the ground. We won, Izuku says, smiling. In first place we have Midoriya's team WHO have remained with their 10 million points. Thank you, all of you, I couldn't have done it without you guys. Izuku says, getting down. In second place, we have the Todoroki team. I'm sorry, if I hadn't made that plan, we probably would have gotten those points. Iida says, don't blame yourself, man, second place isn't so bad. Kaminari says. Todoroki just stares at Izuku and then at his left hand before walking away. In third place, we have the Bakugo team. That bastard he beat me again. How is that Deku so damn strong? He's quirkless, fuck. He screams. And in fourth place we have the Shinszo team. What happened? Shiozaki asks. I think I need to go lay down for a while. Aoyama says. What happened? Jiro asks rubbing her eyes. Thank you all for your help. Shinszo says already walking away from them. Let's give it up for the 16 finalists. We will take a 1-hour lunch break an hour before we begin the final event. After the announcement, the break began as everyone goes to the cafeteria for food and to rest. What a disappointment, but congratulations on making it to the finals, Mina. Thanks, but Bakugo only accepted me on his team to use against Todoroki's ice. Speaking of Todoroki, where is he? And Captain Midoriya as well. Iida asks immediately, getting Momo's attention. Oh no. She thinks immediately getting up and going to find them. With Izuku. Izuku stares at Todoroki, who asked to talk to him privately, unaware that Momo had finally found them and was hiding listening to their conversation. Izuku leans on the wall of the corridor, Todoroki leaning on the other, the two staring at each other. Izuku isn't sure what to say as Todoroki speaks. You overwhelmed me, I must say I'm impressed. No matter what I did, you always found a way to surpass me even without a quick. He states, his voice cold with very little emotion. You made me break a promise that I made a long time ago. A promise? This is the first time I've ever heard this, Momo thinks listening. Is he talking about his fire? Why didn't he use it earlier? It would give a much better advantage in battle, but what stops you from using it? You, Iida, Momo, Tokiyami, Uraka, they didn't see it, but I did. You both remind me of All Might. Get to the point. What are you trying to tell me? Izuku says, irritated. What I'm saying is even though you're quirkless, I still felt something similar to him. Tell me, Midoriya, are you All Might's son? Like a secret love child or something? Love child, Momo thinks, trying to contain her laughter. Come again, Izuku asked, surprised, blinking a few times. I asked if you're All Might's secret love child. Well, I guess he's not entirely wrong. Izuku thinks before speaking. No, I'm not, but my mother and him are dating. Todoroki and Momo are stunned for a moment before Shoto returns to his normal cold expression. I see, so you do have his interest. Let me ask you something, why did you declare war on me? Why not Bakugo? And why is Yaoyorozu a part of all this? He asks, confused. Leave her out of this. She has nothing to do with this. Todoroki says, oh yeah, then why are you trying to act like you own her? Izuku asks, gritting his teeth, getting very angry. Shoto glares before speaking. Isn't it obvious? He says. What? What's so obvious? Izuku shouts, making Momo scared. wondering if she should interfere but decides to keep listening. Midoriya, Momo has developed feelings for you, Shoto says coldly. What? Momo shouts internally, blushing horribly. This shocks Izuku to his very core. Yaoyorozu likes me, Izuku says, blushing. Yeah, but I am her fiancé. We are scheduled to get married after we graduate from UA, so you need to stay away from her. Todoroki says. Izuku looks down for a moment, feeling guilty. Truthfully, he doesn't know how he feels about the creation quick user, but he'd be lying if he said he wasn't attracted to her. I mean, who wouldn't? She was incredibly smart, beautiful, and has the potential to be a truly incredible heroine. Keep my distance, Izuku says, not knowing that this slightly hurt Momo. Thanks, Shoto says as Izuku asks another question. One more question, Todoroki, why are you so focused on beating me with just your ice? Why not use your fire? He asks, getting Momo's attention as well. Because only using my ice will be infuriating for my father. Saying the word father with venom in his voice as he continues talking. Endeavor, Momo whispers, I will never use his fire. Whose endeavor? Why do you dislike him? What did he do to you? Izuku wasn't sure why, but he has a feeling he and Todoroki have more in common than he thought. Not just to me, but to my whole family. Do you know what a quick marriage is? A marriage to create a child with a powerful quirk. Wait, don't tell me. Izuku looks at him stunned. Yeah, I'm a result of it, a tool made to surpass All Might. My old man is obsessed with surpassing All Might, but never could, so in the end he decided he should move to Plan B. I am the result of many trials and errors. I have 2 brothers, and a sister, all useless to him. He only looked at me, and it was always about beating All Might and the hellish training he made me undergo. The only thing that kept me sane was my mother, he says, putting a hand over the scar on his face. Ms. Todoroki, Izuku thinks, remembering what Fuyumi told him that night they met at the grocery store. It's okay. I'm sorry I acted the way I did. I've been under a lot of stress lately, with my dad and little brothers arguing all the time. She said with a smile that in truth, Izuku knew hid a lot of pain and suffering. My mother was one of the good things in my life that I had. She protected me from that monster. In my memories, she's always crying, he says, removing his hand from his face. But in the end she couldn't take it anymore, and when I was still a little kid, I was looking for her. I heard her talking to someone on the phone, saying how I was becoming more and more like him. I was scared and called her. She looked at me with the most scared face I've ever seen, and then. He pauses, looking at Izuku. She took the kettle of boiling water and splashed it on my face. Father put her into a mental hospital. I haven't seen her since that day, and from then on I made a vow to never use his fire. I reject him and his quirk. I will only use my mother's ice, so I can't give him the satisfaction of turning me into his puppet to surpass All Might. Izuku was stunned, even horrified, while Momo had a hand over her mouth, shaking. He thought he had a terrible life all because he was quirkless, but what Todoroki just told him might be just as bad. Momo is horrified, tears threatening to fall. Why hadn't Shoto told her this? She could have helped him, had he never really trusted her. Why did you tell me this? Izuku asked. Because we are similar. They can't see the anger in your face, but I see it in how you move. You have a deep hatred in your heart. Whenever you look at Bakugo, it's like you want to murder him. I just thought you would understand my motives for wanting to beat you. He explains. The green-haired ARC trooper looks at Todoroki. While he understands his motives, it is still wrong. If he keeps this up, he will become the very thing he hates. While I hate Bakugo for everything he did and has done, I don't let it dominate me. He thinks. Todoroki. When I was 4 years old, my mother took me to a quick doctor, and I learned I was quirkless. After that, everyone looked down on me. My own mother would beat me and blame me for my father leaving her. She betrayed me. After a few weeks of beatings from her and Bakugo, I ran away. I wandered for days. No one would help me. No hero came to my aid. Not even All Might. But then I meet Alpha 17, one of the first ARC troopers to ever be trained. He took me in, and so I trained for over 10 years. My training was brutal. I was forced to fight and survive in extreme conditions, from temperatures below freezing to volcanic environments, and how to survive in enemy territory without a quick. We've both lived different lives, but I know how it feels wanting to surpass a part of yourself. But I'm telling you this now, this is not how you do things. your fire is not Endeavor's, it's your own, Izuku explains. Momo is now crying, horrified by the fact that the two people she cares about most were both treated horribly by their parents compared to her. Because her parents are rich, she had lived a relatively comfortable and happy life. Todoroki doesn't say anything as Izuku continues. Look, I am not All Might, and you are not Endeavor, you are your own person, rejecting your fire will only bring you more pain, trust me, I know how it feels, hating your family, please, stop this self-destructive mission of yours, and see your quirk for what it is. Izuku sighs, beginning to walk away, making Momo gasp and quickly sneak away, trying to process everything she heard. But then Izuku stops, getting Todoroki's attention. And regarding Yaoyorozu, I'm not trying to steal her from you, that was never my intention, but if she doesn't want to be with you, that's her choice. Don't become like your father and force her into a wedding she may not want, and at least your mother and siblings still loved you. I had no one. No family or friends who cared about me, not until I joined the ARC training program. But even then I had not one shoulder I could cry on. As the leader of the 501st, Jesse, Appo, all my brothers count on me. I have to remain strong for them and to the people I vowed to protect. Guess I'll see you later, Todoroki. Be ready for our fight, he says, putting his helmet on and walking away to go get something to eat, leaving Todoroki to think. Does Momo really feel like I'm forcing this onto her? He thinks, not wanting to believe it before leaving as well. Hey, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, care for a cup of tea, Endeavor? All Might in his hero form was looking at the bottom of a staircase to a tall, burly man with a very muscular physique. The flame hero Endeavor, also known as Enji Todoroki, as the number 2 hero, turns All Might with a very unhappy look on his face. All Might, how's that green-haired girlfriend of yours? Endeavor asked. He doesn't like All Might and has made it clear for some time now. Inko is doing well, in fact she just reunited with lost son. All Might says. Endeavor says he must admit he was quite impressed by the ARC captain's performance so far. I haven't seen or spoken to you since that conference years ago, so I thought I'd say hi. All Might says. Okay, I get it. If that's all you've come here for, we're done here. The flame hero says, going down the stars to get away from All Might. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed as he does a series of spins in the air before landing in front of Endeavor, blocking his path. Come on, no need to be so cold. All Might says as Endeavor growls, annoyed. Come on, you should be happy, even excited, after all your son is doing very well out there, and he is only using half of his power, you must be quite the teacher. Toshinori says, trying to improve the mood, but fails. Are you trying to insinuate something? He asked. No, it's not that. I just want to know how you teach and train your son. You really think I'd tell you what I taught the boy? Well, spare me. Now get out of my sight. You're making me uncomfortable, Endeavor says, pushing the symbol of peace away from him. Okay then. Endeavor gosses down another flight of stars but stops halfway. I'll make one clear, All Might. Whatever it takes, Shoto will overcome you someday. I'll make sure of that, it's what I raised him for. Endeavor says with a wicked smile. What? All Might asked in disbelief as Endeavor glares at him. He's in a bit of a rebellion stage right now, but he's going to take your place, I guarantee that. Endeavor says before leaving. With the girls of Class A. The girls of 1A talk to themselves when Mineta and Kaminari approaches them. Hey girls. He greets with Kaminari next to him. No Mineta, we won't date you. Tsuyu says bluntly as the girls nod. I wasn't going to ask that. He shouts with bloody tears. Anyway, I'm here to tell you that Midnight said there will be a cheerleading competition between Class A and B. He says, ignoring Tsuyu's hurtful comment. All the girls look at him, knowing this has to be a trick. Why didn't Midnight just come here and tell us? Yaoyorozu asked. We were already on our way here and she told us to go on and tell you. Kaminari says. Yeah, not happening. Juro says. Oh well, what a shame. Captain Deku seemed to really look forward to seeing you all in those cheerleader uniforms. Mineta lies. What? Toru asked. Nothing, just seemed like the captain was eager to see you participate. What a shame you don't want to see his reaction. Haha bro, you're a genius, using their crush against them. Kaminari thanks. The girls just stare at him for a moment before turning to Yaoyorozu. Momo looks down. She's already in a relationship with Shoto, and is honestly still recovering from what she learned earlier about him. She shouldn't be trying to impress the ARC captain, but still she's curious. I will create the uniforms, she says, sighing. Great. Midoriya will be very happy. Mineta says, leaving with Kaminari. Dude, you know Captain Deku is gonna be pissed once the girls tell him, right? Kaminari asks, a little nervous. Relax, they're just cheerleading uniforms. Besides, once Midoriya sees them he probably won't even care. Oh, how wrong they were. A few minutes later the girls were in the changing room, now in cheerleading uniforms. This is kinda embarrassing, Uraka says, looking in the mirror. Let's just hope Mineta didn't lie, Momo says as the door opens, revealing Nejire. The girls blink in confusion before speaking. Hello, can we help you? Yaoyorozu asked. Yep, I'm looking for Captain Deku. Have you seen him? Why are you dressed like that? She asked, curious. Some classmates told us there's a cheerleading competition. We're getting ready for it. Wait, you know Deku? Uraka asked. Yep. I'm Nejire Hado, 3rd year. I meet him on the first day. I was actually the one who lead him to your class when he got lost. She says, smiling. Not gonna lie, I'm kinda curious to see Midoriya's expression when he sees us. I mean, he's very handsome, strong and so cool. Toru says, blushing. Us Deku into this type of outfit. Do you have another one? She asks as the girls look at her shocked. You want to wear one too? Why? Juro asks. Nejire blushes shyly, looking down, playing with her fingers. Alright senpai. I will give you one. Yaoyorozu says, creating another outfit as Nejire begins changing into it. Juro looks at Nejire, jealous of her huge breast, looking down at her own chest. Why am I the only one with a small one? Will Midoriya even notice me? She asks herself, sad. With Izuku. Where are they? The break is over. Izuku thanks, waiting with everyone else, wondering where the girls of Class 1A are at. Thanks for waiting, dear listeners. Now it's time for the final EV. What are they doing? Some kind of fanservice. Present Mike says. What the hell is he talking about? Izuku asked, confused, noticing all the boys have blushes on their faces, looking at something. He does the same as his face turns blood red because in front of him are his female friends dressed in cheerleading uniforms along with. Holy crap. Izuku says what every guy is thinking, looking at none other than Nejire Hado with a bloody nose. In the stands, Mawata sees this and pouts in jealously before getting an idea, making her smile. Izuku looks at Nejire, feeling his nose bleeding as Bakugo and Todoroki look at Ochako, and Momo the same way, for some reason has a nosebleed before looking away. All the girls except Nejire all have deadpan looks. The Class B girls aren't dressed like us. Toru says. Why are they wearing those? And why is Hado with them? Izuku asks, wiping the blood falling from his nose. But then he sees Mineta and Kaminari with a naughty grin giving him a thumbs up. Those bastards. He thinks, furious. Haha, you're a genius, man. Kaminari says. I know, right? Mineta says. Mineta. Kaminari. You tricked us. You guys will regret it. Yaoyorozu yells. Izuku looks at her, feeling guilty as she falls to the ground, sad. I can't believe I fall for their setup. I even made the clothes with my quirk. She says as Uraka bends down and pats the girl on the back. I'm gonna make them pay for this. Juro says, throwing her pom-poms to the floor, angry. Why are you so happy, Hado senpai? Kiro, Suyu asks. Nejire smiles, pointing as the girls look to see Izuku approaching. Hello girls, Hado. He says, taking off his helmet. Hey Captain, what's up? Mina asks. I came to apologize, he says, bowing as the girls look at him, shocked and confused. For what? It's clear they were lying to us, it's not your fault. Juro says. Well, if it helps you feel better, I took care of those two. He says, pointing behind him. The girls look at where is pointing to see both Mineta and Kaminari laying on the ground with black eyes and bruises. The girls could not believe it. They had been dealing with Mineta and Kaminari since the start of school, and the other boys would do nothing. Iida would reprimand them, but that never helped. But Captain Deku had just beat the crap out of them. As they turn back to Izuku. Alright, I guess I'll leave you alone now. You better change soon. Good to see you again, Hado. He says, putting his helmet back on, about to walk away. Deku. Wait. Izuku stops to see Uraka in front of him, looking down shyly. How do I look? She asked, blushing embarrassed. Bakugo never really compliments her, so she's curious what Midoriya will think. What about me, Midoriya? Tsuyu asked, getting a little jealous. Yeah, me to Midoriya, how do I look in this outfit? Toru asked. What about me, Captain? Mina asked. Well, you. Yo Midoriya, what about me? Koika says, playing with her jacks. Is true that you like this type of outfit? How do I look? Am I beautiful? Nejire asked energetically, getting closer to his face. I also created these uniforms after all, so I'd like to know what you think. Yaoyorozu says. Izuku looks over to the guys, some with very jealous faces. Think you're all very beautiful. He says, rubbing the back of his helmet. The girls and Nejire blush, while in the stands Toshinori wikes his jaw, hanging open, with Inko giggles. I knew Izuku would be a ladies' man, but I didn't think he'd have so many girls liking him. I wonder how many grand babies I'll get. She asked, making Toshinori smile, sweat dropping. Thanks Deku, Midoriya, they say with red faces as Nejire smiles, her cheeks red and her heart beating fast as she quickly kisses Izuku's helmet where his cheek is. The girls, and even the girls of Class B, shout. Izuku looks at her stunned, putting his gloved hand over his helmet where she kissed it, his face turning red. Thanks Izuku, you can call me Nejire from now on, but I have to go. Mirio and Tamaki are probably wondering where I am. Good luck, bye for now. She says, waving and skipping away, clearly happy, not noticing the jealous looks from the other girls, while Yui can only think one thing. That bitch, she's trying to steal my men. She thinks, though her expression remains the same. He's trying to make all the girls fall for him, isn't he? Setsuna jokes. So manly. Tetsu says with a thumbs up, making the girls' sweat drop. You know, even though he hangs out more with Class A, he's really not that bad of a guy. Monoma says, shocking his class, that he said something positive about 1A. But Class B is still superior to the rest of Class A. He yells back to normal, making everyone sweat drop. Mineta, Kaminari and a lot of other guys look at Midoriya, some impressed, others really jealous. Dude, I think we just gave Deku a harem, not to mention that one check. Who the hell was she? She was hot. Kaminari asks, while Mineta cries tears of blood. All right students, before the rest of you go off to do other games, let's start with the tournament matches. The 16 students WHO qualify for the finals will compete against each other until there is only one student left. Alright, come see who you'll face first. Midnight says, pointing to a screen. Captain Deku vs. Hitoshi Shinszo. Abara Shiozaki vs. Toguro Kamakiri. Itsuka Kendo vs. Toru Hagakuri. Shoto Todoroki vs. Honta Siro. Tenya Iida vs. Mei Hatsume. Mina Ishido vs. Yuga Aoyama. Fumikage Tokiyami vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Eijiro Kirishima vs. Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ochako Uraka. Looks like it's you and me, babe. I'm gonna have a lot of fun playing with you. Bakugo says, grinning darkly. Uraka starts seating, nervous, trying to not be scared. Hitoshi Shinszo. Izuku says, turning to see him standing behind him. So I have to fight you. I hope we can have a good fight. Me too. Izuku says, only to be interrupted by Mashiro's tail covering his helmet. Do not answer him. Shinszo grins and walks away. Why did you do that? Izuku asked, confused. Follow me. Izuku nods, following him. Izuku, Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinszo come to the arena. It's time for the first match. In a tunnel leading to the field, Izuku stands waiting. Thanks to the warning from Ojiro, he knows as long as he does not talk, he can win. Hey. Izuku turns to see All Might with Inko walking towards him. Sorry we couldn't come say hi to you during lunch, sweetie. Inko says. How are you feeling? Toshinori asked, concerned. I'm fine. I know what I have to do. Izuku says, putting his helmet on before turning to them. I'm going to show everybody that being quirkless does not matter. He says, leaving the tunnel to the field. Inko and All Might both smile proudly as Present Mike yells through the intercom. On one side, the cold, calculating and dangerous, Izuku Midoriya. He yells as Izuku enters the field. Versus. From the general course, Hitoshi Shinszo. He yells as Shinszo. But before begin, both students will have mirophons, so their voices can be heard by everyone here. Now let's get this party started. I'll stay if things get out of hand. Smintos says, taking a seat. Let's get this over with. Hitoshi says as present mic starts counting down. 1. Izuku stands not moving an inch, not wanting to act too fast. 2. Hitoshi then notices that something is up. 3. Begin. POW. Pow. Before Shinszo can even talk, Izuku pulls out his DC-17 pistols and blasts him with 2 stun blast, ending the match just as fast as it started, before spinning and holstering his weapons. Everyone just stares, shocked by how quick Izuku won, especially Toshinori and Inko. Hitoshi Shinszo has been knocked out, Izuku Midoriya wins. Recovering from the shock, everyone begins cheering. That a boy, Captain. Jesse shouts, watching as he Appo and the 501st cheer as Izuku walks over to him as he wakes up. What happened? You lost. Izuku says, offering his hand to help the boy up, who rejects it, about to walk away when. That monkey told you my quirk, didn't he? He asked, irritated, as Izuku calmly responded. Firstly, don't call Ojiro a monkey. Second, yeah, he did. Izuku says as Shinszo walks away. Shinszo, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku asked, the microphone in his helmet still on. Hitoshi was surprised, turning back to look at the ARC captain. No one has ever asked him that. Ever since I was a kid I wanted to be a hero, but people always saw my quirk, brainwashing, as villainous. My goal is to show that my quirk can be used as a hero and that I can be a hero. He explains. I think your quirk is amazing, you'll be a great hero with it, and honestly I think you're exactly the kind of person I need in the 501st. Your quirk would be a great asset for covert missions, but if you want to be a hero, train harder than ever and you'll see things begin to change for you. Izuku says before walking away as Shinszo looks at him and for the first time smiles, calling to him. Midoriya. Izuku stops, turning to face him. Thanks, and I swear I will get stronger. He says. No need to thank me, just take what I said to heart, you take care now. He says, walking away. Such inspiring words from Midoriya. Now let's start the next match. On one hand, she's Mother Nature's daughter, beautiful and dangerous, from the hero course, Abara Shiozaki. Abara calmly walks into the arena, calm and with a serene expression. And on the other side we have the guy whose blades can cut through steel and iron, Togara Kamakiri. Kamakiri walks onto the field, a determined smile on his face as the crowd cheers as the 2 students from Class B face each other. I hope we have a good match, Kamakiri. Abara says, clasping her hands together. Haha, same for you, Shiozaki. He says, smiling, excited and eager to fight. Ready? Midnight asks as the 2 get into battle stances. Begin. Back with Izuku, because he's the main character and more interesting. Izuku, who's still in the tunnel, wakes as Shiozaki launches her vines at the blade student, but to his surprise when Kamakiri runs towards her, using the blades in his body to cut through her attack. Abara, a bit taken off guard but still tries to capture him as Kamakiri jumps, cutting through the girl's vines before getting closer to Abara, delivering a hard punch to her stomach, sending her out of bounds. Abara Shiozaki is out of bounds. Togaru Kamakiri wins. She says as the audience cheers. Damn, I was rooting for her, so now if Bakugo wins against Uraka, I'll be fighting him, and if Todoroki wins against Zero, Kamakiri will be fighting him. Izuku thanks as Abara walks in, surprised to see him. Hello, Midoriya, she says, greeting him, clearly sad over her loss. Shiozaki, you did great out there. Your quirk, Vines, is amazing. I thought you had him. With that kind of power you can attack and at the same time defend. Don't let this one defeat get you down, you'll be an amazing hero one day. Abara looks at him, stunned, her cheeks blushing and thanking one thing. My lord, what a kind and sweet angel you have put in my life. She thinks, smiling softly, now understanding while Kodai and Kendo seem to like him a lot. Midoriya. Izuku turns only to feel her kiss his cheek. Thank you, I believe you were an angel sent by God. She says, walking away, leaving the trooper stunned and blushing, his hand on his cheek. Wait, what now? Izuku thinks, knowing he is probably the farthest thing from an angel there, is about to return to the stands, but then. Deku. Izuku turns to see Toru Hagakuri. Abara makes her way over to her classmates. Abara, you were amazing, you did great. Kendo says. Thank you, Itsuka, she says, smiling, setting down, confusing her classmates. Will I better get ready for the next match, wish me luck. Kendo says, leaving to get ready for her fight against Toru Hagakuri. You don't seem too sad. Yui says, looking at Shiozaki with a neutral expression. Yeah, Did you talk to Captain Midoriya by chance? He does seem to have a way with words. Setsuna says, immediately getting Yui's attention. Yes, I did, she says with a small smile as they get ready to watch Kendo's match with Izuku. Hagakuri. Izuku greets her nodding. You were amazing in your fight, you blasted the guy without hesitation. She says excitedly. Thanks, good luck in your fight, Hagakuri. He says, giving her a thumbs up. Thanks, I'm gonna need it, she says nervously as she walks out of the tunnel as Izuku heads back towards the stands. Alright sports fans, let's start the next fight. One side we have the girl who can turn invisible, from the hero course, Toru Hagakuri. Hagakuri is already in the arena ready to fight, or at least try to. And on the other side, you've seen her destroy defenses barehanded, and as someone I don't want to upset, the big sister of Class B of the hero course, Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka walks into the arena, already knowing Toru's quick, determined to win. Ready, Toru is about to go invisible and take her clothes off, but then begin. Then without warning Kendo rushes towards Toru, enlarging for fist. Eep, Hagakuri says, putting her hands over her face, as Kendo punks her out of bounds. Toru Hagakuri is out of bounds, Itsuka Kendo advances to the next round. Midnight announced. Toru gets up holding her side, feeling dejected and walking towards the tunnel. In the stands, Izuku saw the whole thing, getting up from his seat and going to find Toru as Mina Ishido is about to start her fight with Yuga Aoyama. Later, Izuku had looked everywhere but couldn't find her until he approaches a room, hearing crying, opening the door to see the girl crying. Oh no, Izuku thinks, frowning, taking his helmet off and approaching her. Hagakuri, Izuku says, getting her attention. Deku, what are you doing here? She asked, tears falling down her face. Listen, you don't have to be like this, if you want you can vent to me, alright? Izuku says, crouching down and placing his hand on her shoulder. Toru looks at the ARC captain a second before more tears fall down her cheeks. Wah, she yells, crying, hugging onto the ARC trooper, shocking him. Hagakuri, Izuku says, stunned. I am so useless. I made a fool out of myself in front of everyone. Ever since I was a kid I've known it, because everyone in school would tell me that I am no good. Thanks to my quirk, I'll never be a good hero. I'll never be popular. I'll never get a boyfriend, she sniffles. Izuku frowns, because he knows exactly how the girl is feeling. Hagakuri, you're not the only one who feels useless. Izuku says, taking her hands. What? She asks. I've felt useless all my life. I have no quirk, and because of that everyone bullied and looked down on me. They still do, but they're just words. Don't let what others tell you define you. And I think your quirk is amazing. You would make a great Japanese commando, using your quirk for stealth and infiltration missions, not to mention the popularity you'll get for your good deeds in the future. He says. Toru does not say anything, looking into Izuku's eyes, feeling her heart begin to beat incredibly fast. Also about the whole boyfriend thing, that's a lie. Izuku says, taking the girl by surprise, making her blush. Look, I don't know you as much as I do Yaoyorozu or Uraka, but you seems like a cheerful and sweet girl. You always do things with a positive attitude. I mean, I'm not much to look at, and I doubt I'll ever get a girlfriend due to being the leader of the 501st, but in my opinion, any guy who gets together with you will be lucky. Izuku says. Why, you mean it? She asked. Of course, I know you'll do great things as a hero for Japan. Izuku says, smiling. Tears stream down Toru's face, but not out of sadness, as she hugs on to the ARC trooper captain, hiding her face on his green shoulder pauldron. Hagakuri, Izuku asks, surprised. May we stay like this a little longer, please? She asked. Izuku smiles, beginning to stroke her head. Sure, Hagakuri, call me Toru, she says, blushing. Izuku looks at her surprised before nodding. Okay, Toru, you can call me Izuku, he says, smiling shyly as Toru smiles, feeling much better. I'd love to do this more often with him, she thinks, smiling. Meanwhile, Mina managed to beat Aoyama. Todoroki walks towards the entrance for his fight against Zero, remembering Izuku's words from earlier. Look, I am not All Might, and you are not Endeavor. You are your own person. Rejecting your fire will only bring you more pain. Trust me, I know how it feels. Hating your family. Please, stop this self-destructive mission of yours, and see your quirk for what it is. As he raises his head to see someone waiting for him. I've been waiting for you, Shoto. Endeavor says, "What do you want, old man?" he asked with venom in his voice. "Did those defeats finally knock away that childish rebellion of yours, or do you plan to humiliate me, your future wife further and yourself?" he asked seriously. Todoroki just glares at him. "You are my masterpiece, the perfect combination of mine and your mother's quirk, but you refuse to reach your full potential for some rebellion phase. Soon it will end so we can shape you to be superior to All Might." "Never. I will never use your fire. I'll win with only Mom's ice. I am not your tool," he says angrily, walking away. "We will see about that. Your ice has a limit. You cannot hope to win with it alone. You will stop this foolish mentality," Endeavor says, still with Todoroki's earshot making him more angry. He's good, but what's with that plainness he can't seem to get rid of? From the hero course, Honta Zero. Present Mike shouts, "Oh, come on, that was mean," Zero says, making his way to the arena. And on the other side, he has a cold temper like his quirk and entered through recommendations, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike yells as Shoto makes his way to arena as will. Combatants ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. And before anyone could fully process it, half of the arena gets covered by a massive glacier. "Holy shit," Appo says as Jess's jaw drops open. "Oh crap," he thinks as Zero can be seen frozen, completely trapped. Don't you think that was a little too harsh, man?" Zero asks. Zero, can you move?" Midnight asks, shaking from the cold. "Of course I can't move," Zero says, freezing. Honta Zero is immobilized. Shoto Todoroki wins. Midnight shakily says as Todoroki walks over to the frozen Zero. "Sorry, I was just angry," he says, putting his left hand on the frozen boy. Angry. Everyone in the stadium thinks, "Man, I think you and Captain Deku would make good friends. You're both really cold and angry all the time," Zero says, trying to joke, but Todoroki didn't acknowledge it, or rather didn't want to. With Izuku, who had returned to the stands with Toru after their hug, likes Todoroki closely. "Did what I tell him not mean anything? He looks sad. Even if he hasn't been treating Yaoyorozu right, I have to help him." He thanks, continuing to watch the next few matches after watching Iida be humiliated by Hatsume even though he won an Ishido winning against Aoyama, who also won her battle. Izuku likes as Yaoyorozu is about to fight Tokiyami. Offense and defense in one body, ladies and gentlemen, Fumikage Tokiyami. As Tokiyami stares at his opponent. All-purpose creation, and admitted through recommendations, so her abilities are certified, Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike yells. Izuku takes a good look to see Yaoyorozu is very nervous, holding her arm and sweating, being the first time she's fought someone alone, while trying to think of a strategy to take out Tokiyami. "A flashbang will distract him long enough for me to strike," she thinks, not realize that Present Mike had started counting down until he was already at 2, snapping her out of her thoughts. "Okay, flashbang, hollered and shield," she says. 3, begin. Yaoyorozu is about to follow through with her plan she had made, but her eyes widen in terror as dark shadow rushes at her, making her lose her focus, only having enough time to create a shield blocking an attack from the quick as he keeps attacking. "I need to create a flashbang or something," she thinks, but suddenly dark shadow hits her below her shield, causing her to drop it. "What?" she yells, shocked, before creating another shield blocking the attack, but it pushes her back, allowing her to create a pole arm, but Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Fumikage Tokiyami wins. Midnight announces. Shocked, she looks down to see that she is out of the ring and doesn't even know it. I didn't do anything, I couldn't fight back," she thinks, looking down and going to the exit tunnel. With Izuku. "Poor Yaoyorozu, I hope she's okay," Uraka says, worried for her friend. "Deku, what do you, hey, where are you going?" Uraka asks, confused. "I just need to go somewhere, I'll be back," he says, leaving to find Yaoyorozu. Izuku walks down the hall until he hears something. Sniff. "I shouldn't never choose this course in the first place. Being a hero is not for me," as he looks to see Yaoyorozu sitting against the wall crying. "Yaoyorozu," he asks as she looks at me, tears flowing. "Deku, why are you here?" she asks, wiping her eyes. "Yaoyorozu, are you alright? Where's Todoroki?" he asks, worried. "I don't know. And why, yes, don't worry, I'm fine." Izuku doesn't believe her. She just suffered a huge defeat, and she obviously needs at least some help. He's furious at Todoroki for not coming to her aid. When they fight, he'll be sure to teach him a lesson for not being there for his own girlfriend, as he sighs before speaking. Then why are you crying? It's because you lost to Tokiyami, right? He asks, taking his helmet off and setting down next to the creation quirk user. She then looks at him and nods. I was defeated so fast, I couldn't do anything, I didn't show anything, I'm a failure of a student. She says saddened. Come on, no, you're not. Midoriya says, I was defeated in seconds, I couldn't do anything. She says, hiding her head in her knees. Some recommendation student I am. I was always able to do things with the help of others, but once I'm by myself I can't do anything. I shouldn't have tried to be a hero. I'm useless. I even got captured by those villains. If you, Fives and the others hadn't arrived in time I wouldn't even be here. Izuku tries to argue but remembers his own past and how weak and pathetic he once was. She reminds him a lot of himself as he remembers the very first day of his training. Deku, failure can mean death if you aren't careful, but keep going, you'll get it right, try again. Alpha 17's voice echoes through his head as he looks at Yaoyorozu. You're right, you did lose. Making her look at him confused. Just think about it. What happens when you fail? He asks, looking at her. I don't know, she says truthfully. You learn, he says as she looks at him. You're still only a student. Take this lose as a lesson and learn from it. You're probably one of the smartest girls I know. Creation is a powerful quirk. I wish I had it, but that's not the point. The point is you're amazing, Yaoyorozu. He says, looking her in the eyes. Yaoyorozu's face turns bright red, those same feelings she felt when Izuku rescued her returning. He really is a true hero. Her hero. Thank you, she stutters. Izuku chuckles, finding her cute when she's embarrassed. Look, Yaoyorozu, I could teach you how to fight. Really? She asks, surprised. Yes, but it's not gonna be fun. But if you want to get stronger, you have to learn to not be afraid. I can help you, but it will be brutal. What do you say? Izuku asked. Momo looks at Izuku before wiping the tears from her eyes, nodding determined to get stronger, making Izuku smile. Captain Deku, yeah, thank you for saying all that, I really needed it. She says weakly, smiling with a slight blush. You're welcome, I'm just upset that Todoroki didn't come to you, I'll deal with him later. He says, becoming colder with venom in his voice. Momo looks down in guilt, knowing she has to tell him the truth. Deku, she asks. Yes, I might have overheard the conversation you had with Shoto earlier. Izuku freezes his eyes wide in shock, his eyes going wide. I'm sorry, I was just scared you both might fight and hurt each other, she says, putting her hands over her eyes. Yaoyorozu, Izuku says before realizing that Momo had also overheard Todoroki tell him that she has feelings for him. Izuku, however, decided to put that aside for now as he sighed. So, you know about his past, as well as my own. Izuku says. Momo nods. In truth she's amazed by how similar yet so different Shoto and Izuku really are. I knew there was something wrong in his family, but whenever I asked him, he refused to tell me. I just wanted to help him smile more, she says, crying. Izuku looks down. In truth he isn't sure how he feels about Todoroki, but still, he wants to help him, and not just him but his sister and their whole family. I'll do it, he says, taking her hands. What? She asks. I promise no matter what happens during our fight, even if I lose, I will save him. Izuku says. Momo looks at Izuku, amazed. Despite how horrible Shoto has treated Deku, he still wants to help him, making her smile and blush. Deku. Izuku is shocked as Momo gently puts her hand over his face and kisses his cheek. Stunned, Izuku puts his hand over his cheek, his face turning red. Deku, please save him. He's not a bad person. He just needs help. Izuku thinks for a moment before remembering something Shoto told him. I will never use his fire. I think I know what I have to do, but it's not gonna be easy. Izuku says, getting Momo's attention. How? She asks, curious. I'm going to push him to use his flames. I promise I'm not going to kill him, but if I put him in a near-death situation I think I can force him to use his fire. That has to be what's holding him back. Izuku says, shocking the creation quick user. Momo has her concerns but stops believing that if anyone can help Shoto, it's Captain Deku, though she already knows it's going to be a brutal fight. Okay. Just please be careful, Deku, she says. Izuku nods as Present Mike shouts. Up next we have the manliest man of Class 1A versus Class 1B's tough as metal Tetsu. Izuku gets up, holding out his hand for Yaoyorozu. Come on, we better go see Kirishima's fight. He says, smiling. I have a feeling their fight won't be that interesting. Deku, can we just stay here for a bit? She asks, blushing embarrassed. Please call me Izuku, he says with a smile, setting back next to her, making Yaoyorozu blush more. Oh okay Izuku, you can call me Momo, but can I ask you a question? She asks. Of course, ask me anything. Momo hesitates, knowing she shouldn't ask what happened, but the last time she asked about fives, Izuku had completely dodged the question. Just like Shoto, Izuku is hiding something he doesn't want others to know about and is suffering because of it. Izuku, as much as I want to help Shoto, I want to help you as well, she says as Izuku looks at her confused. What do you mean? He asked, confused. Izuku, I know something horrible happened to Trooper Fives. Appo told me what he knew, and said Fives had gone insane. Is it true? She asks. Izuku freezes, having another flashback. Fives. Izuku screamed before turning to Commander Fox and the Japanese guard. Get this ray shield off, now. He screams as one of the troopers shoots the generator, turning it off. Fives, brother, Izuku shouts, running to him. Tears stream down the ARC captain's face, shocking Momo. Izuku, she says, hugging him. I couldn't save him. Momo immediately creates a handkerchief, wiping the tears from his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not your fault, Momo, Fives, Momo puts her finger over his mouth, smiling sweetly. It's okay Izuku, you don't have to tell me now, but when you're ready, I'm here for you, okay? She asked. Izuku looks at Momo, beginning to wonder if he should tell her about the inhibitor chip he supposedly has inside his head, but he's scared that by telling her, he will put them both in grave danger. I will, thank you, Momo. Izuku says, smiling softly. Thank you, Izuku, for everything. She says, smiling, leaning her head on his pauldron, wanting to be like this just a bit longer. Izuku smiles, leaning his head on hers, not knowing that his connection with Momo would eventually blossom into something more than friendship, and that the feelings she has for him will save both their lives. This is the last match of the second round. Without further ado, let's get started. On one hand, he's the Lord of Blasts and has a pretty intimidating aura, from the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. And on the other side, she's the gravity girl and who I'm rooting for, from the hero course, Ochako Uraka. As Present Mike introduced the fighters, Izuku and Momo finally return to the stands. This fight is going to be very upsetting. Iida says, I don't even feel like watching. Koika says, shaking. Uraraka. Izuku thinks nervous. In the arena, come on, babe, let's have some fun. Bakugo says, smiling darkly, making Ochako frown. Just because you're my girlfriend doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you. Ochako is sweating but remains determined. Sorry to disappoint you, Katsuki, but giving up is out of the question. Ready? Begin. Ochako launches herself at Bakugo, but he simply responds with an explosion, forcing her to retreat. Bakugo then attacks with another explosion. Creating a smokescreen, Ochako decides to take advantage of it, taking off her jacket and throwing it to the other side to act as bait to distract him, which is successful as the explosive boy attacks the jacket thinking it was his girlfriend, but once he realized it was a trick, it was too late. Ochako attacks him from behind, touching him and removing the gravity. I did it. I got you now. Ochako then grabs Katsuki's foot and spins around to throw him out of bounds, but it doesn't work. Did you really think you could beat me with a pathetic plan like that? Think again. Bakugo says smugly. Although floating in the air, Bakugo begins to move through the air with the help from his explosions, now having the advantage in the air. It can't be. How could I forget he can do that? Ochako. Tsuyu says, worried for her friend. I can't look at this anymore. Koika says, covering her eyes. Man, attacking a girl like that is just cruel. Kirishima says, Uraka. Izuku thinks knowing this is going to end badly before getting up from his seat. Izuku, where are you going? Toru asked, but Izuku doesn't answer as he begins to run while contacting members of the Japanese guard. Back in the area, Bakugo propels himself through the air, continuing to attack Ochako with pit mercy as she tries to defend herself but can't. Hey, you're acting like a villain. Hey Midnight, stop the fight, it's getting out of hand. How can he want to be a hero if he acts like that? The audience starts booing Bakugo, even the students, as Mr. Aizawa comes to his defense. If you all are saying these things, you should leave. Bakugo is being cautious because he recognizes the strength of his opponent. He knows he can't let his guard down. Aizawa says as the audience quits down. Izuku, now with a squad of shock troopers behind him, rushed towards the tunnel to put an end to the fight, but no one knew that Ochako had a plan. She had taken all that damage on purpose to break the concrete to use it as a weapon to attack Bakugo once she had enough. Ochako deactivated her quick as the debris begins to fall at high speeds, creating a meteor shower. A meteor shower? When was she present? Mike says as Izuku and the shock troopers stop at the end of the tunnel. Wait, Izuku orders. Sir, one of the troopers asked. Wait for the right moment, then we move in. Izuku says, pulling out his DC-17 pistols. Bakugo wipes the meteors falling with an annoyed face. With that amount of rubble, he can only dodge or counter-attack, but he will be exposed, then I'll go and push him out of bounds. Ochako thinks. Ochako quickly approached Bakugo to push him with all her strength, but then Katsuki points his hands at the rubble and creates a giant explosion, creating a strong current of wind that sends the girl flying backwards, destroying the rubble in the process. You've been spending too much time with Deku. I figured you would plan something like that. No. It can't be. Oh my. Bakugo destroyed the meteorites with a single attack. I did my best, but he didn't even flinch. Ochako is badly hurt but continues to try to fight. Now the real fun begins. He stays smiling, advancing towards the girl. Ochako tries to get up but can't because of how hurt she is as Bakugo stands above her about to deliver the finishing blow as the audience yells for the heroes to stop Bakugo when POW. Izuku fires a bolt from his DC-17 fires, hitting Bakugo in the same shoulder he did during the training exercise. Ah! Again. Bakugo screams, shocking the audience. Go! 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 Izuku shouts as he and the shock troopers move in the arena. That's it, fight's over, Izuku shouts. Bakugo growls. Deku had just humiliated him in front of everyone. Deku, you bastard. I'll kill you. Bakugo yells, about to attack, only for the shock troopers to point their carbines at him. Izuku then picks up Uraka before turning to Midnight. This fight is over. Sergeant, if he moves one step while we're still in the ring, shoot to kill. Deku orders, shocking the audience. Damn, that guy has some balls. Mirko says, grinning, while Najire, Mawata and the girls of 1A and B are amazed by Deku's action to save Ochako. With pleasure, Captain Deku, the shock trooper sergeant says as Izuku takes Ochako to the infirmary. Well, that was tense. Anyway, the first round is over. We'll take a quick break, and once the field is fixed, we'll advance to the second round. Present Mike shouts. That was so manly. Midoriya just interfered with the match. Kirishima says. That was awesome. Mina cheers. He's amazing. Toru says, blushing. Izuku sighs, heading towards the waiting room. After he took Ochako to the infirmary, he decided to let her rest for now as he gets ready for his fight against Bakugo, only thinking one thing. I'm gonna kill that bastard. He thinks about to enter the waiting room only for someone to call out to him. Hey! Izuku turns and is surprised to see none other than Mount. Lady. What are you doing here? Izuku asked. Hello, hun. She says with a smile that somewhat makes the ARC captain uncomfortable. What do you want? I have to get ready for my fight against Bakugo. He says, annoyed. I have to say, TBE, way you jumped into the arena to save that girl was pretty cool, she says, putting her hand on his armored chest. Izuku blushes. Why is MT Lady acting like this? And now that he thinks about it, she is very beautiful. Mount. Lady. I have to go. Shish. She says, putting her finger over his helmet before taking it off, revealing a blushing Izuku as she gets closer. I think you deserve a reward, she says before grabbing his face and kissing him hard on the lips. HMM. Izuku shouts about to push her off, only for the heroine to push him against the wall. My. Lady moans into the kiss, clearly enjoying it before releasing, pulling away from the arc captain. Mount Lady. Izuku asks, still I'm a daze. Please call me Yu-hun. Let's continue this some other time, okay? Good luck out there. She asks, winking before leaving Izuku alone and completely shocked. What the hell was that? He shouts internally, his face blood red as he quickly composed himself before entering the waiting room and is surprised to see Ochako. Oh, hey there Deku, man, I lost. She says, smiling. Quote. Izuku doesn't say anything as he takes off his helmet, giving her a sad look. Uraka, are you sure you're okay? He asks, approaching her. Yep, I'm fine, recovery girl has already taken care of me. She says, smiling. Quote. What is it? She asked, confused. Izuku can see the girl is hiding her pain and sadness with all her strength. He knows because he himself has been on the receiving end of being hurt by Bakugo, including during the training exercise. Uraka, it's okay, if you want to let it out, you can vent to me. But I don't think I should. If I do, I'm not strong. Not strong. Uraka, crying does not make you weak. It means you're not afraid to show that you care. You shouldn't keep your emotions contained. Sometimes, it's okay to cry. Izuku says, remembering what happened earlier with Momo. Her eyes are already showing tears as she looks down and begins crying, letting her emotions out as the captain hugs her as she cries into his armored chest, unaware that tears falls from Izuku's eyes as well. It's okay Uraka, he says, rubbing her back. Izuku then asks her a question he's been wanting to know for a while now. Uraka, why do you want to be a hero? The crying girl looks at him stunned. Whenever she tells people why she wants to be a hero, she's always gets judged and called horrible names by people. Even Bakugo mocked her over it once. Please don't judge me, I don't want to be a hero for the same reason the others do. She says. I won't, I promise. Izuku says. It's because I want to make money, but not for myself. You see, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any jobs for a while now, so we're very poor. I want to be a hero so I can help them. Flashback. You want to work for us? Mr. Uraka asked. Yes. When I grow up and get big and strong, I'll help you and mommy. She says with tears in her eyes. I appreciate your intention, sweetie, but as your father, I would be much happier if you fulfill your own dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii. He says as he and his wife smile at their daughter. Daddy. Flashback ends. And I failed them. I just want to help them. She says, sniffling. Izuku then releases from the hug, putting his hands on her shoulders. Uraka, you didn't fail them. Being a hero to make money for yourself and being a hero to help your family is completely different. I think your dream is incredible, and I know your parents are already proud of you for being such an amazing daughter to them. Uraka blushes, a small smile forming. Bakugo has never said anything like this, only saying that if he dated her he would make them both rich. The break is over. It's time for the second round. Present Mike yells through the intercom. Do you feel better? He asks, worried. Yes, much better. I'm sorry about that, because of me you didn't have time to prepare. She says, smiling with tears still falling. It's okay Uraka, I did this because I wanted to. Anyway, I have to go now, see you later Uraka. Izuku says, leaving. Deku, wait. Yes. He asked, turning around only to feel Uraka kiss his cheek. Quote. That was for saving me earlier. Good luck Deku, I'm rooting for you. She says with a heavy blush on her cheeks. Thanks Uraka. Please call me Ochako. She says, smiling. Okay, Ochako, I have to go now. Izuku says, putting his helmet back on, exiting the room as Ochako looks at her phone to see her father calling, making her smile. How the hell have I been kissed by several different girls in one day? No, it doesn't matter. Now I have to focus on defeating Bakugo, he thinks, growing serious. I'm coming for you, you villainous bastard. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did to both of us. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.